Welcome, travelers, to my realm of nightmares. Allow me to be your personal assistant. Come in, take a seat, get comfortable. For when you step into my realm, there's no stepping out.
It burns. Oxygen bleeds from my world. The choking, the sputtering. My chest is ablaze and my throat is raw. The life drains hardly from me as the vessels within my eyes burst from asphyxiation. I struggle, I pant, I wheeze, and I fight, but whatever energy I may have once had has long escaped me. The darkness is coming, and it is far too late. My eyes glaze, and my mind becomes shallow as I fight my last desperate fight, but each breath is an illusion now, and my path out has long since gone. I am but a wave in a never-ending ocean, and I am nothing but fleeting as I cascade silently against the shore. I am the deepest depths of the deep, and I am becoming lost within each forced and painful gasp. I am destined to lay within the black. I will rest submerged forever. The air catches in my throat as I'm suddenly awake. For a second, I struggle to catch my breath as my lungs move with purpose. The anxiety fizzles throughout as I suck at each and every ounce of purity. After a few moments, the thumping within my chest steadies and my composure returns. What the hell was that? The dream had obviously taken me, but as I sat up within my seat, the interior of the train coming back into focus, I realized that I could not recall a single element of the nightmare, which had wrapped itself so perfectly around me. The sensation of fear I had awoken with had quickly dissipated, easing itself from my mind and almost eloquently as the dream itself had. Somewhere within there, somewhere within my consciousness, buried far within, it was still there, lingering, waiting. No matter how hard I tried to make sense of the feeling, I found that I could not. I had simply awoken abruptly, struggling to breathe, with no apparent reason as to why, far beyond the boundaries of my own thoughts. The driver began his announcement as his smooth and reassuring tone filled the interior of the carriage. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for all choosing Beta Rail for your journey today. We will shortly be approaching the Eternal. For those of you not quite seasoned, the first time making the pass can be a little disconcerting, to say the very least. I'm acutely aware that we are far from full today, so if anyone on board requires any assistance, any assurance, really anything at all, at any time, then please do not hesitate to flag down a member of the staff, who will, of course, be at your full disposal to ensure this section of our trip proceeds as pleasantly as possible. They will be on hand to assist and answer any questions that you may have. Enjoy the ride, and do try to enjoy the scenery. Rarely are we afforded a bit of peace and quiet in this life. Once again, I'd like to thank you for choosing Beta, the Eternal. I had never made the journey through myself, but I had done enough research to have an idea of what to expect. The Eternal, as it has been commonly named, was a stretch of trek that took us through a rather long and seemingly endless tunnel, hence the name. The tunnel had been constructed through the middle of a mountain, which they found normally, albeit a little too late, to have a rather substantial buildup of metals hidden within its crust. By the time they had discovered the odd abnormality, the project was already a year in, so the construction company, who were already financially committed to the project, had little choice but to continue on as planned. These metals, however, could not be removed, so the tunnel was simply built around them. It was not until the maiden voyage, however, when the first train passed through into the endless void, that it was discovered that the buildup of material buried within the mountain acted as a barrier sorts to most, if not all, electronics. Once you entered the tunnel, there would be no phone signal, no text, no internet, and no messages. Nothing but external powered lights would remain active, and essentially, all communication with the outside world would be severed. The tunnel spanned for miles, which meant that this section of the journey would take precisely an hour to complete. And once we were in there, inside, trapped within the tight and claustrophobic walls, there would be nothing but the darkness and the silence for company. I sighed and reached for my phone as an unsettling feeling of dread began to course unpleasantly from inside of me. Are you kidding me? The screen was completely black. Confused, I swiped at the glass, but the handset did not react. I held down the power button, pushed at the few remaining buttons, and even aimlessly shook it a few times. I am sure that I charged this before the journey. After a few seconds, the phone lit up white, and then a message began to type its way slowly across the screen. Good afternoon, Gabriel. We are shortly due to become lost within the bleak blackness of the tunnel. In no more than 120 seconds, I will begin. I continued to stare at the screen for a few seconds, dumbfounded at the sudden communication, which had inched its way slowly across my palm. The message did not appear to have been received via text, and it had not come from any other app. It had somehow seemed to have completely originated from nowhere. It had infected my screen and had somehow taken control of my phone. Another message followed, urging me to divert my attention downward. Are you not going to reply to me, Gabriel? I have put so much effort into ensuring that this conversation was anything but one-sided. There's a space for your thoughts just below mine, after all. 110 seconds. Clearly below the mysterious message was a section on the screen for my response. Hesitantly, I clicked the box, and a key popped up on the screen. Without thinking, my fingers moved, and my response came. Who is this? Who am I? I am nobody, Gabriel, yet I am the most important person that you will never know. Within the entirety of your self-absorbed, self-centered, pathetic little life, 90 seconds. Excuse me? I am every person that you've ever stepped on, every little person that you've ever ignored, that you despised, every human that you have ever treated less than human. I am vengeance, and I am power. I am the voice that is rarely afforded, and within the next 60 minutes, I plan on speaking, let's say, a considerable amount. I think it goes without saying that at this point, Gabriel, my words will not be delivered, well, let's say in the conventional sense. 80 seconds. My fingers shook slightly as I responded. What do you want? How are you doing this? I felt a chill move through me as the response materialized on my screen. What do I want? I will tell you what I want, Gabriel. I want you to sit up and take notice for once. People like you never really take the time to notice, do you? Your kind are always so wrapped up in your own lives that you never notice what is going on around you, do you? The misery, the suffering, all of it plays heavily upon the eyes, does it not? So please, take a look around you just this once, and drink in the life that you see. You really should take one last look, and go ahead, I'll wait. Do not take too long though, you only have 60 seconds left. Instinctively, my eyes moved up to study my surroundings. The interior of the train was, well, an interior of a train. Empty seats lined the carriage on either side, with the exception of one or two. To my right sat a woman, quietly working on her laptop, and I knew there was a younger gentleman somewhere further along the carriage. I had seen him when I had entered. Everything looked normal. Everything looked in place. But the intrusion on my phone had changed the tone. A palpable taste of impending doom now hung heavily within the carriage, carrying through the air as the train continued to move with speed along the track. The feeling had burst outward from my phone, delivered via message, its mass building with the aid of adrenaline, which had begun to move noticeably through my veins. Something was going on. Something was coming, and the very thought of it was terrifying. My attention turned back to my phone, held within my now sweaty palm. It's a train. So what? So what? The response on my screen seemed to contain heavy anger, a horrid sort of hatred that had been eloquently conveyed through the two simple words that were shot back in a quick and pinpoint retort. I will tell you what, Gabriel. On board this train today are 7 individuals. The drivers, the 2 attendants, you, the young woman in the shirt to your right, the young man precisely 8 rows in front of you, and of course, let us not forget, me. All but one of the 7 will be dead before the train emerges on the other side of the eternal. I sincerely hope that the nightmare which you just awoke from did not take too much from you, Gabriel. You are going to need all of your strength for the next hour. Let us see who of us can survive for 60 minutes. My reality slowed as the response sank unsettlingly through my being. Somewhere within the background, the driver made one last announcement through the train. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up on the Eternal. Lights will be out shortly. See you on the other side. The bulb above me began to flicker as another message slowly made its way across the screen within my hand. Best of luck, Gabriel. I'm rooting for you. 10 seconds. The bulb above me flickered a few more times before finally, a moment later, the brightness of its fight extinguished in tandem with every other bulb within the carriage, plunging myself and the other handful of passengers into a thick darkness which quickly coated our surroundings and blackened our reality as the train abruptly entered the tunnel. Panic. My mind was suddenly a haze of contradictions, a tangled web of panic and fear, immobilized by a debilitating dread which swam forcefully through the acidic adrenaline, pounding nastily within my veins. This cannot be real. It's a prank. It has to be a joke. A gentle red hue filled the train as a strip of emergency lights gently illuminated within a line down the center of the carriage. It has to be a joke. This cannot be real. A second, a moment, a reprieve, anything, an opportunity to think, a respite to recharge, or a thought without fault. Anything would have been preferable. Anything apart from the violent thumping of my heart, which seemed to echo out from inside my chest. Its violent ferocity laid bare for the rest of the travelers within the small, darkened interior to hear. Anything would have been preferable. Anything but the scream which tore its way through my ears, claiming my undivided attention as it shot forcefully forward from the black of the carriage just behind me. Help me, please! She's bleeding! The young attendant pushed forward, closing the distance towards me, her eyes locked in fear, her eyes trapped with a permanent terror. The red drained slowly down her face as she moved, the opened wound on her skull pulsating more of the thick liquid as her gaze danced around the carriage within a frenzied spasm. Her arms flailed, unaided, as her lips moved again with a final, desperate plea. "Please, help me. He killed him. He killed him." The woman in the red shirt was already standing, her courage preceding that of any discernible thought on my part. She hurried forward, barely managing to catch the young attendant as her legs buckled, causing her body to fall almost sideways into the woman, who thankfully managed to prevent her fall. "Oh my God, are you okay?" The attendant began to cry hysterically into the woman with the red top as I made my way to my feet. "Do something! Be a man!" "Ladies?" My words were not loud enough. My less than heroic tone was drawn perfectly within the darkness and the terrified cries of the attendant as she wept openly within the darkness. "We have to move forward. He killed him! He killed him!" "Who? What happened? Who are you talking about?" The attendant let out a wail as she moved her hand up to the gushing wound on the top of her skull. "Jamie, my colleague. He stabbed him. He cut him. And he was laughing. He wouldn't stop laughing. He's dead. Oh my God, he's dead. There's a man back there. We have to go forward. He was chasing me. He is coming." Time slowed as I suddenly became aware of the rattling noise of the train as it moved with speed through the pitch black tunnel. My senses had been heightened, and all of a sudden, everything seemed more pronounced, as my body fought desperately to disregard the unbearable fear which had begun to grow nastily inside of me. The lights on the floor glowed a peaceful red, a perfect hue to complement the hard sight of blood as it poured unrestricted from the young attendant's scalp. My mind was unthinking, my mind was unfeeling, and for a second, my mind was at peace. That was until the sight behind the two crouched women came slowly into view. There he is, behind them, further down along the carriage, bathed in a sickening red glow, and stood, with an intimidating stature, was the silhouette of her assailant. From a distance, he was nothing, his features concealed nicely by the natural darkness of the tunnel, but the object in his hand, however, that glinted with a noticeable light, as the ground beneath my feet swayed with a desperate panic. "He has a knife!" Even though the darkness shrouded his face, I knew that he was smiling at me. I could feel it. The young attendant, almost on instinct, briefly turned to look back down the carriage, and immediately she began to scream. "Oh my God, no! We have to go, please! We have to run!" I was already moving. There was no thought, no plan, no call to action, and no instinct to be a man. I simply turned and began to move, my mind clear and my thoughts fixed purely on myself. I moved, and I ran, and I fled to the beautiful serenade of female screams as they desperately chased after me, demanding my assistance, begging for me to stop. I had briefly turned backwards as I continued to make my escape in slow motion. She had fallen. The young attendant could not keep up. The wound on her head was obviously more severe than I initially thought. When I turned, I could see that she had once again fallen and was now crumpled within a heap beneath one of the seats. The woman in the red shirt briefly paused as she turned back, obviously, within that moment, mentally deciding whether the true cost of her morals was really worth the price of sale. And he was getting closer. My head turned back on instinct, my eyes locking tightly on the door to the next carriage in front of me as I continued my escape. My gaze was so resolute that I barely saw the young gentleman appear in front of me as he darted past and pushed heroically back towards the two women, cowering within my wake. There was screaming, there was yelling, there was a nightmare brewing behind me. Consequence and choice, horror and demise by the gravity did not have time to sink in. The gravity could not catch me. I forcefully pushed my way into the next carriage and turned, scurrying to find a locking mechanism of sorts. Anything which would bar the way back to danger. My hands shook and my mind screamed. But I willed my digits to continue as my fingers vibrated violently against the metal frame of the door in search of a lever. From behind the glass of the door, even through the blinding darkness of the train, I could see them. The woman in the red shirt and the young gentleman. They were running towards me. Behind them, still crumpled up in a pathetic mess, was the young attendant, and above her, thrusting forcefully down with a convicted and evil conviction, was her killer. He was stabbing her. His eyes moved back up, and suddenly they became locked within an unbreakable embrace with the two surviving passengers, who closed the distance towards my position. "Get the hell out of my way! Let us through!" The young gentleman pushed heavily past me with the woman in the red shirt and immediately turned back, instinctively locating a locking mechanism within his first try. He yanked the lever down, and with force he turned back to us, breathless and drenched in a well-concealed fear. "Where the hell were you going?" My mind struggled to find words, and instead, all I could muster was a blubbering mess, an incomprehensible sentence or statement which made little to no sense, even to the most trained ear. The younger gentleman huffed in disapproval. "Guess I'm the only man on board." He was right. I had done nothing. I had not even tried. I had been presented with a horror, a situation born from nowhere, never expected, and with little to no time afforded for a coherent response. I had made a life, and I had made a living from planning, from being prepared, and from having time to think. But here, within the bulging blackness of the tunnel, I had been giving nothing. I had no time. I had no luxury of forethought, and I had no opportunity to don a disguise. In the real world, I could pretend to be anyone, just as long as I had the time. I could pretend to be courageous. I could portray bravery, intelligence, and above all, I could pretend to be in control. But down here within the eternal, it was different. Everything happened so fast. The commodity of time had been abandoned the moment that I had stepped aboard the train. The darkness had exposed me for a coward. The tunnel had shown my true colors, and the train was simply a vessel for my admission of guilt, my confession of cowardice. I was not a man, but a boy, in the presence of giants. My peers would know the truth. I had been usurped by a younger cub. Within my professional circles, I was a lion. Within life, I was a liability. Again, the younger gentleman shook his head. "We have to get to the front of the train and signal the driver. We need to get help." His words drifted past me as my mind buzzed with the gravity of the realization as if it brutally threw out my interior. There is no left. It was true, and somehow I already knew it. I was a creature of habit, and I was a creature of routine. I had built my life and my empire on strategy and solidifying its structure, on solid planning, and planning required time. Time, the most basic of commodities, which I had taken for granted. Time had given me a shield. Time had given me a disguise. I had used time to look strong. I had used time to look in control. But as my mind wandered within the train's carriage, desperately trying to formulate a plan to a situation which could not be planned, I knew that time was running thin. After all, the phone within my hand reminded me as such, as it buzzed bright with another message. The words bleeding eerily slow across the screen as my eyes registered their meaning. "One down, Gabriel, and with 50 minutes left to spare, it's going to be a long hour." A man awakens in a dark room, zip-tied to a chair, yet he does not remember how he got there. He assumes that the throbbing of his head may have something to do with the reason. As he sits there, in the darkened room, his mind slowly begins to recall the events that led him to this unfamiliar place. James walked into his boss's office. Superstar Travis Murphy. This man ruled the law firm. No case was too big or too small for him to take on. It simply didn't matter. He had never lost, and he would do anything to keep that streak alive. What took you so long? I would have aged 10 years if you had moved any slower. Pick up the pace. I could find your replacement by day's end if not, Travis remarked. James looks down at the floor, his demeanor stiff and cowardly. Sorry, Mr. Murphy. It won't happen again. I'll make sure to move quicker, James whispered. You're pathetic. You know that, right? You have worked as my personal secretary for years, yet you show no freaking backbone. Do you have no ambition to move up in the company? Travis laughed harshly. Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir. I will keep that in mind, sir. May I be excused, sir? James fearfully spoke. His boss was clearly in a bad mood. It was always best to keep your head down and fly under his radar when he was irrational like this. Getting to work on his daily tasks, he kept the thoughts of what his boss had said in the back of his mind. He is not that pathetic. He has a wife, children, and is very happy. So what if he wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth? This is what he has to do in order to put food on the table and to keep his family clothed. Does this fucking bastard not realize that words hurt? Seriously. Sticks and stones very well may break bones, like we are taught as children. However, words can hurt too. The pen is mightier than the sword. This has always been one of James's favorite quotes. The reason for this: words have started wars and ended wars. They have saved lives and ended lives. Now, to hear this fuck throwing insults around and telling me how to live my life? Someone needs to put this smug asshole in his place, James thought to himself. The phone begins to ring as he is lost deep within his thoughts. He mindlessly answers the phone for the 100th time that day. He immediately hears the familiar voice of his sister. Katie, how are you? This is such a nice surprise, he says. He quickly realizes that she is crying, which snaps him out of his thoughts. James's tone of voice is full of concern when he speaks again. What's wrong, sis? On the other end of the phone, Katie sobs. Her words caught within her throat as she struggles to catch her breath.
Lexi is dead.
She manages to say. These 3 words shatter James's world. He loved his niece dearly, and she was only 15 years old. How did it happen?
She was hit by a car on her way home from school. The driver fled. He had crashed his car not far from where he had hit her. The cops realized that he was drunk when they got to him.
His sister spoke once more. This time, she had just a bit more composure. The line quickly disconnected. James looks up to see his boss towering over him. What do you think you're doing? You know personal calls are not to be made during work hours. Are you stupid? Do you just want me to fire you today? I didn't make the call, sir, but I did just get the news that my niece has been killed in a hit and run today. I need to go home and be with my family. Mr. Murphy, is that okay with you, sir? James spoke. Tears welled in his eyes as he tried to keep his composure. His boss's eyes clouded with anger. Is that okay with me? No, it's not okay with me, you moron. Do you know why I came out to see what your pathetic ass was doing? It's because I just had to answer my own phone like some kind of common lawyer. How do you think that makes me look to our clients? We have a new case. A government official's son has been in a car accident. He hit some stupid child and is facing some serious charges. You will need to work overtime today. James stands up, his face mere inches from his boss. He has to try and do something for a change. You do realize you're defending the person that just killed my niece, don't you? You cannot take the case. Give it to someone else, please, sir. James begs him. I have worked for you for years. Do me this one favor and don't take this case. Travis looks him up and down, his expression changing from anger to one of pure amusement. You really think you matter to me? This is a high-profile case, and with that comes money and prestige. Also, you're fired. Clean out your desk. Get your pathetic, cowardly presence out of my face and out of my office. If you're still here in 30 minutes, I'll have security throw you out on your ass. James, feeling defeated, cleans out his desk and leaves. He did not have much to clean out. Therefore, it took him a total of 10 minutes. He realized that he still had his access card upon leaving the building. Fuck it, he shouted. He would turn the stupid thing in when they called about it. First, he needed to go be with his sister. Over the next week, James did not concern himself with finding a new job, or even gave his boss a second thought. He spent the time making arrangements for his niece's funeral and being with his sister at the trial. Finally, the day came. The evidence was open and shut. The cops found the kid in the car, drunk off his ass, with James's niece's blood on the car. However, he said that he was not the driver, and the cops found him in the passenger seat, blacked out. There was no evidence of a second person in the vehicle. The jury went back and deliberated for less than 20 minutes. They came back with a verdict of not guilty. This sent James into a rage. He knew his former boss had done some illegal shit to pull this off. It was the last straw. James went home after he dropped his sister off at her house and managed to get her to sleep. He considered getting drunk, yet the more he thought about it, the more he realized this bastard needed to learn a lesson, that his actions have consequences. James got into his car later in the night, only to notice that it was 6 o'clock in the morning. No one would be in the office for another 2 hours except Travis. That man always got there promptly at 7. It took James about an hour to get to his former place of employment. He saw that Travis had indeed already gotten there upon his arrival. He took out his old access card. He hoped that it had not been deactivated yet. James slid the card in the slot. The red dot turned green, allowing him access. Thank God, he thought. It still works. He went to the elevator, pressed the button for the top floor of this massive structure, and waited for the doors to open. The elevator ride took maybe 5 minutes to complete, the gears grinding as the metal container moved up every floor before coming to an abrupt halt. The doors slid open, and he quickly stepped out. He could hear his boss blasting his classical music, which he always played when he was hard at work on a difficult case. James grabbed the first heavy object that he could find before creeping into his boss's office. James, full of rage, smacked Travis in the back of the head as hard as he possibly could. Travis fell out of his chair, rolled over on the floor, and saw the face of his former secretary. As Travis's vision began to fade, darkness quickly overtook him. His eyes closed, which left a satisfying smirk to creep across James's lips. And that brings us to the current moment. Travis is still sitting here in the dark room, still strapped to the wooden chair. Where the fuck are you, James? The least you could do is show your face, you coward.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now, is that any way to speak to another person?
An unfamiliar voice spoke.
But I suppose that if you were a decent human being, then we would not find ourselves in this predicament, now would we?
Who is there? Travis yells.
Oh, I would not expect you to know who I am, but I do believe that you and my brother have been introduced.
The lights abruptly turn on to reveal James standing directly in front of him. Surprise! James shouts, a wicked grin plastered to his face. Travis makes a deep, hacking noise before saliva lands on James's face. You think you will get away with this, you spineless guppy? Travis chuckles. From behind Travis comes the glint of a knife. He receives 2 quick and fairly deep cuts. The unfamiliar voice spoke once more, this time from directly behind him.
Consider this the introduction to your current circumstance. If you insult me or my brother again, then you shall receive cuts for everyone. If you lie to us, then you will also receive a cut. However, if you can humble yourself enough to tell us the truth, well, you may just walk out of here with your life, but I doubt you're capable of that.
Finally stepping back from the shadows, the unfamiliar voice morphs into a person to reveal James's sister Katie. Who the hell are you?
I am the mother of a child who was murdered by that piece of shit you defended. That is who I am. I should give you another cut for that, but I will give you a pass this time. I did forget to explain one thing to you, though. The more blood you lose, the more the container below you collects. Once you lose enough blood, it will trigger the pressure plate. And if that happens, well, you'll just have to see for yourself.
Katie points upward, knife still in hand, causing Travis to look up. He sees a net filled with a lot of large rocks.
Sticks and stones will break your bones, and words will set you free. Let us begin with the first question. Did you or did you not spend the last 10 years treating my brother like a whipping boy?
Travis opens his mouth to protest, yet he looks at James. I was not that bad of a boss, was I? He asks. James calmly looks at Travis, before a guttural laugh escapes his throat. Not that bad. Not that bad, James yells. You once never gave me a holiday off. And you would dock my pay if I had to leave work early due to a family emergency. You were, then, as you are now, a monster. A monster, and quite frankly, an absolute nightmare to work for. Travis becomes angry at the sight of this man, who is lesser than him, laughing and mocking him. Listen here, you little shit. You were a terrible employee, always whining about your family, your hours, and not being able to have holidays off. If you had put a little more effort, just a little more effort into your job, then maybe, just maybe, I would have treated you better. Katie's amused expression rapidly fades as she glances at her brother.
Do you want to do the honors, or should I?
She inquires. James reaches out, his hand grabbing the knife from his sister with a sick smile on his lips. "This one is all me," he says. James walks over to where his boss is being forced to sit. He roughly cuts the shirt from his boss's torso. "What are you doing?" Travis's brow furrows. The blade easily glides along Travis's chest 5 separate times, which causes him to tense up a bit. "There's one thing that I would like you to know, just in case you think this is a joke. I assure you, it's not. We are serious. You should know that. This is a fight for your life, and not a silly game," James sneers. "Okay, now on the question 2. Do you feel guilty for setting free the people that have ruined others' lives by committing heinous crimes against them?" "Honestly, no, I don't. I have done what I have done to achieve this lifestyle. I have become acquainted with it and would do it all over again." Travis calmly looks at them. Katie looks at him with a curious expression on her face.
So you are admitting that you have tampered with evidence, threatened witnesses, and asked your clients to perjure themselves.
Katie stated coldly. "Oh, what the hell? It's just us here, right? Yeah, I did it. I did it and I loved every second of it. You don't even understand the kind of adrenaline rush that I get from breaking the law, while knowing full well that I will never be caught. Being the smartest person in the room has its benefits after all."
You feel no remorse then? Not even a little guilt for all the lives you've ruined? Well, I must commend you for telling the truth. Your lack of empathy towards your fellow man cannot, no, will not be overlooked.
Katie coldly states. She grabs a knife from her brother's weak grip. Her lips pursed into a tight, thin line as the anger building within her struggles to be contained. She walks over to Travis, one eager step at a time. Her feet stop just before him. She calmly places the knife against his chest, firmly pressing the blade on it until it pierces the flesh. The blade is slowly dragged down the entirety of his chest. Her cutting is slow and deep, which invokes a scream out of Travis, the likes of which they had not heard up until this point.
Final question. Did you once hesitate to take that scumbag on as a client after finding out that he had killed my daughter, the niece of your employee at the time? Or did you not even care about my brother and his family enough to do that? Did you only care about the money?
Travis looks at her. He thinks long and hard about how he should respond to this question. He knew it was inevitable for this exact question to come up, and he knows that this answer determines whether he lives or dies. "Look, I know I've treated you and your family horribly. I deserve to be judged for my sins, but this is not how I should be punished. The court of law is how I should be punished. To answer your question, though, yes, I do regret having to take on the case of your daughter's killer. However, my boss and his boss told me that I would either win the case or be fired. So you may be able to see by now, I had no choice but to take the case." Katie stares at Travis, weighing his words carefully.
I'm not sure you actually mean what you are saying. Yet, I do agree that you should be judged by the court of law for the crimes that you have committed. So, we will let you go, under 2 conditions. First, I don't expect you not to tell the cops about your unfortunate abduction, but my brother was only following my instructions. This was not his idea in any way, so I want his name to stay out of it. That part is mandatory. You don't get to choose.
Fine. If you want to take the blame for this, that's on you. I'll keep his name out of this. What's your second condition? Travis impatiently asks.
Well, in the essence of the season and the need to celebrate Halloween, there are 2 doors. The first door says trick. You can go through the door if you want, but there is no guarantee you will get out alive. Door 2 says treat. If you hit the upload button on the laptop sitting over there, that was a recording of our conversation. By the way, it was your confession on uploading it to the police. Then, the other door will unlock for you to get out safely, which will cause you to pay for your crimes. Now make your choice and accept your fate.
Katie bends down. The blade of her knife glides underneath each tie that holds his limbs to the wooden chair. She is serious about giving him a chance to pay for what he has done. Travis, on the other hand, can't help but laugh at her. This woman must be delusional to offer him such a thing. Do you honestly think, for even a moment, that I would consider uploading that stuff I just told you? I would spend the rest of my life in jail. Travis walks over to the door labeled Trick. He pulls the door open and steps over the threshold, only to be hit in the stomach by a fast-moving and solid object. Travis is caught in the shoulder, and then in the head several times. As he is falling, his body hits the floor. Blood pours out of his head as he lays there, limp and broken. His vision starts to blur as he hears Katie's sickening voice once more. Katie presses the button, shutting off the pitching machine that had been hurling baseball-sized rocks at Travis. She walks over to him and whispers in his ear,
Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will set you free.
She satisfyingly laughs. What the hell? Katie? I thought we were planning on setting him free, James shouts.
He set the killer of my daughter free. Did you really think he was going to live?
You're crazy. I'm going to the cops because you've lost your goddamn mind. This is not okay. You need help. A loud bang fills the room. As her brother turns to leave the room, James feels a sharp pain in his chest. He slowly looks down to see a small, bullet-sized wound, blood seeping out of the hole and running down his shirt. Katie walks over to him with a manic expression clouding her face.
My sweet, sweet brother, I'm so sorry, and if you stand against me, you must die as well. Goodbye, my dearest brother.
The Rake. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primary focused in rural New York State and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witness told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely tragic levels of fright and discomfort to almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remain powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had occurred nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 centuries. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book, A Suicide Note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it is necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once, I awoke from his presence. And once I awoke and saw his form, once again I awoke and heard his voice and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose. and one loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lenny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry, translated from Spanish, 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I've experienced the greatest terror. I've experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. Unintelligible text. A Mariner's Log, 1961. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again, at the request of the rake. From a witness, 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. About 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used that moment to steal back the sheet, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he had got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet from the end of the bed so quickly his knees almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for a half a second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there is what appeared to be a naked man, or a large hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked in the fetal position, occasionally glancing up at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed, and then crawled quickly in the falling sort of motion, right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds, or probably closer to 5, just seemed like a while. Just looking at my husband, the creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway leading to the kids' room. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into the lake that night. While rushing our daughter to the hospital, they did not survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in hotels near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of the other 2 people in New York who had seen the creature we now refer to as the rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small connection of what we believed to be the accounts of the rake. None of them gave any details, history, or followed up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages, and never mentioned it again. A ship log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the second week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recording at 8 times the normal speed. This still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the third week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and now I believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings back that to memory. The thoughts that must have been going through my daughter's head make me very upset. I have not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room when I slept. I know, and fear that one night, I'll wake up to see him staring at me. I was awoken in the middle of the night by something screeching in the house. A horrible, wretched wail that sounded half human, half animal, wrought with fear. Jerking up in the bed, it took me a moment to orientate myself. It must have been in the early hours of the morning, and the room was still in pitch darkness. The screaming came again, and I realized with sudden, dreadful clarity that it was my cat Muffin who was making that noise. What was the matter with him? Climbing groggily to my feet, I half stumbled through the darkness, reaching blindly for the door. He never usually cried out like this, especially that horrible screeching cry. I'd never heard him do that before. I wonder if he had seen something that spooked him, a shadow outside or something. "Muffin," I called out, my voice echoing faintly through the house. "What's wrong, kitty?" I fumbled for the light switch in the hallway, blinking as it flooded the landing with a bright orange glow. At the bottom of the stairs was darkness. Creeping down the staircase on tiptoes, I whistled gently for Muffin. But he didn't come running like he usually did. I couldn't hear him crying anymore either. Rounding the corner to the kitchen, my eyes scanned over the floor, landing on his cat's dishes. They were still full of food and water, and there were wet paw prints leading away from the bowl. When I lifted my eyes, I saw him. He was sitting on top of the kitchen surface, where he wasn't usually allowed during the day. But that isn't what bothered me. He was staring out of the window with all his hairs on end, his tail ramrod straight. Something definitely had spooked him. "Muffin, what's wrong?" I murmured, stepping over towards him. "You see something out there?" The tabby barely responded to my voice, even as I inched closer. Whatever he was looking at out there had stolen his attention completely. Coming to stand beside him, I gripped the kitchen surface with my fingers and peered outside into the bushes that lined the property, fencing the garden off from the neighbors. Shadows crept across the lawn, obscuring my line of sight. The street lamps in front of the house didn't reach this far back. My security light had stopped working a couple of days ago. I cursed myself for failing to replace the bulb. "What are you seeing out there, huh?" I mumbled as a shiver prickled over the back of my neck. Somewhere in that darkness, out there, I felt the uncanny sensation of something watching me. "Must just be some kind of animal," I continued, shaking my head, the sound of my own voice echoing in the kitchen, reassuring me more than the silence. Whatever noise Muffin had been making before, now had fallen completely silent. "Muffin, come on. There's nothing out there." When he made no attempt to move, I threw my hands up. "Fine, stay here. I'm going back to bed." Turning, my bare feet curling against the cold tiles, I made it to the doorway before pausing, goosebumps running along my arms and neck. Behind me, Muffin started to growl. "What's wrong with you?" I muttered, retracing my steps. His back was arched, and a low, deep growl reverberated along his vocal cords. Whatever he was seeing up there, he didn't like. "Is there another cat? Is that it? Come on, leave it alone. It's getting too late for this." I reached out to touch Muffin's back, my fingers barely ghosting his fur, before he bolted off the kitchen counter, skidding along the tiles and streaking out the doorway. I rolled my eyes, exasperated. Stupid cat. I flicked one final glance at the window, and a shiver of dread crept down my back as I saw a shadow streak across the lawn, larger than any cat I'd ever seen in the neighborhood. Pressing forward to peer through the window, I tried to track the shadow that I'd seen, but it had already gone, sneaking back into the darkness around the edge of the property. The same thing happened the following night. Muffin woke me up with his terrified cries, reaching right into my dreams and yanking me awake. It was unusual behavior for him. He'd never woken me up before like this, and it wasn't like him to cry so verbally. I attempted to ignore it, thinking he would eventually just quiet down, but after a few more minutes of listening to his screeching whimpers, I went downstairs. Not bothering to flip on the light switch this time, I padded blindly into the darkness of the kitchen, my eyes already landing on the shape on the counter. Once again, his body was hunched low to the surface of the counter, his back arched in a warning. "Come on, Muffin. Whatever it is out there can't get you in here." The cat barely preceded me, standing behind him. His eyes were tracking something as it moved across the garden outside. Something I couldn't see. Remembering the large shadow that I had glimpsed last night, I wondered if there really was some kind of animal out there. Maybe a wild dog? The area was too urban for any kind of predator. The only small animals we got regularly around here were foxes rummaging through trash cans, and the occasional stray. Curious, I leaned forward again to peer through the window, and the darkness encroaching on the lawn. I really ought to get this security light fixed. Maybe then whatever animal was out there wouldn't come creeping around here again. As I stared out into the night, a pair of bright glowing eyes stared back. My heart thumped. There was something out there, definitely an animal, though I couldn't see much beyond those luminescent yellow eyes. Even as I watched, the bushes around the creature began to tremble and shake with sudden ferocity, and I began to gauge an understanding of its true size, more like a big cat or a wolf than any scavenging rodent. No wonder Muffin seemed so spooked by it. I watched, barely breathing, as the form slunk out of the bushes and crept along the lawn on all fours, glistening eyes meeting mine. A shudder peeled over me at the sight of it. An animal this big shouldn't be out here, whatever it was. Muffin growled again, his claws scratching into the surface, and when I went to pick him up, he lashed out with his teeth bared. "Hey, calm down," I said, staggering back from his vicious snarl he gave me. "I've never seen you so riled up." Muffin went back to watching the animal outside, and I slowly backed up, my heart thudding dully. My cat had never acted like this around me before, almost as though I was just as much of a threat as the predator outside. When I looked back out, there was no movement in the shadows, and I assumed whatever it was had moved on. The next morning, I was taking out the trash. I noticed the back gate was swinging on its hinges. I always had locked it. It slammed against the house when it was windy, but something had forced open the bolt and left it hanging open. My immediate thought was that some kind of intruder had broken in, but the deep gouges on the bottom of the gate suggested it wasn't a person at all. but something else. Something with claws that could penetrate deep into solid oak. Trudging through the gate into the back garden, I felt a shiver of discomfort touch the back of my neck. Last night, these bushes had been where I seen those eyes watching me. It was unnerving to think that the animal, whatever it was, had been so close to the house 2 nights in a row. I found myself hoping it didn't return tonight, but moved to wherever there was a better food source. As I approached the bushes that boundaried the property, I noticed deep impressions of the dirt that looked like footprints. Crouching down to take a closer look, the grooves in the grass definitely weren't human, but belonged to an animal, a large one, with long, extended claws. They belonged to no animal I'd ever seen in the area before, and I wondered where it had come from. Had there been a predator that escaped the zoo somewhere? Or was it a wild beast pushed out of its home that had found itself in an urban space? It seemed unlikely, given the lack of reports on such an incident. If there was a wild animal loose in the area, I would definitely have heard about it by now from one of the neighbors. I debated calling animal rescue and patrol, but decided to wait and see if the animal returned tonight. If it had moved on, I wouldn't need to worry about it anymore, and hopefully Muffin would let me sleep through the night. With a final lingering glance over the strange animal tracks and the broken twigs and leaves scattered around the bushes, I headed back inside, making sure to close the gate firmly behind me as an extra precaution. I wedged a plant pot in front of it to prevent anything from getting inside. That night, it wasn't the sound of Muffin crying that woke me up, but something shattering. My first thought was the plant pot I'd put outside the gate to stop anything from getting to the garden, but the crash sounded much louder, much closer. It had come from downstairs. Bolting up in bed, I immediately reached for my phone, charging on the bedside table. I glanced at the time, just after 3 a.m. In the silence that followed, all I could hear was the heavy thudding of my heart in my chest, the ragged sounds of my breathing. Was someone in the house? There was a possibility it was just Muffin knocking something over, but part of me knew it wasn't. The gouges of the fence, tracks in the garden, whatever had been stalking us outside was now in the house. I was sure of it. Swallowing hard, I dialed the emergency number on my mobile and prayed for the line to connect quickly as I crept towards the bathroom door, listening outside for any other sounds. Just as a voice flooded my ear, something else crashed downstairs, shattering the stillness. I whimpered softly, "Hello? Is someone there?" The dispatch responded, and I quickly recovered my voice. "Yes, I think there's an intruder in my house. I think it's an animal. I'm not sure. A big one. I need someone to come over and..." A deep, throaty growl rolled through the house, making my body go cold with fear. "Oh God," I breathed, my fingers shaking as I reached for the lamp, yanking it off its cord. I'd feel better with a knife or something sharp, but they were all downstairs, where the animal was. "Stay where you are, and stay quiet. Try barricading yourself in if possible. The police are on their way to you." "Thank you," I whispered, sweat pouring along my palms as I hefted the light. The woman on the phone had told me to stay where I was, but all I could think about was, what about Muffin? Was he okay? Had he been hurt? What if he was still down there? I knew it was stupid to even entertain the thought of leaving my room, but by the time I considered the implications, I had already had the door open and the lamp cord trailing behind me. I moved as quietly as possible, going down from my toes to my heel, sticking close to the wall so that I was hidden in the shadow. At the first sign of danger, I'd run back to my room and barricade it with the dresser. Creeping to the edge of the landing, I peered down the stairs, gripping the lamp tightly in my palm. Darkness flooded the bottom, and silence spread uneasily across the house. What was going on down there? Had the animal left already? Or is it waiting, hiding in the shadows, until I went past? Maybe it was watching me right in this moment, its eyes glinting in the dark. I shook away the fears, cursing myself for being irrational and paranoid. I didn't even know what kind of animal it was. It might not be dangerous after all. But if it had broken into the house, it must have some strength. All the doors and windows were triple glazed, reinforced. How it managed to smash through them filled me with an uneasy dread. I listened out for any signs of its presence. A breath that was not my own, the soft patter of paws, the rustle of fur. Nothing. Dead silence. Part of me was tempted to put down my guard and rush downstairs, but I knew that was foolish. Leaving my room had been foolish. There was still time to go back. But then I heard it. A soft whining wail. Muffin. He was still down there, maybe even in danger. Could never live with myself if I left him in the hands of such a cruel fate. Against all reason, I began to descend the stairs. I had lived in this house for years, and my feet knew every weakness in the wooden slats, knew the location of every creak and groan. I made my way down in silence, hardly breathing. If the intruder was still down there, I couldn't hear it anymore. Maybe it really had left. Hefting the lamp to the other hand, I peered around the wall, dividing the staircase from the rest of the house. The kitchen was just across the hall. It seemed the most likely source of the crash, since the back garden door was made entirely of frosted glass, and it was where I had seen the animal before. Nothing but yellow eyes in the darkness, a black shape streaking across the grass. The thought of it made me shudder. I held my breath, waiting a beat. Nothing disturbed the silence. Once I was confident in my movements, I stepped out of the shadows of the staircase and padded towards the kitchen, pressing my back against the wall with another stifled breath. Almost there. As soon as I confirmed the house was empty, I could grab Muffin and hide upstairs until the police came. At least, that's how I planned it in my head. But I had no idea if the house really was empty, or where Muffin was hiding. But I couldn't leave him, knowing he might be in danger, might be injured. He was all I had for family. I moved quickly, twisting around to face the kitchen door with the lamp held aloft, ready to strike if anything came at me from the dark. Nothing. The kitchen was empty. Still wary of the shadows, I went inside. Pain immediately exploded along my foot, and I staggered back with a gasp. Wincing hard, something warm and wet began to pull against my skin. And I realized too late there was glass all over the floor, shattered into thousands of shards. Cursing under my breath, I limped back, leaning heavily against the wall with ragged breaths. If the animal was still here, I just alerted it to my presence. It felt almost like a trap. The way the glass was sprinkled right in front of the doorway, on the opposite side of the kitchen to the broken door. How it had gotten all the way over there? The rest of the kitchen was trashed. There was a smashed plate on the floor, and appliances had been knocked over on their sides. But no animal, no trace of anything at all, other than the mess it had created. The rest of the house was quiet too. But just because the animal wasn't inside didn't mean it was gone. It had easy access between the garden and the kitchen now that the door was broken. I had to get out of there as quickly as possible. Muffin, I hissed lowly, squinting to see if I could see the cat anywhere. I knew I heard him cry earlier, which gave me hope he was still in the house somewhere. Muffin, come here, kitty. A shape darted suddenly to my left, and my heart plummeted into my stomach. My fingers grasped the light, ready to strike. Oh, Muffin, I gasped in relief as the cat rubbed against my leg, crying softly. I'm so glad you're safe. I scooped him up, wincing at the pain in my foot, and half stumbled back upstairs. When the authorities came later that night, they confirmed that the animal had left. Upon my request, they took samples from the tracks outside and ran it through the database. The results came back inconclusive. The strange thing is, at some point in time, they began to get secretive about the results, and they did their best to quiet me down about the entire incident. All I know is animal tracks in my garden belonged to no animal they had ever seen before. No one returned my calls after that. Now, on most nights, I can't help but look out my window. I don't know what I expect to see, aside from the yellow glowing eyes staring back. The nurse enters Tommy's room for his round of evening meds. She greets him with her normal forced smile and false platitudes. "Good evening, Tommy. How are you? It's time for your meds." She hands Tommy's medications to him before turning her back to grab a cup of water. Tommy dumps the pills out of the cup and into his hand. He places the medication under his pillow and puts the Skittles that he had saved from lunch that day into the medication cup. The nurse watched as he placed the medication into his mouth and drank the water. After he finished, she checked to make sure that he swallowed the meds. The nurse bids Tommy a good night as she leaves the room. Tommy reaches under his pillow once the door is shut. He retrieves the medication before walking over to the sink. He drops the pills down the drain and stares at his reflection in the mirror. "Tonight's the night we are getting out of this place," he says, getting dressed in some warmer clothing to fend off the cold. He lays down in bed and waits for the moment the lights will go out and he can enact his plan. Every night, they would shut off the lights and do a room check to ensure that all the patients were accounted for. Tommy's medication would always knock him out shortly after taking them, which is why they were more relaxed when checking his room. So he would catch them off guard this time when they opened his door and stepped inside. He is patiently awaiting his opportunity. Finally, around 10 o'clock that night, the lights went out. Shortly after, the sounds of rooms being checked could be heard echoing down each hall. Each step and the door that opened told Tommy the location of the approaching nurse. She was getting closer and closer every second. The excitement of this moment grew, and it made it hard for him to stay still and act as if he were sleeping. But that was exactly what he had to do. He heard the jingle of keys and the sound of the lock on his door being unlatched before the nurse swung open the door. If the lights had been on, the nurse would have noticed his sinister smile that crossed his lips, but she did not. The nurse casually approaches Tommy's bed, like she had hundreds of times before. Since he was considered one of the most dangerous patients, they had to physically check on him. Complacency had clearly set in when Tommy sat up and wrapped his hands around her neck. She was in such shock that not even a sound escaped her lips as he crushed her windpipes, leaving her lifeless body in his bed. He did so that no one would notice his absence until the morning. Grabbing her access card to the building, he slowly makes his way out of the room and to the nearest exit of the facility. As Tommy makes his way to the fire exit, the nurses all use that for their smoke breaks. He also knew the alarm would be disabled, making this the best chance of escaping the facility. The barely lit hallways made it hard to navigate, but Tommy had practiced this route many times during the day, so muscle memory took over. He rounded the corner and came face to face with a janitor that was holding a wastebasket and getting ready to dump it into his cart. The janitor drops the wastebasket onto the ground upon seeing Tommy. It makes an earth-shattering noise. Tommy was worried about it drawing attention, but first he had to deal with the janitor. Trying to make a break for it, the janitor turns around and attempts to run away. However, Tommy, being bigger and faster, grabs him by his ponytail and smashes his head off the wall. Looking to see what could be used to finish the job, Tommy grabs a funnel and a bottle of bleach. Whilst turning over the janitor, He shoves the funnel into his mouth, pouring the entire container down the incapacitated man's esophagus. "Who's gonna clean this shit up now?" He lightly laughs. Tommy leaves the janitor's dead body lying in the middle of the hallway while making his way to the exit. It takes a few minutes, but he finally arrives at the emergency exit. He uses the fire escape ladder and sets foot on the frozen ground. The wind whips at his face, the cold biting through his clothing. Tommy got the lay of the land before noticing a little shack that was lit up like a beacon in the darkness. Tommy makes his way closer to the building. The security guard could not hear Tommy slowly approaching over the wind, nor could he see Tommy due to the black clothing that Tommy is wearing. It allows Tommy to blend in with the night. Tommy approaches the guard shack and quietly knocks on the door, which startles the guard. Not knowing what is happening, the guard opens the door and steps outside. He looks around and notices nothing but the wind blowing the freshly laid snow around. Tommy slips behind him and snaps his neck, dragging the guard into the shack. He approaches the gate and swipes the nurse's access card. The old gate that once stood as a sentry, keeping him locked in, opens up, granting him his long-sought freedom. Tommy walks through the gate, letting the wind hit him in the face as he enjoys the feeling of freedom for the first time in many years. He makes his way to the road, walking the way he had come all those long years ago. And as luck would have it, a car drives by him about 30 minutes after escaping the institution. Tommy holds out his thumb, hoping that these people would be kind enough to pick up a complete stranger. He thought the car would not stop at first, but soon he realized that the driver was slowly bringing it to a halt. The driver cracks the passenger side window as he began to walk towards it. Tommy bends down, his elbows resting against the car door. "Thank God y'all stopped. I've been walking for what feels like an eternity in the cold. My girlfriend and I had a fight, and she kicked me out of the car. Is there any chance y'all could give me a ride into town? I'd greatly appreciate it." Tommy blows into his hands and gives the couple a shy, awkward smile. The couple look at each other, and the wife opens her mouth. "Honey, I know we don't usually do this kind of thing, but it's almost Christmas, and it's not very far," she said. The husband looked him up and down, and opened his mouth as well. "No funny business, okay, buddy? I am armed, and I will not hesitate to end you if you try something. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, I understand. You will have no problem from me." Tommy puts his hands in the air. Another smile crept across his face, this one more menacing than the last, and made the couple uncomfortable. But they figured it was just a trick of their minds. They unlocked the door, and he opened it up, letting himself in. Tommy could faintly hear the sounds of the alarm going off at his former place of residence. Getting into the car, Tommy was honestly grateful to these strangers for stopping. It was freezing outside, and the warmth of the car was a welcome change of circumstance. They drove in absolute silence. Tommy noticed the husband was continuously checking the mirror to ensure that his unexpected passenger was not up to anything funny. The drive was slow due to the winter conditions, but they made it to town. Upon entering the town, the husband opened his mouth once more. "Where should I drop you off at?" He glanced at Tommy. The look that he gave him screamed that he wanted nothing more than to be rid of the man. Tommy asked him if there was a motel anywhere nearby. "In fact, there is one close by. This is a small town, and everyone knows everyone. I'll take you there." Arriving at the motel, Tommy got out of the car, and he thanked the kind strangers for the lift. He turned around to make his way to the motel after watching the darkness swallow up their headlights. However, he didn't make it too far, because he heard the sounds of a bell. He turned around and looked. He saw a fat man dressed in a Santa Claus outfit. Across the street, a sinister plan took hold. He would kill him, dress up as Santa Claus, and punish this town. He had been locked up in a cage like an animal, so An animal is what the world would get. Tommy slowly approached the man to strike up a friendly conversation, but not before picking up a small metal pipe he found on the ground. Hey there. How are you this evening? Working late, I see. And in the cold like this? You must really be dedicated to helping the needy. Huh. Tommy states with a hint of sarcasm. The man looks up to respond to this new stranger, but before he could speak, he sees the glint of the pipe as the moonlight hits it, and he was struck hard in the windpipe before he had the chance to react. The man dropped to the ground hard as he blacked out. Tommy realized that the guy had not died. He looks down at the unconscious man. Well, it looks like I didn't crush your windpipe. That's a shame. Let's get you inside. I can't have you bleeding all over my new suit. He laughs at his own joke. Pulling the man into the building was far harder than he expected, yet he managed to do so and stripped the unconscious man of the suit. He then changed into the outfit and took the man's duffel bag that contained his street clothes. The man begins to stir as Tommy walks over to him and brings down his foot onto the throat of the impersonator several times until he was certain the man was dead. After Tommy's finished, he mocks the dead man. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! After he finished mocking his last victim, he makes sure to grab his wallet and money the man had on him. Tommy put the hat on to help fend off the cold and made his way into the motel and checked himself in. Walking inside, he noticed this wasn't the nicest building he had seen, but he saw evidence of the holiday cheer all over the place. In the corner of the lobby sat a tree that had been decorated with Christmas ornaments. He could hear Silent Night playing on the radio. Hell, even the clerk was in the holiday spirit. She wore a green sweater with a hat that you would see on the elves in the movies, equipped with pointed ears and all. This brought an honest smile to Tommy's lips. He nonchalantly approaches the counter. Ah, just what I needed. One of Santa's little helpers. He says with a bit of a chuckle. The clerk seems to take offense as she makes a sound of disgust, but her expression changes when she looks up to see the hat he is wearing. She smiles brightly. Hello, sir. How can I be of assistance? She practically sang out. It must be a slow night tonight, Tommy thought to himself. He clears his throat before his lips part. I need a room, if it's not too much trouble. I seem to find myself stranded, and with the way the weather is, I figured it would be the best idea to find a place where I can hunker down until the morning. The woman glances down at her computer, eyes attentively looking across the screen. Well, let's take a look and see if I can find a place to squeeze you in. As you can tell, we are packed. She gestures at the empty lobby. She laughs at her own joke. While checking him in, she hands over the room key. Tom begins to walk in the direction of his room. He gives the woman a little wave and a smile on his lips. I'll be seeing you soon, he says quietly. It's just a few days until Christmas Eve, and Tommy wants to be well rested for the night, considering all of the fun activities that he has planned. The door to the hotel room shuts behind Tommy. The first thing he wants to do is take a shower to warm up, and then he will begin to prepare for what could be the best sleep he has had since being placed into that mental institution. Thinking about this time of his life brought back memories that he had long forgotten. Tommy remembers a time when he was 13 years old and his grandmother told him the tale of Krampus. It was on a Christmas Eve, a lot like this one, cold as balls, with the wind whipping around and snowing. He sat by a fireplace, listening to his grandmother, or Oma, as they called her back then. She would tell him all kinds of Christmas tales. This year, though, his Oma had told him a new one, which, up until this point, his mother would never let her tell him. The tale of Krampus, and what he did to naughty children. It had been 21 plus years, yet he remembers that terrifying tale of the half-man and half-goat creature, and how he would drag the naughty children to his hellish wonderland. That night, when he went upstairs to brush his teeth and get ready for bed, he saw Krampus in the mirror. When Krampus would appear to him, he would tell Tommy to punish the guilty that he lived with. That night, as his family slept, he snuck into his mother and father's room and cut both of their throats. However, for his younger sister and brother, who shared a room, he would not kill them, but they must still be punished. He crept outside to the birch tree that had been on that property for far longer than he had been alive, and grabbed a very thin yet sturdy branch off the tree. Tommy made his way back into his house, up the staircase, and into his sibling's room. He locked the door behind him before ripping off the blankets of his brother. Tommy viciously beat him with the switch. His brother was unconscious, and his back was bleeding by the time Tommy was finished with him. He towered over his sister and said, "Come now, sister dear. It's your turn." His sister tried to run past him, but he struck her with the switch, causing her to fall to the ground, and he did the same to her as he did to his younger brother. Tommy called 911, claiming that he needed to get his brother and sister medical help. After he had finished punishing them, Krampus did order him to not let them die after all. Tommy confessed to the crime once the ambulance and police arrived. He told the police about Krampus and how he was forced to do it. That event is what led him to being incarcerated in a psychiatric facility and not a prison. Reliving that night caused a chill to run down his spine. He had not thought about that night in a long time. The meds he had to consume on a day-to-day basis saw to that. Now that his head was clearing up, and he began to feel like his old self once more, as the numbness faded, Tommy lays down in his freshly made bed. It was so much softer than his last bed. He is transported into another world, one darker, blanketed in snow, and harsher than where he came from. Upon laying in the bed for a short moment, Tommy begins to explore this new world. He could hear the tormented screams of what sounded like children coming from a large castle-looking building. Out of curiosity, he continues his exploration. Once he steps foot onto a concrete landing, the castle doors open up by itself. His eyes widen in fear as he looks at the figure standing in front of him. The horrific Krampus towered over him, picking him up like he was an infant, pinning him to the wall. He hears Krampus speak, but the mouth never moves. It's like he is in Tommy's head and knows what he is thinking.
You come to my house and scurry around. It is not your time to be here. Now go, and make the naughty people in the town pay for their sins. If you do, I may not bring you here to play in the future. However, if you fail this is what is in store for you.
Krampus growls. Krampus shows Tommy a vision of him being hung up on a meat hook while he is having his skin cut from his body. But no matter how much was cut away, he would never pass out or die. After Krampus was finished with him, he would leave, and the skin would slowly regenerate, and that horrific creature would do it all over again the next night. Tommy sat upright in bed, the sheets soaked with sweat. He starts to think that it was all a dream, when suddenly he hears that sickening laugh of Krampus in his head.
Don't forget what I've shown you, little mouse.
Krampus laughs. Tommy quickly gets out of bed. He walks into the bathroom and turns on the water to the shower. He hopes that the water's warmth will help calm his nerves. Hot water cascades down Tommy's head, allowing him to become lost in the luxuries of this hotel that he never had back at the institution. With Christmas Eve being tomorrow, he needed to plan precisely how he was going to carry out his duty of punishing the guilty in this town to prevent himself from having to go back to that hellish wonderland. Just the thought of that world and what awaited him brought back last night's fear. causing him to break out in a sweat once again. Tommy shuts the water off the shower. He rapidly dries himself with a towel before putting on his clothing. He leaves the room, the door closing behind him as he walks down the hallway and into the lobby of the motel. He walks up to the desk clerk, the same one from last night. He forced a pleasant smile on his face. "Still here, huh?" "Yep. In fact, I'm just finishing up with the last few things I need to do before I can go home." "Did you need something?" she asked. Tommy swears that he noticed a glint of lust in her eyes. "Actually, I need to get some stuff from the hardware store. I don't want to be too much of a bother, but would you be so kind as to tell me how to get there?" Tommy gives her a playful wink, and the motel clerk returns the pleasant smile with one of her own. "Name's Amy. I'm actually heading that way when I leave to go home. It's a few miles from here, and not out of my way. If you want to wait until I'm finished, I could give you a lift." "That sounds great," Tommy said with a big smile. He waits for an hour until she comes out of the room. "All ready to go?" she asks. Tommy notices that she smelled nicer, like she had put on some perfume before leaving the back. "That smells really nice," Tommy remarked. "Thank you for noticing. It's a perfume my mother got for me. I don't recall what the name is, but I always love the smell." "Well, let's hit the road." Amy blushes. Amy walks alongside Tommy as they exit the building. She guides him to the car, where they both get in. Amy pulls out of the parking lot and heads down the road. The trip took only a few minutes. They drove in relative silence. Tommy gets out of the car after they arrive at the hardware store. However, he looks at Amy before walking away. "Will you be working this evening?" he asked. "Yes. In fact, I will be there all night," Amy responds. "Great. Well then, I'll see you this evening. You know where I sleep after all," Tommy says, giving her another playful wink. "Haha, that I do. I'll see you this evening." She returns the wink. Her cheeks blush a light pink, and she drives off. The bell on the door to the hardware store chimes, the ringing echoing throughout the store, which alerts the owner to Tommy's presence. A man looks up from the shelf he had just been stocking. "Ah, well, hello there. I don't believe I've seen you around before. Have I?" the owner asked. He calmly approaches Tommy with an outstretched hand. Tommy politely shakes the man's hand and smiles at him. "Nope, you have never seen me around. I'm just visiting for a few days," Tommy explains. "I'm visiting my aunt, and she has some housework she needs to do. I'm in need of some supplies." "Ah, well, that's a good lad. You don't see many people helping out their families like that these days. What will you be needing?" Tommy thinks about it for a while. "I'll circular saw, trash bags, hammer, nails, chlorine. My aunt needs it for around the house. Oh, and if you have any wooden bats, I want to go to the batting cages later. I find it's a nice way to relax," Tommy says. The owner listens to Tommy as he speaks. He guides Tommy through the store to help him retrieve all his items. Tommy places them into the duffel bag he brought with him from the motel. The owner directs Tommy back to the front of the store, where he proceeds to check him out. During the middle of the transaction, Tommy realizes he doesn't have enough cash on hand to purchase everything. Tommy rubs the back of his neck as if he feels embarrassed. Look, my aunt didn't give me enough money to cover all this, and I left my stuff back at her home. Let me tell you what, let me get the bat, nails, and a hammer. I should be able to get a lot of that done today, and I can come back with the rest of it later," he says. Tommy pays the man with a little cash he had on him. He gathers his materials and makes his way out of the store and in the direction of the motel. A thought occurred to him during his walk. He could put the nails into the bat and make what he was about to do a lot easier. So, on his way back, he looked for an area where he could work quietly. An abandoned farm happened to come into view during Tommy's walk. He walked to the shed, only to find it covered in years' worth of dust. Yet, the table had a device that could hold the bat in place, as long as the table doesn't fall apart, that is. Placing the bat into the machine, he pulls on it to make sure that the bat will not move. In fact, it stayed stationary. As he did this work, happy the bat will not move, he pulls out the hammer along with the nails and began to work, hammering one nail at a time through the bat on every side, while being sure not to compromise the integrity of the bat. Hours of hard labor passed before Tommy was satisfied with his work. He placed the bat into the duffel bag and quickly makes his way back to the motel. Tommy walks into his motel room, falling onto the bed and back into a peaceful slumber. He awakens around 7 in the evening to his alarm clock ringing. He sluggishly pulls on his clothing and makes his way to the lobby once more. As he enters the lobby, he notices Amy, a smile instantly spreading across his lips as he approached her. "Oh, hi. Just the girl I was hoping to see. I was wondering if you could bring me some fresh towels to my room," he said with a wink. A blush spreads across her cheeks. "And maybe hang out for a bit?" "Absolutely, sir. I will be right in with some extra towels." Amy giggles at the cuteness of the man in front of her. Tommy heads back to his room, where he awaits the arrival of his guest. Not more than 10 minutes pass by until he hears a knock at the door. He hollers for the person to come in. The door opens, and Amy walks into the room with fresh towels in hand. "Set 'em over there." He points to the table. The instant Amy turns her back is when Tommy lifts the bat and cracks her on the back of the head. The bat gets stuck, causing Tommy to have to place his foot on her back and pull the bat free. He watches as her limp body falls. Amy lands on top of the white towels she had brought into the room. However, she is still alive. She moans in agony while her body twitches. Tommy delivers 3 more strikes to her head to ensure that she is good and very well dead. The once eggshell white towels are now stained a deep crimson from the blood they absorbed from the brutal beating that had just occurred. "Well, let the games begin," he says aloud. Tommy gets another hot shower, changes his clothing, and cleans himself off before leaving the room. He could not walk through the lobby covered in blood, because that may raise some questions. He places his bat in the duffel bag, leaving the room, and locks it while putting the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. Tommy leaves the motel in a bit of a hurry. He gets a reasonable distance away from the motel while enjoying the crisp and cool winter air. He sees an older man, maybe in his 50s, walking on the other side of the road. Tommy smiles. He crosses the road after getting out of the man's sight. He hastily walks up behind the older man. "Hey, old timer, you got a light? Mine seems to have died, and I would appreciate the help," Tommy says. The older man slowly turns around. His age clearly made it hard for him to move quickly, and about halfway through turning to face Tommy, he spotted the bat with the nails protruding out of it. His eyes grew wide as Tommy quickly lifts the bat, taking his stance and swinging the bat into his temple of the older man. The hit caused the older man's skull to crack, and he limply fell to the ground. He was not stuck again. Tommy leaves the body just lying on the ground and continues the night of merriment. Walking further down the road, he comes to a small house and decides that this makes for an excellent first stop. He turns the doorknob, which easily opens without any noise. Of course, they don't have their doors locked. I doubt anything worse goes on in this town than a guy jaywalking, Tommy thinks to himself. Tommy makes his way up the stairs. He noticed that this house belongs to a family of 4. Upon creeping towards the unsuspecting family, a grin forms on his lips as he noticed that the husband in the picture is the hardware store owner. "Well, It's time to show him how much I appreciate the products he sold me. There are 3 rooms on the 2nd floor of the house. The bathroom with the door wide open. A room that had a card that said, "Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad. Love you." And the door that led to the mother and father's bedroom. That was his first step. Quietly turning the doorknob of the parents' bedroom and carefully opening the door, he sees both of them sleeping soundly. Creeping closer to them, he whispers, "Merry Christmas," as he brings the bat down on the husband's skull. The wife is awoken to the horrifying sound of a skull cracking. She hysterically screams, but Tommy delivers a savage blow to her as well. Tommy's now covered in blood, and the wall certainly had a new paint job by the time he was done murdering the parents. He looks around the room, satisfied with his handiwork. Huh, looks better this way. Now, time to go check on the kiddos. He walks towards the room where the kids lay sleeping. However, a sudden voice speaks to him. Krampus asks. Yes, I understand. Tommy nods. He noticed the flashing lights bleeding through the parted curtains on the window as he walks down the staircase. Tommy exits the house, covered in blood, only to be greeted with the sight of 4 police cruisers, which is when he noticed a sign in the yard of the house proclaiming that it is protected by home security. Shit. Well, this is fucking perfect. One of the cops yells at Tommy to lay down his weapon. A wicked grin creeps across Tommy's face as he charges at the line of officers. The second he starts to run, the officers open fire, which causes him to fall to the ground before getting within 10 feet of them. Krampus appears behind Tommy as he lays bleeding out. Krampus reaches out and grabs hold of Tommy's jacket before dragging him to the hellish wonderland of his nightmares. Krampus drags Tommy back to the wicked castle and down to the dungeon where he promised Tommy would end up if he had failed. Tommy has the meat hooks thrust into his back, it protruding from his chest. Krampus says. Krampus starts to cut into Tommy, one piece at a time. Tommy is startled awake due to the sounds of his own screaming. Those screams for help are swallowed up by the darkness surrounding him. His limbs struggle beneath the leather straps that bind him to his bed. Recognition slowly takes hold of Tommy as he comes to realize that he is once again in his room at the mental institution. I was 8 years old and in the hospital. My mother was caressing my shoulders. Familiar worry etched into her face. The white room we were in smelled like flowers, dripped in rubbing alcohol. Next to her was the doctor, hunched towards me and taking his sweet time suturing the final stitch in my fingertip. The one I foolishly sliced open with a can lid. It hurt. Even with the shots they gave me, it still hurt. But behind the mild tug and sharp jolt of pain, my mind took notice of something moving in the room. A small gray shape floated by the doctor's head, an orb, like a snow globe. Aimlessly it wafted around the room, a helpless bubble caught in an unseen current. The inside of it fluttered with swarming sparks of light that made me think of fireflies. All at once, the sparks condensed in the orb's center, throbbing brightly with a pulse of light, and then, continuing to swarm in their different directions. They did this at a steady pace. Thump, 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 just like the pulse in my finger. Mom? I finally asked. Do you see the fairies? Both she and the doctor exchanged puzzled looks. That was the first time I saw them. The second time was at my friend's house in the 7th grade. It was a school night, and we'd spent the evening shifting between scary movies and reaction videos. What had started for me as a slight ache in my temple soon escalated into a pounding migraine. My head was absolutely killing me, and my friend's dad let me sleep on his couch until the painkillers sedated me. In the quiet darkness of his stairway, I caught another orb in my peripheral vision. Its hazy, light-filled body drifted by the stairs. The same clustered specks, the same whisking, clueless movements. But one thing was different. This time, I could smell the strong, musty smell of an ashtray. When the painkillers kicked in, both the orbs and the smell were gone. It wouldn't be until later that same month that I found out my friend had lost his mother to lung cancer, caused by her favorite cigarettes. There's an eerie comfort in realizing that you aren't crazy, that the things you noticed all of your life weren't just figments being upchucked out of your imagination. Pain, that's the trigger point. It's the only way I can see these spirits, entities, or whatever you'd like to call them. I've always considered that a blessing. Without my endorphins working as an off switch, I'd see them everywhere, coasting all over the place, bumping into each other like jellyfish corpses. I've tried touching them, even going as far as trying to catch one in a jar. No dice. They're all incorporeal. Not all of them have their own distinct smell. Don't ask me what factors into that either. Sometimes, if I'm close enough to one, I can make out something reflecting off its transparent surface. A faint glimpse of lips, hair, maybe an eye staring back at me. I don't consider myself a medium or anything, high-browed like that, nor do I talk to anyone about these sorts of things. Attention isn't something I seek. To be honest, I'm just someone used to being out of the ordinary. I was born with cat eye syndrome in my left pupil, an anomaly that elongates its shape. Contrary to the name, my pupil looks more like a glob of ink sliding down my iris than the eye of a gray cat. Because it can't dilate on its own, I'm also extra sensitive to bright things. For the most part, I've gotten used to the double takes from people, the look one more time, then snap away approach. School thickened that tolerance. Kids called me Cyclops, and liked to spread rumors that I was infected with some horrific disease. I'm not sure if it's the reason I can see the things that I do, but one thing is certain, my left eye can spot them a lot more clearly in the dark. One Thursday evening, in the focal point of the summer, my uncle contacted my father and asked if I'd like to visit him for a few days. My uncle was looking for some last-minute assistance, renovating a new home he was getting ready to move into, and offered me a chance to make some extra money. Considering he'd cover the flight to Mississippi, I took him up on it. Being a fresh graduate out of high school, I was scrounging up whatever funds I could for college. The trip from Los Angeles to Delta, Mississippi was over 3 hours, and my Uncle Davin was already there at the parking spot. I wasn't just there for the job. Getting to see him was worth the flight all on its own. You never met a brighter spirit than his, always smiling and lending a helping hand, despite his own personal troubles. When he wasn't preaching at his local church, he was giving back to the community, somewhere, some way. Catch the Southern Spirit, a dented sign said, welcoming us to Holmes County. Whatever that was, I hoped it wasn't contagious. We reached where I'd be staying for the next few days, a farmhouse that could easily fit a family of 5. Uncle Davin's backyard opened up to a large field with trees lining the borders. In the distance was the decaying corpse of an abandoned barn. The closest neighbors were miles away, between vast cotton fields and cypress swamps. If anyone ever asked my uncle why he chose the backwoods of Mississippi, he'd merely shrug and say, "We're all sick of the noise, I guess." Ironic, considering the obscene number of mockingbirds surrounding his property. You couldn't take 2 steps out his front door before hearing them whistle at you from the tree line. Even at night, the lonely males sang. I'm sure my uncle did need help with the refurbishment, but more than likely, he just wanted some company. Aunt Rosie, his wife, had passed away due to heart conditions not long ago. They'd moved there together some time ago, to the land of flat glades and blues music, only for one of them to be left behind. I'd met Aunt Rosie a handful of times, and each visit she seemed nothing but kind and generous. It was unfortunate we'd been unable to make it to her funeral due to my father's poor planning with flight tickets and mixing up the dates. Despite that, Uncle Davin had no bad feelings towards his brother. By nightfall, I had finished packing in the guest room and waited the forlorn songs to put me to sleep. The next morning, we got up early, ate breakfast, and made our way to the job. We'd spent the whole afternoon cleaning rooms, tearing out carpet, and sanding down the hardwood floors. By the end of the day, we'd managed to finish a few rooms and get started on the bathroom tiles. I was exhausted. On a long stretch of road back to my uncle's house, he gave me a hefty pat on the shoulder. Thanks for the help, pal, and for coming in general. Yeah, no problem. I yawned. He averted his gaze back to the road and started to whistle the tune Home on the Range. That was her favorite song, you know, he said. The same one she'd always sing after church, of course. The little big bastards learned it, so I can still hear it in the driveway. A hard sigh blew out of his nose. It's hard being honest with yourself, isn't it? What do you mean? I asked. He tightened his lips. I mean, having to accept that things change, no matter what you do or could have done. It's good to embrace life, to accept the fact that it's both cruel and beautiful. I watched his neck slightly turn towards the pale orange tint of the sky. You can thank God that you still have eyes that can see the sunset, but it will never look as pretty as it used to. He then switched on the radio, and we drove the rest of the way in silence. That night, instead of sleeping, I was doodling some sketches on the writing desk in my room. I'm no artist, but it was a nice distraction from Uncle Davin's long, slow snores floating down the hallway. Something then grazed my nose, a lingering fragrance of floral and citrus perfume. I looked around the room and spotted movement at my door, a small dancing orb. Its center seemed to wink when it got my attention. The lamp on the desk flickered slightly. But I wasn't in pain. In fact, I felt fine. An icy worry crept down my neck. Was I in pain? Somewhere? And hadn't even noticed? The orb lazily approached me and then hastened back to the doorway. I'd never seen one move like that before. Curious, I moved towards it and watched as it made its way towards the stairs and stopped, waiting. It wanted me to follow it. Another realization sparked inside me. This was Aunt Rosie's perfume. I trailed down the steps after the orb and watched as it sank through the door to the backyard. Grabbing my jacket and my shoes, I stepped into the cold of the outside. Sharp air brushed my cheeks. Cicadas made soughing sounds from the underbrush, underscoring the mockingbird's whistles. The orb was in the field, blinking like a distant lantern. When I finally reached it, the thing dropped and sank into a dead patch of grass. Then the bird started to scream. A whiteness swelled out of the ground. It lit up the surrounding turf, still inflating like an oversized balloon about to burst. I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the intense glow. It was huge, a large round tumor of vibrating, pulsing light. Thump, 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 thump. And inside the white plastered center of the haze were black twisting shapes, vague shadowy objects forming a blot of ink on the canvas. What do you see? Rorschach asked. Hands, fingers, all forming out of the white milky haze, claws at its insides. Tormented, wailing faces were pushing outwards against the orbs, stretching yet unyielding inner walls, their silhouette mouths stretched open in soundless agony. The brightness shot pain in my left pupil, but I didn't dare look away. I felt dizzy, like I needed to grab onto something, to clasp a little bit of reality back into my hands. But there was nothing, just me, the field, and the orb full of terrible, writhing things, a playground of pure hysteria. Then, out of the squirming void formed a woman's face, Aunt Rosie's face, her features as clear as day, Her eyes held the desperate look of someone helpless. Her skin was pasty and loose like melting wax. Her hair was tangled and clumped with dark clots of mud. I watched her colorless lips open and close, speaking, but no words reached me. My legs trembled and I staggered back. I felt like someone on stilts, about to snap their neck along the pavement. I was gonna faint. Before the dizziness took over, I craned my neck towards the house. The lamp in my room was flicking rapidly. Then, nothing. I'm not sure how long I was out, but when I came to, the orb and my aunt's face were gone. Needless to say, sleep was a non-existent thing that night. Every so often, I'd once more peer out the window, wondering if I'd see the glow in that field again. When morning came, it didn't take long for my uncle to notice how exhausted I was. "You alright, pal?" he asked, as I dozed off in the passenger seat. "Yeah, just didn't sleep much last night. I'm alright." I wasn't, not by a long shot. Part of me wanted to tell him the truth, that hours ago, his deceased wife had somehow made contact with me, that she looked distressed, like she needed help. But what would that do to him? He'd been through enough as it was. No, I need to ruminate on it some more. Another hard day of work, and we completed a good portion of the house. To celebrate, we went out to eat and watched some late-night stand-up. 2.5 hours after that, I was sitting at the desk, still eyeing the field. I wasn't sure what to expect, or even how to digest the information I already had. Then, sure as hell, just as I started to feel that pinprick of ease, the small orb floated by. Its delicate light blinking at me, perfume wafted in my face. Still, there was no pain. I swallowed hard.
"Aunt Rosie, is that you?"
No response, just more drifting. I tried again. "If that's you, make a sound. Move to the hall. Give me a sign or something." As I said that, the lamp on my writing desk flickered. "Can you do that again?" I asked. The light spasmed once more. "I need to know if you need help." As though harnessed to my voice, the lamp started flickering. Its light again. It stopped and started again, repeating the same exact pattern twice more. Pulses that were short, long, and distinct. Without thinking, I grabbed a sheet of paper and started to write. It was a jumbled, seemingly random flicker to most, but to me, it was a signal. I should thank my time as a Boy Scout for that. We used to spout swear words to the neighboring troops with our flashlights. I scribbled a sequence the orbs was repeating. Help. So that was it? We were communicating. "You need to tell me more," I said. "Why do you need help?" The lamp flashed again, steadily, adding to the pattern. "Help us." I twisted my head towards the orb, which was now circling the room like an intoxicated spirit. She was calling to me, pleading for help. But it was not just Aunt Rosie. There were more of them. There was us. Before I even asked another question, the message shifted. Killed. I felt a sharp pain of anxiousness. Why that word? Why that awful, awful word? A cold, jagged word that punched into me like cold metal. My heart lurched painfully, as if pumping excess fluids from my chest, trying to save itself from drowning. I didn't want to ask the next question. I didn't want the answer. Who killed you? Husband. No, 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 no. I crossed the word out, as though that held every ounce of power. It wasn't possible. My uncle was a saint, the most selfless man I knew. He cared for people. He gave sermons at church. He never hurt anyone, let alone the love of his life. My brain rejected the notion. It was wrong. It had to be. The lamp blinked out another sequence, pausing because the bulb was starting to go out. Just as the last spark of life shot out, I got the final message. Basement. When I checked back on the orb, it was also gone, fizzled. Gathering my thoughts, I quietly moved my way to the basement door. The stairs shuddered under me. It had to have been 4, maybe 5 in the morning. I didn't know and didn't care. Sleep was the last thing on my overloaded brain. The basement was cold and spacious, with concrete walls. gray cabinets, and workbench against a wall. Beyond that was just a small square window to the backyard. I paced the room, unsure of what I was even looking for. On the right side of the room was a door propped inches open. I pulled it open, and the rest of the way revealed a small closet with a chair in the center. The chair had thick leather straps made for wrists and ankles. The legs were firmly nailed into the ground. It looked like something made for a hysterical patient in a psych ward. The wooden arms were perforated with deep grooves where fingernails had scraped into them. Surrounding the chair in the closet was a rough circle of salt, lined with rows of non-melted candles. I had to step back and remind myself to breathe. The thought of being strapped down in that small, vertical space gave me a choking, suffocating feeling. I went back to my bedroom, where sleep would never find its way back to me. Before I knew it, my uncle and I were making the final trip to get the remaining rooms refurbished. Throughout the day, there was an evident awkwardness between us. The chair was a constant overtone in my thoughts. I was thinking of 1,000 ways to bring it up to him. It felt like a dangerous question, like one I should save for after I was gone. One for over the phone. But even then, what would that do? During the drive back to his house, I couldn't hold it anymore. I had to say something. Uncle Davin? He tilted his head towards me. Sorry to ask this, but it's been eating at me for a while now. How did Aunt Rose die exactly? Something stirred in his eyes. A subtle flicker of surprise that quickly sunk back to the corner it was hiding in. Sorry? He coughed. I wasn't expecting a question like that. She had heart problems. Didn't I tell you? And your folks already? No, not me, I lied. You probably mentioned it to my parents, though. Ah, yeah, you're probably right. What has you so curious? He gave me a quizzical look. Just a chair in your basement? My thoughts pestered. Yes, just a chair with the leather straps and nailed legs. Who was that for? No reason, I shrugged. Just a bad dream I had last night. The conversation dwindled after that, and didn't speak again for the rest of the evening. I was sitting at the writing desk, chewing my nails down to ragged stumps. The bulb I had replaced had not blinked or fluttered. My flight was tomorrow, and I couldn't tell if I was dreading it or yearning for it. I rang my dad's phone, to no avail, and my mom's was going straight to her voicemail. Just wanted to talk to her, to hear anyone's voice in my head other than my own. There was a knock at the door. Come in, I said. My uncle lightly pushed the door open, a glass of dark whiskey in his hand. Hey, pal, he said. It's your last night up here. Did you want to watch a movie with me? No, thanks. I'm pretty tired, actually. His face gave a faint, troubled look. What's going on between us? I feel like you're upset. No, I'm not. Sorry. I just have a lot on my mind right now. You were in the basement, weren't you? A lump of panic formed in my throat. What? He sighed heavily and stepped towards the bed, practically stumbling into a hunched seat. I realized then how drunk he already was. That's why you asked, he muttered. Because you were, worried? Wasn't sure what to say. This wasn't Uncle Davin, sitting across from me, but a cheap carbon copy of him that drank itself silly and hid secrets from people. I'll share something with you, he said dryly. Something I haven't shared with the rest of the family, to be, honest. I've been rather self-conscious about it. His eyes wilted towards the whiskey between his hand. I used to be an exorcist. You know what that is, right? I nodded my head. Good boy. I figured you would. He chuckled nervously. I understand if subjects like that are fairy dust to you, but if you've seen what I have, you'd get it. Women molesting their own bodies, screaming at me with voices that didn't belong to them, eyes rolling in the back of their sockets, foam spewing from their mouths. People came to me for help. Yeah, they came to me, and I helped them, he repeated sullenly. I helped them all. What does that have to do with Aunt Rosie? He twirled the glass in his hand, spilling some liquor on the floor. The house never liked me, hated me from the start. Something was wrong with it. Something was here first, in the basement. Rosie found it, and it got to her. Made her act strange. He choked out the end of the sentence, pausing to wipe the tears from his cheek. She wanted to hurt me. She wanted to hurt herself. I had to do it. I had to get rid of her. And I did. But her heart... His body lurched into his lap. It was already so weak. Her heart... She couldn't make it. I can't go back down there. I can't. That's why you've been helping me renovate the new house. Because I can't be here anymore. It's too much for me. The rest of the words were drained into incoherent sobs. I'm sorry, pal. He wept. I'm sorry. I helped him off the bed and led him down the hall to his room. His breath reeked of disgusting alcohol. Tried. Couldn't get rid of it, he muttered as I got him to bed. Had to bury it. The door clicked shut behind me. I couldn't take it anymore. It was too much to break down. My legs brought me to the garage. Enough was enough. My uncertainty, every last bit of it, had graduated into searing clarity. Find the truth. I trudged through the backyard, shovel in hand. The cold air couldn't reach me. The mockingbirds were whistling and singing from the tree line. I marched to the dead patch of grass in the field and started digging. The birds shrilled in a choir of high-pitched whistles. Shut up! I barked at them, pushing the round, pointed blade deeper into the earth. Then I heard a subtle scrape of it hitting something. I dropped to my knees and raked the wet dirt aside. It looked like a wine box, absolutely caked in red, waxy substance. Things clotted around inside of it. This was it, the truth. I cracked open the seal and peered within. There were old pennies, a lock of black-brown hair, bound with a cord, a single candle holder, then light. A wave of light erupted out of the box. It washed over my wrists, slipping inside my sleeve like burning ice. It crawled up my arms, gushing out of the box like blood from an artery. The light swirled and expanded, covering over me in a roundish shape of a large spear. My body went numb. The world melted into vague, swirling images. I could still hear the crying of the mockingbirds, covering together into a fierce, rhythmless pitch. Louder, louder. It slid in my ears, blotting out all senses and understanding, drowning me inside out. I couldn't breathe anymore. Couldn't taste the cold air. My feet no longer felt ground under me. I was falling down a deep, airless shaft. No light, just endless, hungry darkness. The muscles in my arm tensed painfully. A voice that wasn't mine started to scream. When I came back, I was standing in a dark room. The screaming had stopped. My heart pounding my ribs like a caged animal. I was sticky with sweat. Whatever I was holding suddenly clattered onto the floor. A kitchen knife? Wet with blood. Dread swallowed my thoughts. My eyes traced the room. My uncle's room. And settled on the bed, where a bundle sat stationary beneath the covers. A body. The sheets were doused in red and torn greatly with newly opened slits. My trembling hands were coated in it. Help! My ruptured mind managed to pull together. We need to get help. I twisted towards the door and stopped. A slew of blood smeared over the wall in a crude, wet letters read, "Thank you." I called the police, but my uncle was long dead before they arrived. I was taken in and arrested since I was the only one in the house. The only one with the murder weapon. My prints were all over the crime scene. I'll be going to court for manslaughter charges pretty soon. According to my appointed lawyer, our best bet in the system is an insanity plea. Whatever had been inside that box had taken my body for a ride and stabbed Uncle Davin 20 times. I'll never forgive myself for letting that happen. Thank you, it told me, after I let it out. I'm sorry, Uncle Davin. I'm so sorry for what I've done to you, and whatever hell I've released into the world. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. This damn thing is really starting to get on my nerves. I angrily smacked the side of the machine a couple times. I knew it wouldn't fix it, but it was therapeutic to get my aggression out. I've been working in this office for 7 years of my life. I spent half of my 20s and part of my 30s working in this office, completing menial tasks and listening to the drone of the lights overhead. I've been to hundreds, probably thousands of pointless meetings, and taking on more tasks than I could honestly ever fathom. All of this, the joys, the hardship, the good and the bad times, were formed into an explosive ball of rage every single time I had to use this damned copy machine. Paper jam and rear loader. I stared at the small cracked screen on the front. This isn't a rear loader. You only have a front loader. Why are you lying to me? I smacked the side again while taking my aggression out on the machine with satisfaction. It wasn't going to solve my problems. I took a deep breath and paused. I needed these copies several hours ago, so I would have had time to get these bound for the board meeting the next day. At this point, I was already working half an hour over when I should have left, so there was no point in getting aggressive and trying to rush through things. I was going to be there for a few hours extra anyways. After troubleshooting the machine for another half an hour, I finally achieved what I needed. I went back to my desk and put together the presentation binders for the meeting. After finishing the last one, I glanced over to the clock on the wall, 8:40 p.m. I managed to burn away my entire night working on these pointless collections of paper. I grabbed my phone to see if my wife was angry with me for not coming home. That was when I noticed a text from John, my boss. We have an extra presentation partner at the meeting tomorrow. Make sure to have an extra binder. I stared at this text message. I could feel my blood pressure doubling. I spent the last 3 hours plus making these presentations, only to be one short. My eyes shifted to the copy machine, and I could feel the dread as it flooded through my veins. There was a moment where I wanted to send a text back to John, telling him to shove this binder so far into a specific orifice that he could determine the chemical makeup of the copier ink. But in that moment, I decided that paying my mortgage was more important than that single moment of euphoria. I pulled the binding from one of the already finished books and walked over to the machine, slamming the paper into the copy tray and staring down at the glowing LCD screen. I pressed a button to start the copy. The belts whirred and the tray lifted. Everything looked like it was going to work, and for a moment, I was almost feeling relieved that the machine and I had finally come to an understanding and respect each other. I say almost, because as soon as everything looked like it was going to work, the copier beeped and the screen shifted to a disgusting pure white screen with the small black text and the red exclamation point. I stared down to see what message was going to cause my aneurysm. Paper jam and rear loader. Once again, these words tore through my soul. The only benefit was that this time, I knew what to do. I pulled the front tray out and leaned down, staring into the paper mechanism. To my surprise, there wasn't a ball of paper crammed into the metal this time. My confusion and anger was more than palpable at this point. What the hell was wrong this time then? I replaced the drawer and started to stare at the various notes and symbols all over the machine. It was then I noticed that there was a small note that was sitting underneath the machine. I grabbed it and realized that it was my saving grace. Rear loader is actually top loader, lift top if jammed. The fact that I found this note at that moment was nothing shy of a sign from the gods of office work. I wanted to ask which god it was, but honestly, I didn't really care. I'd have been thankful if it were Loki playing a prank on me, or even Cthulhu sending me down the trail of madness. I lifted the top half of the machine, and, as if fate was finally going to make my life go my way, there was a half a sheet of paper that was crinkled into the slot. I reached in and tried to pull the paper out. The sheet tore in half, leaving some of it within the machine. Oh, no you don't, you bastard! I reached in further and gripped the paper as tight as I could. As I grabbed it and started to pull, I heard a clicking sound and the belt started to move. I looked over in confusion as the motor kicked on, not thinking about the fact that I was still holding onto the paper and my hand was still deep within the machine, the mechanism started to pull the paper that I was holding onto, and before I could let go, I felt the paper slide across my hand, cutting it. I pulled back in pain and stared at the paper as it was shoved through the machine and out the top. A small spot of blood sitting on the page. I glanced down at the cut that ran across my hand. It was a small, thin line that was pulling blood in my palm. I shifted my attention to the inside of the machine and noticed a small red dot that now littered the internal component of the copier. After a second, I simply sighed and shut the top and moved on. I checked the screen to see if it was still throwing an error. To my surprise, it looked like it was clear. I pressed to continue and turned to walk away for a moment to get a tissue from my hand, but something was off. Normally, the copier was a noisy, clunky piece of trash, but it was louder than normal. The motor was going crazy, and there was a lot of mechanical noise coming from it. I kept staring at it, half expecting it to tell me that there was another jam or something, but it didn't. It just kept speeding up and getting louder and louder. I just stood there, staring at the outdated machine and waiting for it to explode, impaling me with a gear and proclaiming that it had finally gotten its revenge on me for years of abuse. Just when I thought it was genuinely about to blow, the power started to flicker in the building. The lights blinked off and on and dimmed repeatedly till everything shut off. I stood there in the darkness, staring in the direction of the copier, and listened as the mechanism slowed to a stop. Honestly, that damn thing sounded like the motor was seizing. It made a clicking noise, like something snapped inside. When it finally came to a full stop, the lights slowly faded back on, dimly illuminating the floor. The screen started glowing again as the power came on. It ran through the normal motions of booting up, showing the logo, saying, "Please wait," for several moments, and then it went back to the main screen. I pressed the copy button again, tried to get it going again, but it immediately locked up and went back to the error screen. Error CL1. Once again, this device was trying my patience. I looked around for any other sticky notes with information, anything that indicated what the hell CL1 meant, but it looked like this was a new one. One of the thousands of codes that this frustrating machine had given us since we purchased it. This is why I need an assistant. Someone to do all these bullshit tasks for me. Someone to design these presentations, make me copies, get me coffee. Someone with a willingness to kill for their minimum wage job. I chuckled as I rubbed the sweat from my forehead, a side effect of my escalating heart rate. Basically, I need someone like how I was back in my early 20s. Someone stupid enough to do everyone else's work, while not showing that they're dying inside. I let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Me, before corporate life beat me into a pathetic pulp. It was at this point that I'd just given up. There was no way I was going to try and get that damn thing to work again, and it was already past 9. I conceded, going back to my desk and grabbing my backpack. Worst case scenario, I'd come back in the morning and try again. Best case, I'd give John the 14 copies I had, and someone wouldn't show up, so we'd have an extra. I honestly didn't sleep much that night. Something about the whole situation was causing me to be mentally obsessed over it. For some reason, I was dwelling so hard on the fact that I was going to be blamed for breaking the copier, or that my boss was going to be aggressively angry with me not doing what he asked. Normally these thoughts mean nothing to me, but something was different about that night. Something was giving me this strange feeling like I had genuinely made a mistake. Dwelling on it did nothing for me. So, I stared at the back of my eyelids for a while, at least until my alarm started going off and I got up to get ready for work. I went through the motions, groggily, drove to the office, and sat in my car, preparing myself for the inevitable conversation John was going to want to have with me. After I'd fought with myself for several minutes on the issue, I decided it was better to just go in and face it than drag it out any longer. I got out, entered the building, and got into the elevator to get up to the 5th floor. The door shut, and it stopped one floor up. As they opened again, John stepped forward to give me a friendly grin. "Hey, there's the man of the hour." He patted me on the shoulder and stood beside me. Thank you for staying late and getting those presentation binders done. They came out looking absolutely gorgeous. Good call on the color palette. Oh, thanks? I was a bit confused at this statement. It was no big deal. I'm just sorry I didn't get the extra one done. You can just give the guest mine. I don't really need... You made enough. There were 16 on my desk this morning. He glanced over at me with a confused look. My face must have looked the same as his. Not only had I been one short, I never put them on his desk. They were still on mine when I'd left. The only thing that I could think of was that someone else had gotten in early and taken care of it for me. Anyways, great job. He patted me on the shoulder and exited the elevator, walking straight towards the boardroom. I stared out at the floor as the door shut, trying to think as hard as I could who in that building gave enough of a damn about me to actually help me out. I couldn't come up with a single name. I exited on my floor and started towards my desk. Hey Chris, good morning. I waved at the receptionist as I passed. Yeah, good morning again? She responded with a squeaky tone. Oh, hey, the maintenance company called back, and they said they could send out someone if we needed them to. They said they have never heard of an error CL1, so it'd probably require a technician. Okay, I paused, glancing back towards her. Why are you telling me this, though? Shouldn't you tell someone in the office management? You're the one that reported it, and you're the one that called them. Chris didn't even look up from the screen as she responded. Seems like you took responsibility, so I'm telling you. Oh. I looked back towards the area where I sat. Well, thank you. She had to be mistaking me for someone else on my team. I decided that it was just best to take the knowledge and report it to whoever else was in that morning. Arguing with her would get me nowhere. I walked past the empty cubicles, looking for anyone else that may have reported the copy or error. To my surprise, there was no one else around. I checked all the desks on the way to mine, the open office. It looked like I was the first person to get in on my team. I shrugged it off. It really wasn't my problem. I rounded the corner and got closer to my desk, only to see my lamp on. At first, I thought maybe that I had left it on overnight, but then I noticed the sounds of someone typing and the glow of my monitor peering beyond the cubicle walls. At first, I was angry. Why the hell was someone at my desk and using my computer? I thought about throwing my case on my desk aggressively and asking who they thought they were. Thought about calling security and having them reprimanded regardless of who it was. But then I saw who it was. I started from around 5 feet behind the cubicle, and I saw this man was sitting in my chair and working on my computer. I was standing there, watching myself work at my desk. I had to be hallucinating, because if I wasn't, then I apparently had a long-lost twin that had taken over my job. I slowly approached the desk, just to make absolutely sure, and with every step, I became more certain that the man in the chair was me. His hair, his glasses, the mole on his neck, every single detail was mine. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Most importantly, what was happening? Excuse me? I reached out and put my hand on his shoulder. As my hand hit him, his hand stopped moving on the keyboard. He just sat there, staring at the monitor without turning to face me. Hello? I wanted to ask who you were. After standing and waiting for several minutes, I gave his shoulder a slight pull and turned him around to face me. His eyes were cold and expressionless. His face was blank and pale. There was no mistaking who this was. It was me. This man looked to be the perfect copy of me in every way, except what made me human. He looked like he was dead inside, completely void of thought and feeling. Can you hear me at all? I waved my hand in front of his face. He continued to stare at the carpet. Oh my God. I need more coffee. As I made the statement, the man sitting in the chair, the copy of me, glanced up and nodded, then stood up and walked away from my desk. I watched as he walked towards the break room and out of sight, almost as if he was a mindless drone with only enough willpower to complete the task at hand. Just as he passed the corner and exited my line of sight, I noticed a second one exit the copy room. He looked exactly the same as the other copy. His face a blank canvas, but every single minute detail the same as mine. He walked out onto the main floor, paused, then walked over to my desk, sat in my chair, and started doing seamlessly random tasks on my computer. I watched as he opened email and responded to them in a professional manner that was consistent with how I did. After finishing those, he moved on to selecting dates and times for meetings that needed to occur across teams. He pulled and unpacked various spreadsheets, and he even called one of our offices to ask questions about their compliance with our policy. Somehow, this copy was doing my job better and more efficiently than I had ever done it. As I was standing there, my eyes fixed on how beautiful the specimen in front of me was performing, my awe was interrupted by the original copy returning. He approached and reached out to hand me a large cup from a local coffee shop. He stared at me for a moment, almost as if he was expecting something. It took me a moment, but I realized he was waiting for my approval on the coffee. Oh, my apologies. I took a sip of the searing hot liquid. Peppermint mocha, my favorite. That's perfect. Thank you, sir. I smiled at him and looked back at the other copy. Somehow, life had decided to give me not one, but two assistants that looked enacted just like me, minus a few emotional details. They could do my job, they could run my errands, and I could sit at home playing video games while raking in the money. Who in their right minds wouldn't want to have someone do all the boring crap they had to do every day? Well, patted the first copy on the shoulder. I guess I should let you get back to work. I smiled again at him. He nodded in confirmation. I grabbed my case and strapped it over my shoulder, while walking away with a satisfied grin on my face. As I took a couple steps, I paused. A strange sound filled the silence of the room. It's almost like someone was struggling to breathe. I turned around to the copies, only to see something I would have never anticipated. I watched in absolute horror as the first copy repeatedly stabbed the second copy in the throat with a pair of scissors. My pair of scissors. He pulled them out and thrust them back in as hard as he could several times, before deciding to place them neatly back in my pencil holder. I then watched as he grabbed the now lifeless corpse and pulled him out of the seat, tossing him effortlessly onto the floor, and then sitting down to resume his work. His shirt was drenched in blood, his hands were also lined in red, and it was collecting on everything in the cubicles as he went back to work. My keyboard, my phone, my pens, and various sheets of paper were all now stained red. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest and the color drain from my face. I had literally just witnessed me killing another version of myself. This was the point when I had decided that I needed to get out of there. I needed to leave and get as far away from whatever this was as I possibly could. I quickly turned away to leave and smacked face first into someone else. I instinctively apologized till I glanced up and noticed the person was another copy of me. He stared at me, his blank eyes and his face expressionless. Oh my god, no, not more! I stepped back as I watched him. He kept his eyes on me as I nearly trembled in horror. What now? Are you going to kill the other copy? Are you going to kill everyone else and do their jobs too? He stared at me for a moment before nodding and stepping past me towards one of the offices. I watched as he entered and winced as I heard the sound of someone greeting him, then screeching as they were, I assume, murdered. The hard smack against the ground told me that my assumption was correct. It took this long until this situation, to this exact moment, for me to realize that if someone else walked onto the floor, they were likely to be murdered by these copies. Not to mention, if any investigation was to take place, I was going to be charged with the murder. These clones were all exact copies of myself. If they investigated the murders, they'd find my DNA, my fingerprints, everything that pointed to me as the murderer. The idea of running away from this place re-entered my mind. I disregarded the scene behind me and started running towards the elevator, only pausing as I noticed a copy of myself sitting at the front desk. Oh, no. I approached the counter and smacked the surface. What the hell did you do with Chris? The copy glanced up at me. then slowly looked down onto the floor beside him. I followed where he was looking, only to see Chris's body, her neck completely twisted around. I immediately struggled to stop myself from vomiting as I turned back to my original mission, getting the hell out of there. I swiftly stepped onto the elevator and started jamming the button. After a moment, the doors pulled open. I was grieved with the sight of my boss's mangled body lying on the floor, and 3 more copies standing and staring at me with emotionless eyes. I turned to run to the stairs. There were 5 more of them in the main area, sweeping, mopping, cleaning the windows, all of them doing the menial tasks that they had decided they needed to do. The room started to spin as I tried to look in every direction for a way out of this mess. There was only one way to get through this that I could think of: getting rid of the evidence. If there was no proof that a murder took place in the building, then I could possibly get out of this unscathed. Well, at least physically. Mentally, I was going to be scarred forever. "Hey, all of you!" I shouted, hoping they would listen to me. It seemed to work, as they all paused their work and turned to me, staring with those glazed-over eyes. "I need you to..." There's something unsettling about seeing dozens of copies of myself standing and staring at me, waiting for my instructions. "I need you to get rid of all these bodies. I need you to make sure there isn't a single body in this building when you're done." I watched as they all stood still, processing what I had requested of them for a few seconds. They all turned to look at each other and simultaneously nodded. At first, I thought my plan would be successful. I started to let my guard down as the copies moved towards the corpse of my boss. They lifted him out of the elevator and moved him over to the break room, placing him on one of the tables, placing him gently on the surface, then pausing to all stare at each other. Suddenly, the feeling of the room changed, as the group of them all leaned down and started biting into his flesh. They all took chunks of his skin off with each bite, slowly pulling bits of his body off and chewing it up with emotionless stares. Couldn't hold it anymore. I leaned over and vomited my breakfast onto the smooth tiles, feeling lightheaded and dizzy as I stumbled back towards the wall. I shifted my stare from the bloody scene in front of me to the main floor. There were more of them than I could count. They were all leaned over dead bodies, ripping into the flesh and ingesting them. I slowly stepped away from the situation, every single step taking in the absolute horror in front of me. This whole morning had gone from a fairly confusing situation to a horrific, gruesome group of cannibal clones consuming my coworkers. "Excuse me?" A shallow, raspy whisper hit my ear from over my shoulder. I turned to face another copy as he stared down at me. I stared at him in terror, shaking and breathing rapidly. "What?" I choked as I spoke. "What do you want?" "Get rid of," he whispered again, struggling to speak. "All bodies. Not a single body left." His words, my words from earlier, were a terrifying explanation of what I had requested. I was going to be next. They were going to remove me as well. I shook my head and stepped back. No, I won't let you kill me," I shouted at him. He continued approaching me with every backward step I took. Leave me alone!" "Remove," he growled once more, his hands reaching out towards me. I had to think fast. I threw my coffee in his face and jumped into a sprint towards the end of the floor. There was only one other escape, the fire exit. I ran as quickly as I could, past the same disgusting scene in every direction. Clone after clone eating corpse after corpse. I dodged as many as I could, and I made a rush towards the emergency door. I grabbed the handle, twisted it, and pulled it as hard as I could, only to be met with another damn clone, standing right in my way and giving me that same murderous stare as the other. I looked around once more for any method of escape, my eyes finally landing on the door to the copy room. I ran as fast as I could, dodging as many of them as I could, shoving the door closed and locking it. As soon as I locked it, I could hear them all on the other side smacking it, trying to get in. They were merciless in their pursuit. The only thing I could think to do at this point was to wait it out and hoped they would eventually give up. Pushed my back against the door and slowly fell to the floor, sitting and staring at the small empty room. I shut my eyes and slowly tried to catch my breath, trying to reflect on what was going on. They were doing what I told them to do, so they were just going to get rid of the bodies and then move on, right? As long as they didn't see me, maybe they would think that the floor was empty and leave. Or at least go back to being distracted by their work. Until then, all I could do was wait and be as quiet as I could. My thoughts, as well as my silence, were interrupted by the sudden and sharp sound of the copier starting up. The small motor started making a whirring noise, and the mechanism started to move. At first, I thought nothing of it. It was an old hunk of junk, and it would make random noises every now and then. But then, the motor started to go faster and faster. Exactly as it had the night before, it sped up, making louder noises with every passing second. The lights overhead dimmed slightly, as if the building was losing power, but they lit back up to full capacity after only a few moments. The small LCD screen lit up with the error screen. The machine beeped. Error CL1. I read it. It was the same mysterious error as before. Well, looks like maintenance won't be coming to fix that anytime soon. I chuckled. At least I could find something to laugh at in this new scenario of corporate hell. My small joy was cut even shorter than anticipated as I watched the copier start to spew out a strange pink slime. It pulled on the floor by the machine, a viscous, flesh-toned liquid that was slowly starting to collect and build into a pile. I watched as it quickly started to take form, the form of a human head. My head! The flesh mouth opened, its eyes stared at me as it continued to be created by the fluid pouring from the machine. My heart started to race as I searched the room for anything to protect myself with, only to find nothing short of paper and a tone cartridge. There was no way I was going to survive. The copy machine, the old hunk of plastic that had caused me many migraines, was literally creating clones of myself in a few minutes flat. Whatever eldritch horror had decided to enter this office building had determined that the copy machine would be its entrance into this world, and I would be the one to let it out. I took a few deep breaths as I prepared to defend myself against the clones. Hell-bent on murdering me and getting rid of my body, I focused as the gelatinous blob took full form and stood up, turning its gaze right at me. The room was heavy and silent, all except for the beeping of the machine as the screen continued to read, Error CL1. Come to Nebraska, she says. It will be fun, she says. Well, who the hell is having fun now, huh? I said to my wife as we trudged through the fields, looking for our other companion. Just as we exit one cornfield, it's another, and then another. For crying out loud, how many bloody fields are in this ungodly state? I asked my wife, but I got no reply. Rebecca? Rebecca, where are you? No reply. I swear, if you are playing with me, I will. The next thing I know is I hear screaming coming from the field where I just saw Rebecca last. I darted back into the cornfield, guided by the screams, stalks of corn smacking me in my face. I finally got to the location where the screaming was coming from, but no one was there. Blood poured from where the stalks of corn had smacked my face, but my only worry was finding Rebecca. Looking around the area, I found a box hidden behind some corn. Who the hell would leave a box out here? And why the hell would they be playing a loop of my wife screaming? As I asked this, the realization of how they got the recording of my wife screaming caused the color to drain from my face. If they have her, then do they have Anthony as well? I thought this to myself, as I stood there, wondering what to do next. I heard movement to the left. Someone was trying to quietly move through the corn, but once they realized I had heard them, they took off running. I ran after them, but they were faster than I was, and by the time I emerged out of the field, no one was around. Who are you? Where are you? Why are you doing this to us? I yelled on the brink of tears. I stood there in silence at first, I heard nothing, but slowly a laugh could be heard. Quiet at first, then it increasingly got louder until it sounded like it was coming from everywhere around me. More speakers, I wondered, but I did not have time to think about that, as the men in white jackets and face masks came for me. I ran into one of the cornfields, away from the men in what appeared to be medical attire. Why were they after me? What will they do when they capture me? I can't let that happen. I must find Rebecca and Anthony, get them out, and get out of here, I thought to myself. These thoughts fueled me, kept me moving, kept me motivated, even when my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out on me. I ran with no direction in mind. I just ran and ran and ran. I could not figure out where my car was any longer, as the laughter distorted my sense of direction. But I figured at some point I'd have to run into a barn, a farm, or just anyone on the road for that matter, after what felt like hours of running from one field to another in hopes of keeping myself hidden from the men that were trying to catch me. I came to a barn. It was run down and faded red, but it looked like that barn could have recently been used by somebody. And if that was the case, hopefully there'd be a farmhouse somewhere close by, so I went to explore it. Getting there, it was in worse shape than I first thought. The wood was rotten, and the roof was more or less caved in. It was clear that no one had used this place for anything in years. I went inside to look for anything useful, or even something I could use to defend myself with. I found a rusted hand scythe. It's like a normal scythe, but just a lot smaller. I don't really know what they use these things for, but I imagine cutting corn stalks or something like that. But for now, this will have to do. It's at least nice to have some sort of weapon to use against the men in the medical garb. I think you went this way. I found some tracks leading from the field to the barn. Let's split up if you find him. Be careful. I want him brought back to the facility unharmed. You understand me? The man finished. I could only assume that he was the leader of the group. And the facility was where they held Rebecca and Anthony. So I hid in the corner, covered in shadow, hoping that would keep me hidden enough. But the second man rounded the corner. He spotted me, so I did what I had to. I shoved the scythe in his throat, killing him instantly, and before he could make a sound, blood shot forth, covering me in warm, sticky liquid. I wanted to vomit, but I didn't have time to even fully appreciate the gravity of what I'd just done. I heard the men shouting and gathering near the barn. I never wanted to hurt anyone, just find the people I cared for. But here I am, in the middle of nowhere, standing over a dead body, and no time to waste. I looked around the barn and found a hole in the wall close by. I figured I could squeeze through the hole and make a run for it. Not moments after I'd finished crawling through the hole, I heard them enter the barn, and one of the men shouted to the other, "He's armed with some kind of weapon. He cut Jim's throat. For Christ's sake, he cut Jim's throat." The guy sounded angry. Good. You fucking deserve to lose a friend after taking my family from me. I took off running and heard them yell, "There he is! Get him! We gotta get him back before he hurts anyone else," the leader stated to the rest of the group. I ran for maybe 10 minutes until I found a farmhouse. It must have not been very late, since there were still lights on inside. I ran to the house and pounded on the door, yelling for help. After 2 or 3 minutes, someone finally opened the door. Unfortunately, I seem to have forgotten something very important. I was covered in blood. I heard the man approach the door. He slowly opened it. The second he saw me, he slammed the door in my face and locked it. "Go away! Get off my land!" The older man shouted through the newly locked door. Sir, I'm lost and hurt. Can you please help me?" I pleaded. "I said go away, or I'll shoot you." The next thing I knew, I heard the all-too-familiar sound of someone racking a shotgun. "Sir, if you could at least tell me which way to get to the highway, I will gladly get off your land. There's no need to use violence here, sir." "Walk east, about 5 miles. You will reach the main road. Now leave," he said in a tone that left nothing up for debate. So I left the house and walked for the next 45 minutes to an hour. I then walked north looking for my car. Not 10 minutes of walking down the road, I was surrounded by cops and the guys that had been hunting me this whole time. They drew their weapons and told me to get down on my stomach. I did as they ordered. Then the next thing you knew, I was in handcuffs. I started to struggle to try to get free, and then my world just went dark. The next time I woke up, I was in a familiar place, but I could not place why. The room was white, and the environment smelled overly clean, sterilized even. I went to rub my head where I'd been struck by one of the officers, but quickly realized I'd been handcuffed to the bed. What the hell? Why am I cuffed? I was just defending myself. I yelled this as I tried to struggle free. Why the hell would the cops arrest me and not hear my side of the story? As I was in the middle of trying to figure everything out, in walked in one of the men that had been hunting me. Mr. Jackson, so good to see you're awake. How are you feeling? Do you remember me and where you are yet? He asked me. Honestly, he even seemed kinda concerned about me. All I know is you killed my wife and my friend, you bastard. I'm gonna get out of here, and when I do, I'm gonna kill you. I shouted as I struggled against my bonds. As I struggled, in walked Anthony and Rebecca. What? How are you two alive? What are you doing with this monster? What? Why would you sell me out to this man? I thought you guys loved me. You fucking bastards! If I get out of here, and if I ever see you again, I will kill both of you. I felt a sharp pinch in my arm, and I was out. I'm sorry, you two. I was hoping he'd be out of his episode by now. Let him rest, and we'll see if he's feeling better when he wakes up next time. Anthony escorted Rebecca out of the room, and to the waiting room. Rebecca was crying. What is happening? Just want him back, she said in between sobs. I know you do, and I do as well. All we can do is wait and stay by his side. I'm going to go get him a change of clothing and some things from home to hopefully jog his memory. Anthony hugged her and left. Hours must have passed by until I woke again. But this time, I remember it all. I remember killing that man, escaping this hospital, stealing the car, all of it. I pressed the button to call the nurse, and I asked if I could see Rebecca and Anthony. They came in, and I apologized to them. Of course, they said it was not necessary. They knew my Alzheimer's was the cause of everything. I'm sitting here writing this because my therapist said it would be good therapy for me. Writing it out, getting it in the open, I still feel guilty for having killed that man. So, just a tip to anyone that may read this. If you're feeling disoriented, having memory loss, or just getting confused, get checked out. It does not matter your age. I'm only 34, and I'm in a high security mental ward for my safety and the safety of others. In the middle of spring, in 2013, 5 young men went out to sea in a cabin cruiser belonging to one of their parents. They set out early on Friday morning and were supposed to return late that afternoon. Friends and family thought they were just partying too hard and lost track of time, but a bad storm had struck the sea, and they didn't return. A search was set up to find them the very next day, to no avail. There wasn't a trace of them. A week later, a passing fishing trawler had found their ship intact. 4 of the young men, Michael Williams, Zachary Smith, Antonio Ramirez, and Peter Chansey had been found, with one missing, Robert Mulligan, who had fallen out of the ship during the storm. That's roughly what the article had said about what happened to me and my friends. That was what we all agreed on telling everyone. It's been years since that spring. What happened is still engraved into my memories. We're all adults now. We lived through it, survived. The other guys had moved on with their lives, but I'm still here, on that fucking boat. They wanted to just sweep this under the rug, but fuck that. I can't live with it anymore. Let me tell you what really happened to us. The 5 of us had met in college. We were in class together, and just so happened to be sitting near each other when one of us, I think it was Michael, had their phone go off during class. The ringtone was a popular song at the time, and we all just jammed out to it. We were so dumb. But after that, we all got together and hung out. We studied together, ate together, partied together. We were inseparable. It was a good couple of years, and it was Peter's idea that we go on vacation during our spring break. Peter came for money, and his parents had a huge boat. So, we got ready for a party. Once the break started, we packed up our things and drove to Florida, where Peter's family had a beach home. Our first day was spent drinking and hanging out on the beach. Then the next day, we woke up extremely early with a boat full of food and drinks, and we just went out to sea. Peter grew up hanging out with his dad on a boat, so we were comfortable with him taking us around. He was so excited to take us out on the ocean for a day of just bro bonding. "So, where are you taking us?" I asked. "Zach, I've told you over and over. Just trust me," Peter laughed. Robert was laying under some shade with a beer in hand. "Just slow down," he said weakly. We didn't know he was going to get seasick. Michael was preparing some shot glasses for us. "Yo, where's Tony?" he asked. "He's probably inside. Said he had to make a phone call or something," I answered, grabbing the shot of whiskey from him. He's been acting a bit weird," Robert said as he refused a shot from Michael. You think he's seen someone?" "Nah, I don't think so. He would have told us if he had someone. Maybe it's just a little fling." Peter seemed focused as he navigated the ship. "By the way, Mikey, your mom says hi." We all erupted into laughter as Mike and Tony pretended to fight each other. It was a good day. I wish we had more of them. Peter continued to stay at the wheel for a couple of more hours. We had drunk most of the alcohol, and the food we packed for lunch was gone. We didn't know where we were going, and our faith in Peter's navigation was slowly diminishing. The skies began to darken as gray clouds began to gather. I was the first to step forward. "Hey, Peter, we've been going for hours. Where are we?" The boat began to slow to a stop. "I don't want to freak you guys out," he said meekly. Tony butted in. "What the hell? Are we fucking lost?" he shouted. As the boat stopped, Robert found the strength to get up from the floor. "Shut the fuck up. Let him explain himself." Peter stared at us for a moment, then fully explained himself. "When I was a kid, my dad had taken me on a boat to this really cool island in the middle of the sea. I intended to take us there, but I got lost. I'm sorry." Michael had kept quiet during all of this and finally spoke up. "You're shitting me. So, why don't we turn around and head back? Fuck it. Let's go." "I did. Turn around an hour ago," Peter shouted. The sound of thunder rumbled. It completely engulfed us, and it was so loud we all got onto our knees. We were so caught up in trying to figure out what was going on, we didn't realize what was happening around us. Everything had gotten dark. Storm clouds had completely covered the sky, and lightning cracked through them. Rain suddenly poured down. We stopped what we were doing and ran into the cabin of the ship. Once inside, all we could hear were the constant pitter-patters of the droplets above, slamming onto our boat. We tried to think of a solution as we dried off inside the cabin. Tony cursed as he checked his phone. No fucking signal. Of course not. I glanced towards Peter, who was sitting in a corner. "Hey, Pete, it's okay. We'll figure something out. Once the rain clears, we'll check our surroundings, or something, and we'll get things back on track." I tried to console him, but he just stared at me blankly. Robert stood up from his seat and stretched his arms and cracked his back. That's weird." "What's up?" I turned my attention to Robert. "I get really bad motion sickness, especially on a boat, but I'm feeling okay now." He seemed confused. "Well, that's good news. We need your head straight to help us think of a way back to the mainland," I told him as he shook himself back to focus. We sat silently, just thinking about our situation. The sound of rain was the only thing we could hear. Suddenly, the pitter-patter of rain suddenly stopped. It was like someone just flipped a switch or pressed a button, but the sound just stopped. I rushed outside to check what was going on and saw that our boat was completely covered in thick fog. It was strange. There was still light out, but everything looked like it was through a sepia filter. What the fuck is going on? Tony shouted, and when he walked out, he froze in place. Peter, Michael, and Robert followed, and they were just as stunned. Michael spoke up. Where on earth are we? We can't see shit. None of us knew how to respond. Maybe we can just sit here for a moment? It'll have to clear up eventually, right? I said, trying to make sense of everything. A sound broke our silence. It was loud and guttural. It sounded like one of those recordings you hear of a whale song, but it was deeper and much more terrifying. The fog around us began to swirl and stretch out. We could see a bit more of the areas no longer covered by fog, and saw that we were not only surrounded by ocean and fog, but more boats. We were surrounded by dozens of ships. All of them were completely still. There was absolutely no way we didn't notice this many ships before. Actually, we should have crashed into them. But we were right in the middle of countless boats of all types and size, all of them dead on the water like us. I stepped forward to the edge of the ship and called out, "Hello! Is everybody okay?" My voice echoed. What kind of Twilight Zone shit is this? Troy said. Look, some of them look like they have been abandoned for years. Robert stretched out over the rails to get a closer look at a nearby ship. I think he's right. I don't see anyone on that one. Well, there's only one way to find out. We were close enough to one ship that we almost touched, and Michael hopped aboard it. We watched as he began to investigate. The rest of us followed, but Peter stayed behind. The ship was completely spotless. No signs of life at all. I went into the cabin. There was no power for the lights. I saw a table with plates on it. A small bed that wasn't made. There was also a small fridge that was left open. The plates on top of the table were empty, and there was an ashtray filled with countless cigarette butts. The fridge was warm, and it was completely empty. It was left open for a long time. What the fuck are you doing? I heard Tony shout from the other side. When I ran out, I saw Peter at the wheel of our boat. He had the engine running, and he punched it, but he didn't move an inch. The motor of the boat revved, but he wasn't going anywhere. We all jumped back to the boat, and Michael grabbed Peter and shook him. What the fuck, man? What were you thinking? He shouted at Peter, but he just looked at him with a blank expression. I had to just look at the water, he whispered. I looked at the water, and I was surprised. I didn't notice it before. The ocean's water was pitch black, but completely still. The water didn't even seem like a liquid. It looked like our boat was sitting atop of venti black oil. It was just complete darkness. As we walked around, we didn't even notice that there was no rocking at all. The boat was completely stuck in place. Look at the time, Robert suddenly spoke. We all looked at our phones. The time was 6 p.m. Everything was still in a sepia hue, with no signs of it getting any darker. We had no idea what to do. What could we do? We looked around at a couple other ships, but they were all the same. Peter just sat at the helm, completely still. A couple hours passed, but night never came. Everything was stuck in that same brown tone. Our boat didn't move an inch. No rocking of waves. Nothing. I suggested we go through some of our snacks and drinks. Someone had to be out looking for us, right? Eventually, the events of that day caught up with us, and sleep came over us. We were all woken by Tony shouting and throwing his phone onto the floor. It was morning, and nothing had changed. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he was checking his phone, and he still had no service, and he had ran out of battery. We didn't want to set idle, so we started hopping onto other ships. We didn't find anything. Everything was completely empty. I made my way towards an old wooden ship. It felt like an old pirate ship or something. I stepped down a step of stairs and looked around each room. The air was stale and musty. I found what must have been the captain's quarters. There was an ornate wooden framed bed, blankets, and pillows were spread across the floor, and an old wooden desk was set at the center. I went through the drawers of the desk and found a small journal. The words were faded in faded black ink, and they were barely legible. Looking through it, I could barely read what the person was writing about. The few words I could make out were stuck, lost, food. I flipped to the end of the journal, and in red dark letters, sacrifice. I pocketed the journal and returned to our boat to meet with the other guys. I told them of the journal I had found, and we were all just afraid. Tony said he didn't find anything. Same thing with Michael, but Robert seemed a bit quiet. When we asked him what was wrong, he told us that one of the ships was covered with scratches and dried blood, with no one aboard. We just didn't know what to do with this, and continued for days. The next day, no movement, no food, no drink. We stopped hopping aboard the other ships. We didn't have the energy to do so. Night never came during those days. Terror struck us every time we woke up to find ourselves in this hell. Everything was unmoving. We were stuck on this black sea, surrounded by empty ships, like we were in some kind of graveyard. Each day, it seemed like Peter's mental state got worse and worse. Peter blamed himself with every passing second. And to be honest, we did too. Our friendship had broke. We argued every day, and we wanted to fight. The black ocean was motionless and soundless. We were afraid to even touch it. We eventually were overtaken by hunger and dehydration. We barely had the energy to move. The words from the journal filled our waking moments. Stuck, lost, food, sacrifice. One morning that sound came back, the deep and guttural roar. We all looked around and we saw something. One of the boats in the distance slowly started to sink into the dark ocean. It was like it was eaten. We lost our shit. We weren't sure what was happening. We were stuck, and something was going to take us under. We were so afraid of that happening to us, we lost track of how many days, maybe 4, had passed. We had nothing. But Peter, he hadn't spoken in days, finally spoke up. He had pulled a pocket knife from his pocket and flicked the blade towards us. His face was gaunt, and he stepped closer to us with a strange gait. Peter bared his teeth like some kind of wild animal, and he said something that we all thought about but didn't want to say. Custom of the sea, he whispered. We stared at him blankly, but we all knew what he was suggesting. He pointed the knife at Tony and shrieked, "Custom of the sea!" Tony stepped backwards and put his hands up defensively. "What in the world are you talking about?" he shouted. Robert looked at us and said it. He once, "Look, we're not going to survive like this, guys. Maybe he's right." Peter nodded his head. Michael was in complete shock. "He wants to eat us." I stood there in disbelief at what Peter and Michael were suggesting. We were best friends. How could we think about eating each other? Did our friendship mean anything? Was our wills so weak that we would resort to cannibalism to survive? I refused to give up. I was willing to do anything to get us back home, but not that. Anything but that. Peter, enough. How could you even bring up something like that? And Michael, you're better than that. I told them. Peter's eyes sunk. Looking back at it now, I get how it could break so quickly. Peter was a guy from a rich and well-established family. They expected perfection from him, and this really fucked with him. Michael was a smart guy, but he wasn't strong enough to use that brain for himself. They both stepped back a bit, and Peter slowly lowered his knife. Tony's fear quickly shifted to anger. Fuck you guys. You know what, Peter? Maybe we should be cutting you up. You're the one that got us here in the first place. Tony darted towards Peter, but Robert stepped between them. Peter had his knife close to his chest, and Tony's fist was cocked back. Robert was brave, always willing to do something no matter if it harmed him. He stood between those two, willing to risk his own safety. Robert stepped aside and grabbed the two by the shoulders, and they retreated to opposite sides of the ship. There was a brief silence until Robert spoke up. We've been stuck here for days. We're tired, hungry, and thirsty. But Zach's right. We can't give up. And Jesus, guys, we're fucking friends. It's been days. It's been days, and the sun hasn't gone down. It's been days, and those boats haven't moved an inch. The water is black, so very black, Peter mumbled. Michael lightly patted Peter's back as he spoke. We haven't had any food in a while. We just ran out of drinks. And you know, this doesn't look good. Tony glanced at the journal that was in my hand. Something is in the water. Something massive. It must be what pulled the boats under. We fucking heard it. Now, how long until it gets us? Peter started to laugh maniacally. Let's hope we're dead before it gets to us. We're not dying here. Not like this. I shouted with every ounce of my strength I could muster. Tony grabbed the journal from my hand and started flipping through it. There has to be a way out, or something written down. Robert was deep in thought, and he spoke. Let's gather what we know. These boats can't move through this water. The boats around us are empty. And there are still more to explore. Something is moving through this water and sinking these ships. He paused for a moment. What's wrong? I asked. He looked at me sadly. Nothing. He got up and walked towards the edge of the boat and peered into the water. I followed behind him and looked into the ocean. What are you thinking about? We haven't explored the water yet, he said grimly. We looked towards the ocean. It was like staring into an oil spill. Maybe there was an answer lying underneath, but on the other hand, something was inside of it that could spell our doom. But we couldn't just sit around and wait for this thing to kill us. We had to do something at least. So I grabbed some rope that was on our ship. Robert and I told the other guys about our idea to go into the ocean, but we needed their help. While Tony and Michael fastened the rope to the ship, we would tie the other end to us and dive in to see if we could find some kind of clue. We weren't sure how useful they would be, but Robert and I held flashlights in hopes they would help illuminate the dark water. With the ropes fastened to the boat, Tony and Michael gripped them tightly. They were ready to pull if we tugged on the other end. I looked at Robert, and we took a deep breath and plunged into the darkness. Despite how viscous the black ocean looked, our bodies went right through it, albeit silently. My whole body ached. The water was absolutely freezing. As I opened my eyes, I felt the burn from the cold. I could barely see. It was like looking through sunglasses at night. It was so damn dark. We flipped on our flashlights. Surprisingly, the light illuminated the darkness a bit, though it was about a foot of vision. It was completely silent, as we were floating in the abyss. I looked around and saw Robert nearby. He was staring at something in front of him, and I followed his gaze. I couldn't believe what I saw. I'll try my best to describe this. Whatever it was moving slowly in the darkness. Its size was ineffable, so large I couldn't possibly compare it to something of our world. It was just slowly swimming around, while we were paralyzed by its visage. The mass moved towards us, ever so slightly, growing larger and larger as it got closer and closer. I felt every fiber of my being shake in terror. I tried to hold my light steady onto it. Robert followed suit, hoping to focus our beams. That was when we saw it. It was gray, and its skin was flailing. I felt absolute horror as I realized what it was, what it looked like. It was a giant mass of bodies, thousands upon thousands of bodies, all of them mashed and fused into one another. The countless numbers of faces, hands, and feet moving in unison through the black, watery abyss. Every face was different. Every body was different. But they all shared in a visage of excruciating pain. They were a mass of drowned, undead bodies, their eyes moving all around until they all focused onto me and Robert. We were deer in the headlights, frozen as the mass began to inch closer towards us. We looked over our flashlights and tugged onto the rope with all of our strength. The bodies moved closer and closer, and slowly but surely we were being lifted from the waters. We couldn't hold our breaths for much longer. As our bodies were being pulled upwards, we saw the masked hands reach out towards us. Their mouths, all of them, turned into faces of anger. Once our heads broke the surface, we took in deep breaths and shouted for the guys to hurry up and pull us back in. Our bodies slammed onto the side of the boat. As Tony and Michael pulled with all their might, I grabbed the edge of the boat and my hands began to slip, but Peter was able to grab hold of me before I fell. I looked over and saw Robert frantically climbing onto the edge, trying to get on the boat. That was when the boat began to slowly sink. I looked down and saw countless hands breaking through the dark water, wriggling fingers going towards us. An amorphous mass of bodies held onto the boat, causing it to sink deeper and deeper into the darkness. The mass wanted us. It wanted us to join them. It wanted us to drown with them. Saw Robert break. He sobbed and cried for the guys to pull him in. Peter, Michael, Tony, they grabbed our arms and began to pull. But they weren't strong enough. They couldn't overpower the hands that grasped at our legs and wrists. One word began to ring through my mind. Sacrifice. 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 I kicked and it kicked my legs to push those damn hands away. I looked at Robert and he began to scream in agony. I could hear the pops and cracks of his bones, and when I looked down, I saw the arms pulling his legs as his body, his fucking upper body, was still being held by his friends. Our friends. Pull me in! Pull me in! I screamed and flipped over onto the boat. The ship was sinking more and more. I could hear Robert's body tearing more and more. I wanted to save him. I wanted to fucking save him. But they let him go. I could hear him scream and slam into the water, and the boat rocked as I guess the hands let go. They got a body, and as I ran to the other side of the ship, where Robert was, I saw a red streak smeared onto the side of the boat. I completely lost it. I lashed out at the other guys. We could have saved him! I shouted. We could have tried harder! I broke down sobbing as the tears fell from my face. The sound of the thunder erupted. Rain fell upon us, and I looked over at the guys. Peter, Tony, and Michael were covered in blood. Their arms were covered in scratch marks from Robert. Peter's knife was clutched in his hand, and they were covered in Robert's blood. They weren't trying to help Robert. They were trying to get him off the boat. He tried desperately to grab a hold of his friend's arms, and they pushed him away. He reached out to Peter, but Peter stabbed his hands to make him let go. The rain fell, and it fucking poured. The sound of thunder rumbled, and it was deafening. I wanted to save my friend. He was our friend. They sacrificed him. I lied outside for what felt like days. The rain continued to pour. For all that time, the once sepia hue was replaced with a blue-gray tone. We didn't deserve to live anymore. We killed our friend. I was willing to let starvation take me over. These fucking monsters would be happy to eat me when I die. It rained for days. Then, it just suddenly stopped. The guys emerged from the cabin, and they shouted and shouted for help. They slowly opened my eyes, and I looked over to see. It was sunny. It was a beautiful sunny day. A ship was next to us, and some people, I assume fishermen, got onto our boat and saved us. We were rushed to the mainland and were immediately flown to a hospital. I had it the worst out of the rest of them, so it took me a bit longer to recover. But a few days afterwards, it was late at night when I saw 3 figures looming over me in the darkness. They held a hand over my mouth and warned me, tell them their story, not the truth, and I'll live. So, I regret it with every moment, but I complied. These guys were able to go on with their lives, but I'm still in that boat. I can't live with what happened to my friend. I thought we were friends. I thought we could accomplish anything together. That monster, that mask didn't kill Robert. His friends did. You could read this, and you could believe whatever you want. I just wanted to tell my truth. The truth. I could have done more to help. Right? Are you sure you two will be okay? My mother asked for the 10th time, fussing over me as she stood at the door with my father. If you need anything, I've left my number on the kitchen side. I rolled my eyes, swatting her away. Yeah, I'm old enough to take care of myself. And Alyssa? She reminded, and I grimaced. Of course, Alyssa will be fine as well, I said, referring to my younger sister. Now go, or you'll be late. My mother nodded, giving me a quick kiss on the forehead, while my father winked at me and told me to be good. Call me if you need anything. Anything at all. I promise I'll pick up, she said as she walked off. Then, finally, they were gone. I shut the door behind them and grinned, alone at last. I already knew how I was going to be spending my evening, candy and video games. When I turned around, however, my smile slipped. Alyssa stared up at me. Her brows twisted into a frown. You forgot about me, she said sulkingly. She must have heard our exchange. No, I didn't, I muttered, waving her off. Go play with your toys and don't bother me. You're so mean, she muttered, sticking her tongue out before storming off to her room. I shrugged absently. 13-year-old boys weren't supposed to care about their little sisters. Throwing myself down onto the sofa, I started up my video game console and grabbed a handful of popcorn that I'd snuck in earlier. And no parents to harass me. Perfect. It must have been no more than a half an hour later when someone knocked on the door. Too caught up in my game, I barely registered it until Alyssa patted in, clutching one of her toys to her chest. There's someone at the door. Drawing my attention away from the television, I hit pause. What? I said irritably. Before she could repeat herself, someone knocked again, and my stomach lurched. It was only then that I remembered my mother's warning. Lock the door behind us, and don't answer if anyone... I don't remember locking the door after they left, but surely whoever it is wouldn't just barge in. Another knock, more urgent this time. Who is it? Alyssa whispered, her knuckles whitening as she clutched her toy harder. Just ignore it. Whoever it is might go away, I said, setting down my game controller. The back of my neck prickled with unease. Who would be knocking this late at night? The two of us waited in silence, hardly daring to breathe, until the knocking stopped. After a few minutes, whoever it was must have left. Everything went quiet again. See, it's fine. They left. I told my sister, whose face had gone pale with worry. "Can I stay with you?" she muttered. I rolled my eyes, but shuffled up along the sofa so that she could sit next to me. I resumed my game, but remained distracted, wondering who it could have been. I got up from the couch to go check the locks. Sure enough, I had forgotten to lock the door. I locked it quickly and headed back to the couch. Alyssa eventually began to doze off next to me. Her head had slipped, so it leaned against my shoulder, but I didn't bother to shrug it off like I normally would. Instead, I turned down the volume and eventually turned off my game and began to watch television. Most of my candy lay uneaten beside me. For some reason, I'd lost my appetite. I was almost slipping into a doze myself when the next knock came. My sister and I jerked up at the same time, exchanged a panicked glance. Alyssa whispered quietly, and my heart hammered in my chest. I knew, with unbidden certainty, that the knock hadn't come from the front door this time. It was closer. Someone was knocking on the window. I swallowed back a surge of nausea, forcing myself to calm down. Maybe it was just the neighbors, or some kids playing a prank on us. Maybe they saw our parents leave and they thought it would be funny to scare us. Another knock, the distinct tap of knuckles against glass. "What's happening?" Alyssa whispered, reaching for my arm, her small fingers digging into my elbow. "I don't know," I whispered back. The knocking turned to the thuds as whoever it was started to slam their fist against the window. Alyssa bit back a scream, and I urged her to be quiet. "Maybe they'll just leave," I said softly, hoping my voice didn't tremble too much. I didn't want to look like a coward in front of my little sister. "Should we call Mom?" she asked, looking up at me. I nodded. "Good idea. She left her number for us." Telling Alyssa to stay where she was, I tiptoed into the kitchen, where she'd left a small slip of paper. Just as I closed my fingers around it, someone knocked on the window in the kitchen, which was only a few feet away and within sight. My whole body went numb as I looked towards the window. The blinds hadn't been closed, and the darkness beyond was thick. There was nobody out there. Whoever had knocked must have ducked away before I could look. Clutching the paper in my hand, I ran to the phone in the hallway, punching in the number. The dial tone sounded loud in my ear, and I begged under my breath for my mother to pick up. The phone rang until it went straight to voicemail. I cried softly under my breath, trying again. Still no answer. But you promised," I said pathetically. I slammed the phone back onto the hook. Someone knocked on the kitchen window again. I rushed back to Alyssa in the living room. She was curled up on the sofa, looking terrified. Someone was knocking on the window there too. Were there more than one of them? I grabbed my sister's arm and pulled her up after me upstairs. "Is Mom coming back?" she asked, voice cracking. "Yeah," I said weakly. "She'll be back soon. For now, we should hide." Alyssa nodded, gripping tightly onto my hand as we hid in our parents' bedroom. Please come back soon," I told myself in my head, as if somehow our mom would be able to sense it. I instructed my sister to get into the closet. "What about you?" she asked, her terrified expression making me even more anxious. "I'll be right back," I responded. She grabbed my arm and pleaded with me not to go, but I assured her I would only be a minute. She crawled into the corner of the closet, pushing the clothes and the shoes out of the way. I nodded to her with a fabricated, confident look and closed the closet door. There was no way I could go into the closet with her. I had to know what was going on downstairs. I made my way to the top of the stairs and stood there for a moment, intently listening. The knocking had stopped again. The pit in my stomach told me the knocking would continue. I was startled when the phone began to ring. Something was preventing me from walking down the stairs. Whether it was fear or caution, my body held me back from taking action without thought. The phone continued to ring until I mustered up the courage to run down the stairs, almost tripping over my own feet. I ran around the couch and into the hallway, grabbing the phone aggressively from the hook. Mom, is that you?" I asked, breathing heavy. The dial tone told me I had been a second too late. I placed the phone back on the hook in hopes that she would call right back. I knew my mom would see our missed call and would call back until she got a hold of us. Either that, or she would come back immediately. For the first time, I found myself being grateful for her overprotectiveness. After a few seconds, I grew impatient and picked up the phone once again. I began dialing the number again when the line went dead. I heard nothing. Confused, put the phone back on the hook and picked it up again. What's going on? I asked myself, hands getting sweaty. I looked to my left, forgetting about the window with open blinds. I was greeted by a man standing outside the window, smiling back at me. He was around the same age as my dad, only much heavier, with an unkempt beard. He was smiling at me, but not in an inviting sort of way. He motioned with his hand for me to come closer, causing me to drop the phone out of fear and run to the stairs. As I reached the top of the stairs, I heard banging against the window. Entering my parents' bedroom, I heard a distinct sound of glass shattering. I closed the door and grabbed the closet door, swinging them open. As I got inside the closet, I realized that having the bedroom door closed would probably give up our location. I got out of the closet and opened the bedroom door. I retreated back into the closet and sat next to my sister, who was now visibly shaking. "Children," I heard the man scream calmly, but maniacally. "Your mother sent me. Come on down so we can talk." "Is Mommy here?" Alyssa whispered to me. I shook my head no, and motioned with my hand for her to keep quiet. We remained still and silent for a couple minutes. "Children," the voice continued, "please come down. I'm asking you nicely." Alyssa began to cry into my shoulder. I covered her ears, hugging her close. I was glad she wasn't facing me, because at some point, I began to cry as well. I'd never felt so terrified. "Robbie!" The voice echoed through the house. How did he know my name? I wondered to myself. Perhaps my mom did send him, and maybe there was an emergency of some kind. Maybe this was all just a big misunderstanding. I tried rationalizing our current predicament, perhaps as a way to cope with the fear I was feeling. "I'm going to start getting angry," the man yelled. "Robbie, why don't you come down here and talk to me? And Alyssa, you can stay upstairs. Either you come down, or I'm going up. And you don't want me to come up the stairs, Robbie." My heart was pounding, and my mind was racing with all the possibilities of what would happen in the given scenario. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was my futile attempt to protect my sister. But I knew I had to go downstairs. Hiding in the closet wasn't going to stop him from getting to us. Maybe if I went downstairs, my sister would be safe. I began to move to the closet door when my sister tugged at my shirt. "Don't," she said, tears in her eyes. "Stay here," I told her. "Be quiet and don't move." "It's okay," I assured her. I pulled clothing down from a nearby hanger and threw them over her. In an effort to hide her, I walked out of the closet, closing the door behind me. I inched my way to the stairs. My entire body was shaking, and I was having second thoughts about my decision. I reached the top of the stairs and made eye contact with the man. He stood there, smiling up at me maniacally. He motioned for me to come downstairs with his hand. "Who are you?" I yelled down to him. "I know your mom," he replied. "I just want to talk. I promise I'll leave as soon as I'm done. You don't have to be afraid." While his words sounded sincere, his facial expression said otherwise. Something about his demeanor told me that there was something not right about this man. Regardless, I knew I didn't have many options. I walked down the stairs, not breaking eye contact with him. I took my time, walking down one step at a time. Could it be possible that he did know my parents? Maybe they were in an accident, and the man had gotten inside to inform us. I shook these stupid thoughts out of my head as I reached the bottom of the stairs. As my foot touched the floor, I stood in place, now giving thought to the idea of perhaps making a run for it, The front door was a couple feet to my left. If I made it outside, I could yell for help, and maybe someone would hear me. I took a quick glance at the door without thinking. "Don't do that," the man said. "That wouldn't be good." I'm ashamed to admit I'd followed his instructions out of fear. As he motioned for me to get closer to him once again, I obeyed willingly. What if I did make a run for it? How far would I get before I could get to someone for help? What if I found someone and they didn't want to help? How long would I be willing to leave my sister behind? "Let's sit on the couch," he said, turning his back to me as he made his way into the living room. I followed obediently, now too fearful to do otherwise. I sat on the opposite side of the couch to him. "What do you want?" I asked, voice shaky. I cursed myself internally for sounding like such a scared kid. I was afraid, and the look on his face told me he knew it. "Does your mom ever talk about me?" he asked. The question caught me off guard. For a split second, brought my guard down. So he does know my mom. "I don't know who you are," I responded, trying my best to make my voice as masculine as possible. "I'm Jeff," he said slowly, pointing to his chest. "I work with your mom. Well, worked with your mom before we had a little disagreement. We've sort of been dating. Well, not officially, I guess. A little under the radar. It's been kind of a secret. Obviously, there are some complications to the whole thing." I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about," I stuttered. Maybe you have the wrong house?" "No, Robbie. I have the right house," he said, shifting his posture so he was directly facing me. "I just want to know what your mom has said about me. I don't think I'm supposed to say this, but your mom and I are running away together. I don't know how much she's told you. I imagine it'd be hard for you all having her leave, and I imagine it would be hard for her leaving you all behind. I think that's why she's been pushing me away, pretending she doesn't feel the same. If I could only show her, get through to her somehow, you know? I just need her to know how much I love her. It's like I've told her, I've expressed this to her in so many ways. She brushes me off, as if I mean nothing to her, as if I'm some sort of inconvenience, a hassle. You don't know the kind of pain yet, kid, but let me tell you, it hurts. I have this dream. It's more like a message. We're both on a beach, just the two of us. The ocean view is, God, it's so beautiful. I can't put it into words, but this feeling I have in that place, with her there, I know if I could only get her there. She pretends, you know? Pretend she doesn't like me. She pushes me away. I don't know why she does this. I don't know why women do this, Robbie, but I know she's playing with me. I know she wants to go, or maybe she doesn't, but if I could only get her there." As he said this, his disturbing smile began to transform into a more aggressive expression. "But, as I said, it probably isn't easy for her leaving behind her kids, huh?" he asked tauntingly. "Sir, my mom's never talked about you before, ever. I swear, I don't know." He cut me off mid-sentence, motioning his hands for me to stop. "You little liar," he said, raising his voice. "I don't believe you. Don't lie to me, Robbie. Because if she's never mentioned to me before to her own kids, that probably means I'm not important enough. I imagine it'd be difficult for a mother to leave her children behind. That kind of love, Robbie. I tell you, it's... God, I love that woman. But she has this life, and I get it. I'm not a heartless man. But what am I supposed to do, Robbie? I'm not waiting anymore." As he said this, he took out a large blade from his back pocket. I gulped as my breathing became erratic. "What would you do, Robbie?" he began. "When a couple of little punks stand between you and the love of your life. You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? He shifted his gaze up, something catching his attention. I looked back and saw Alyssa standing at the top of the stairs. In an instant, Jeff got up from his seat, his eyes locked on Alyssa. I got up and made a run for the stairs, not daring to look back. I reached the top of the stairs, grabbing Alyssa by her hand, almost pulling her arm off as I yanked her into our parents' bedroom. I closed the door behind us and paced around the bedroom, trying to come up with an idea. I tried pulling the stand table in the front of the door, but it was too heavy. Robbie. Jeff taunted from the other side of the door, almost singing my name. He sounded like he was almost at the top of the stairs. In a moment of desperation, I opened the window. I had looked outside the window many times before and knew there was no way of getting down from the first floor safely. I pulled Alyssa to the window as I followed in a state of shock. I looked down and knew the fall was going to hurt a great deal, but I could only pray that it wouldn't kill us. I placed a leg out of the window, placing Alyssa in front of me. As half our bodies hanging out the window, Jeff kicked open the door, running inside, wielding his knife. I plunged outside the window with Alyssa, placing her on top to soften the landing. I hit the ground hard. I heard my head bounce against the grass. I was disoriented for a few seconds as Alyssa shook me violently. I was unable to breathe, just lying there, trying to process my surroundings. I finally came to, Alyssa's words finally making sense. "Are you okay?" she asked. I grabbed her arm and I pulled her towards the front of the house, my body swaying side to side, still dizzy from the fall. We were greeted by Jeff, his twisted smile now gone, replaced by a look of determination. We walked in the opposite direction, making our way back to the house. "Run," I whispered to Alyssa, unable to raise my voice. She ran ahead of me, making her way into the neighbor's yard. Through a hole in the fence, Jeff followed behind her, pushing me to the ground in the process. I made my way back to the porch of our house before yelling to him. "I told her not to leave with you. She's staying behind because of me. She'll never leave with you. I'll make sure of that." Jeff turned back at me for the first time, displaying what I could only interpret as rage. Before letting out a laugh, he ran towards me as I wobbled into the house. I locked the door behind me, making my way to the phone. I grabbed the phone off the hook. The line was still dead. Jeff kicked the door, trying his best to break it open. I made my way to the front door before collapsing in the living room. My body had betrayed me when I needed it most. My head felt dizzy and I felt sleepy. I heard Jeff break down the door, and I gathered all of my energy to crawl my way to the front door. As I reached the front door, Jeff made his way in front of the door, blocking my access. He knelt in front of me, lifting my chin with his hand. "I knew it was you, you little bastard," he said nonchalantly. "It's crazy, you know, the way fate works. Chance occurrences dictating your life. It's not always fair, but I believe we have some control over our lives. That's all I'm doing here. I'm finally taking control, and things are going to go my way. It's nothing personal, kid." He grabbed my hair, pulling my head up as he lifted a blade to my neck with his other hand. There was a knock on the front door. "I have a gun," someone yelled from the other side of the door. "Robbie, are you in there?" It was Mr. May, our neighbor. I began to laugh, delusional, and finding humor in my current situation. Jeff motioned for me to be quiet as he pulled me to my feet, his knife still pressed to my neck. "Let the boy go. The cops are coming," Mr. May yelled again. I continued to laugh. For some unknown reason, unable to control myself. "Shut up, you little punk," Jeff whispered in my ear. He continued pulling me to the back of the house, moving backwards, still facing the front door. Mr. May began kicking the door, causing Jeff to push me to the ground. I turned my head to see him running out the back door. Mr. May came rushing inside, rifle in hand. I signaled with a finger towards the back door. He bent down next to me. "Are you okay?" he asked, as he placed a hand on my shoulder. I nodded yes. He continued to the back. He returned shortly after and helped me set up against the wall. Alyssa, I asked, voice shaky. She's okay. She's safe, he responded. Mr. May stood by my side until the police came. They asked me a few questions before taking me out to the ambulance. As I boarded the ambulance, I saw my parents arrive, nearly hitting a police car as they made their way near the ambulance. They ran to me until several officers stood in the way. I was unable to hear what they were talking about, but I finally saw Alyssa coming out with Mr. May's wife. She ran to my parents as my mom inspected her, ensuring she was okay. My mom ran over to me as she began sobbing. I'm so sorry, she said. This is all my fault. She looked me over, inspecting me for wounds. I swatted her hand away from me. She looked at me confused. You promised, I said. What? Promised what, sweetheart? You promised you would pick up, I responded before collapsing into her arms, letting out all of my emotions in an uncontrollable sob. My name is Lucy, and I live in a place called Las Vegas. The Spanish called it the Meadows. It is one of the most popular cities within the United States. But that's somehow surprising because it is largely a city within the greater Mojave Desert. Who knew that a place out in the middle of nowhere would turn out to be a place that one could get lost in endless revelry? One can go from seeing the caricatures of Paris to the faux sands of Egypt, and then find themselves in front of a 12-foot tall man walking on stilts. This place is known for its many attractions, from gambling to fine dining to shopping and all types of entertainment. Of course, while the town is known for its various forms of nightlife entertainment, such as its legal brothels, it also has substance by day with its financial, commercial, and great cultural centers. The town started to boom in 1931 with legalization of gambling, and it would continue to thrive to this day, alluring many from across the world to gain their potential riches. Indeed, it is this drive for fun and entertainment that provides me with the opportunities to earn a living. Alas, you see, I'm a small-time casino worker on the Strip. No, my life is not all fun and games. Even though I am a dealer of merriment and fun, I earn my coin as a crapjack dealer. I've been working there for a few years. I have seen a few things here and there. You know, people getting thrown out for cheating and whatnot. But the real reason I came out here to this place is the Grand Canyon. I am not one for these artificial constructs of the present, but I find myself drawn to what Mother Nature has to offer. Why, yes, I know, it's crazy working for the casino at night, and also enjoying orienteering on my own. Now, if you're curious about orienteering, let me clue you in on what it is. It is a rather simple sport, but it will drive you quite crazy. And that's the thrill of it. It's a sport that has a map and a compass. You see, the map will be quite detailed around a certain area. It will either be a specific section of the forest, or on a park property. Yes, you will notice that streams, trails, hills, and other elements of the terrain will be quite detailed and quite accurately placed. So, what is the goal of orienteering? The goal is rather simple: to finalize a course in point-to-point order. Multiple start points are present and several people will participate in the orienteering sport. The individual who finishes the course in the quickest amount of time is declared the winner. Orienteering usually takes place with various events. These events will come with our 5 courses that can have different forms of difficulty. Each course will have various colors to demarcate their expert level. So, for instance, if it's white, then you know it is for those who are new to the sport. If it's a yellow color, it's for the ones that are one step above beginners. Then, if it's orange, it's intermediate. If it's brown, it's longer and more advanced. Finally, red and blue, where blue will be the longest and most challenging. You want to make sure that you stick to your course and your own lane. If you follow someone else, you may be following them on a different course and can lose your way. While it can be quite a competitive sport, people participate in orienteering as it allows them to hang out together and explore the forest or general outdoors in a more fun and interesting way. Yes, I have done orienteering for many years. And it just so happens that Las Vegas was having an orienteering event of sorts. There was a big expo this year for orienteering, and I was most excited because there was a competition. It had been a while since I participated in an orienteering event, about a year or so, due to the global outbreak. Governments across the world ordered people to stay inside or minimize interactions with others altogether, to minimize the viral spread. It sort of put a damper on all types of activity. It was a miserable year indeed. As a matter of fact, it even affected my financials a tad bit. And so, I was recovering in more ways than one. I was so sick of being cooped up in my old apartment for about a year and a few months, and I hoped I'd be able to get out of that cycle soon enough. See, staying inside was driving me mad. Yes, absolutely crazy. I gained over 20 pounds from eating more to compensate for the loneliness and baseline sadness from being cooped up all day in a tiny apartment. Add to that the fact that I was single. What's worse, my energetic dog died right before the global pandemic. My best friend left me right before a deep year of loneliness. It was one of the worst years of my life, but I knew that there was quite a lot to look forward to in life and kept pressing forward. Thankfully, restrictions started to roll back and restaurants, bars, casinos, and other places were opening up again. So, there I was walking into work one day when I noticed the orienteering expo. They were giving out a map to the first 5 people in the door. I was surprised that I was one of the first 5 people. It was a map and a state. It just so happened that I got my own state. A map for my own proverbial backyard. I should say, because I thought to myself, what are the chances I would win anything? Then I started giggling like a little schoolgirl when I heard that Mr. Wellington was going to be at the expo too. He was quite famous and once saved a family of 7 from falling out of a treehouse. He was showing off as a vendor of his own accord. I had to call off work and go to the event. Thankfully, my boss was not as annoying and let me take the day off without any issues. I did get my hat signed by him, and I was excited because I had heard that he had been the one who had put the maps all together for the first 5 people. So I knew that it was going to be the most adventurous. Now, I could not wait to get after this new quest that was at hand, to find where this new map led, but there were still 3 days of the expo. The funny thing was that I didn't really care about the rest of the expo. The real thrill was the map. Unfortunately, the rules stated that we had to wait until after the conference was over before we were allowed to go on our wonderful adventure. I had to wait at my apartment. My apartment is a small place just outside of town. It is not the best place for me because it takes me over an hour some days to get to Vegas because of the traffic, but it's still kind of fun. Just me, my black 1967 Cadillac Eldorado with some chrome wheels. She did get dirty a lot within the desert, but was also great because she could pull out, if need be, in a tight squeeze. It is now day 2 of my wait to begin my quest. I'm working throughout the 3 days, so I can easily request off when the time comes. I go ahead and call my Uncle Alex on my lunch break and tell him I had gotten an exclusive map for orienteering from none other than the famous Mr. Wellington. Well, Uncle Alex could not believe it. He asked where it was located, and I said it was in my state, good old Nevada. Well, how lucky could I get that I'd be able to go orienteering in my own proverbial backyard? I hope that I could bring some of those good old biodegradable soups that they got good flavors, chicken and rice. I just had to wait one more day until I could head out. So, I decided to go after work into the city for a few hours and gamble. Just a wee bit. Maybe 500 or so. I mean, I was not made of money, but I could gamble a little bit here and there. I headed off to my favorite spot, the Fat Flamingo. They had quite a few good games there. I get lucky with one of those blackjack tables. I happen to know the dealer, Francisco. He used to work with me, but for some reason, he had the audacity to call me a bimbo. But guess what? I did not stand for that, so I merely folded the next hand, took the chips that I had, and cashed them in. As I did, I saw a man from the adjacent table eyeballing me. He kept watching me as I walked towards the cash-out spot, but did not do anything, although he just lingered around. As if to not get noticed by me, he acted like he was invisible. Like his oversized jacket and top hat would obscure him from the rest of the world, keeping me and him in this sort of vacuum. His top hat had some feathers in it. It was like he was a pimp or a player poser. That was certainly not my bag, and furthermore, it was just weird. Anyway, I walked over to the stand, cashed out. Now, as I'm cashing out, he starts catcalling me of all sorts. I acted like I did not hear him, and walked over to the slot machines. I walked down a few rows of the machines, and picked one where a lady is already sitting, and I sat on the other side of her. I put in my money and start playing. It's going good for a while, and then I start losing. I hear a man say, "Hey mama, why don't you come and spin my wheel?" I laughed and said no thanks. He kept spinning away, and one of the drink girls asked, "Hey, is this guy giving you a problem?" I said, "Why, in fact, he is." "Okay then," the lady says over the radio. This is Julie. We have a code heat. Repeat, we have a code heat here." Then I see two security guards pick the guy up from his arms and lead him out of the joint. I tell the cocktail waitress thank you and slip her a 50. She winks and I nod and walk away. I think, oh man, that was a close one. Thanks to that waitress for getting me out of that hairy situation. I go back to the bar and order me a triple shot of whiskey, hit it, and then I go back to my 1967 Cadillac Eldorado. I sit there for 5 minutes, letting the alcohol course through my system and setting to avoid any issues. The alcohol warms me on this rather chilly night. It is around -1 at the current moment. I head back towards home, and I can't wait for the hike. I have so much excitement running through my mind that it makes it hard to sleep. It's 2 a.m. I must get a little bit of sleep. I do drift off to sleep. I find myself awake a few hours later. I'm just too darn tootin' excited. I get out of bed and go through my checklist to make sure everything is ready for the journey ahead. I look around for my handy multi-tool, and I find it. This will be very useful in my journey out in the vast landscape that is the Grand Canyon. What else do I need for my trip? Yes, I'll need my compass, my matches, a lighter, my sleeping bag, an extra sleeping bag, and a few gallons of water. I might add a filter bottle to filter water that I come across if I run out of water on my journey too. Yep, I've got my sunscreen, my sunglasses, and my bug-off spray to keep them creepy crawlies away. Since it's cold, I know that I will need my super insulated coat with my mink fur and Gucci steel-toed boots. Okay, it's all here. And before I knew it, I looked back up at the clock, and it's already 6 a.m. Well, looks like I'm going to have to make my coffee a little extra strong and extra bold. So, as I'm pouring my cup, as it's -1 degrees, I almost forget to bring the map along, so I get it and put it in my waterproof satchel. Now, I just gotta pack it all in the car and then fill up and head to the coordinates on the map. The first pair of coordinates are an hour away. I type it into my GPS, and it seems like it's near the Grand Canyon. As I'm driving from Las Vegas, I notice that it's taking me across state lines. I thought the map was in my own backyard. But I guess I was wrong. It seems like I'm heading to Arizona. Whoa, I didn't know that the Grand Canyon was in Arizona. I always heard people say that they are going to go spend some time in nature after their escapade and adventure in Las Vegas. But I guess I never paid attention to where they were going. I'm surprised that I didn't think about visiting the Grand Canyon earlier on. I think it's because I'm catching up on my debt payments, and I've been stifled on my adventure for a while now. Of course, the virus and the pandemic slowed me down even more this year because it's pretty much made me stay inside. But the truth is that it seems I've been on my specific path for a while now. I'm trying to become more stable by doing regular stuff like working regularly, paying my bills, and repeating each day following the same old routine. It's eating away at my soul. Now, I'm 30 minutes away from the first point on the map. I see something on the horizon. It's a large looking container, and I'm wondering what it's doing out here on the middle of the road. It surprises me, and I quickly have to swerve the vehicle just in time to avoid a certain collision. I hate it when that happens. People forget to fasten their cargo, a portion of it slips off the truck, and the rest of the people have to either go around it or risk damaging their cars. It's a pain. A real pain. Anyway, I continue on the road for around 15 minutes, and then noticed that the car beside me was waving at me to lower my windows. At first, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't when I remember the guy at the casino. But I roll it down anyway. The dark-haired man in the Cadillac next to me says that my car has a flat. Blast it, I think. That's something that I can't handle right now on my orienteering journey. As you know, orienteering is a competition. You want to be the first one through the course. Delays like this don't help the goal of being first place. I slowly get to the other side of the road and come to a halt. I grumble a little bit and get the right tools out. The jack and that long tire iron thingy. I grumble a little more and start lifting the car with the jack. I get to the tire and find that changing the tire is much harder than I thought it would be. Oh gosh, it's cold out here. This just makes this situation much worse. Thank God I don't have to change tires every single day. After struggling for about another 30 minutes, I finally changed the tire. It's time for a well-deserved break. I hop back in my car and reach for my special compartment. I find my pipe, but where's my super silver haze? How about my white window? I need this for the trip. None of my herbal medication is present in my car. This is very disconcerting. I usually smoke my herbal medication at least once a day. It helps me stay calm, sane, and relaxed. I've been smoking regularly for years now, and it's become part of my regular routine. I try to resist the temptation, but I find myself driving back to my apartment. Yes, it's going to delay me a bit more, but I'd rather get it and not have to worry about not having it at all throughout the trip. I get home, quickly looking around for my stash. I can't find it. What the I swear, I went ahead and got something from my local marijuana dispensary. The Happy Flower the other day. I can't find it. It's the middle of the night, so I can't go to the dispensary. I guess I'll have to see if my backup's available. I ring Diego, someone I smoke with regularly. Someone who sometimes sells his weed when I want some, but can't get it from the dispensary for whatever reason. I refer to Diego as the backup, as he's my last resort in these situations. He doesn't pick up. I'm getting pissed off now, as this whole day seems to be shot. Diego texts me back saying, "How much do you need?" I text, 1 ounce. Halfway to the strip in about 30 minutes. I hop in my car, head to the Maximus ATM, and withdraw around $400. I'll give Diego $250 and keep the rest. We meet up. He's a little late, like always, and we do the exchange. I drive off into the desert and light up while I'm looking at the stars. I'm getting a little hungry, so I drive up to the Freedom Beat, grab some fried chicken bacon, eat, and drive home to go to sleep. I wake up around 8 hours later and make sure to pack my array of herbal medication and drive off back into the direction of the first point. Here we go again, I think. Now to restart my adventure, this time with all the necessary items. I finally make it out to the initial point on the map and make my first camp. It's about 5:30 p.m. and I'm going to start my orienteering journey from here. I've got my hiking backpack with my pop-up tent and my sleeping bag. I set it up, crawl in there, and sprawl out. I pull up my pipe, add some Northern Lights herb into the multicolored wavy pipe and smoke. The temperatures are around 77 degrees in April, around the evening time, and it continues to decline throughout the night. It then starts to rise in the morning. I take a few hits and start thinking about where I am in life right now. I'm usually an easygoing person, but I've been at the casino for a while, and it's not fun or interesting anymore. To be honest, it wasn't even that fun, but it could pay well every now and then. It was supposed to be a temporary job, but I got caught up in the whole lifestyle and didn't get back to what I wanted to do. What do I want to do? Be an adventurer? Go orienteering, travel, go to places, and discover different parts of life and things for myself? The thing is, that's too general. And how do you even finance that type of lifestyle? I don't come from money and wouldn't know where to begin. My problem is that I can't focus on a specific career and have no idea what I would be great at. The reason I want to focus on adventure is because most of my regular life seems repetitive and boring. You do the same thing over and over and don't push for more because the same activities are comfortable. It also seems like everyone lives life vicariously through games, television shows, and movies. It's like there's a slew of streaming providers that are pumping out new shows every single day. I've fallen into this cycle, endlessly binging new and old shows, reciting lines, and referring to pop culture references like I was going to be tested on it. How did I get hooked? It's cheap to purchase movie flicks and just hang out. What's not to love? You get endless entertainment for a few bucks. Conversely, it's very expensive to actually live. Every single action costs more and more, while you feel like you have to work harder to stay in place. It seems like you have no choice but to play the game, work for a corporate overlord, and fiend after dollars, and all to stay in place. It's a pain realizing that for the first time. I wanted to focus on living. Not have to spend my life trying to earn a living, but actually living. So, if you do the math, you'll have to earn at least 3 times minimum wage to be able to make sure that I don't have as many problems. Can't have enough money to spend on trips, live life, and don't have to sit around watching Netflix for endless hours. Is that too much to ask for? That's what's been stuck on my mind. Whoa, I need to see what job can help me get a different level without having to invest a lot of courses that take time. That's when I start thinking, it's crazy how time spent doing something interesting makes you want to live more. You feel fresh and ready to do a lot with your life. But exactly the opposite, when you're working at many of these places, you feel like your life means nothing if you are trapped in many of these soul-leeching jobs. It's totally different when orientating. Why? Well, I'm usually in new places and generally able to explore something new about each area. That's somewhere I've never gone before. That's another area I've yet to explore. That excitement of following the map, moving through each part of the route, and getting there faster than the other is exhilarating. Remember that going from each area to the next lets you have something to look forward to. I think I've been thinking too much. I shouldn't reason or submit to the situation, but dominate it. It is easy to say, but hard to do. fear usually creeps in and makes you react and reason instead of dominating the situation. But what I'm realizing is that if you engage in activities that you want to do, you can elevate the quality of life in the present moment instead of worrying about the future. You're present right now. I'm writing a few thoughts in my journal as I aim to go to sleep in the Grand Canyon. It's wintertime right now, so there's bound to be lots of snow around. The cold adds clarity. The snow reinforces this blank state experience and helps you think. It's these type of orienteering experiences where I see that I'm able to find out what I'm about in life that helps me stop running from one lifeless moment to the next, forcing myself to exist for the next potential euphoric moment. I fall asleep while writing these thoughts down in my leather-bound journal. I'll wake up the next day and feel the cold wind in my face. It's refreshing and jolts you awake. I hear some rustling behind me. It's early morning, so this kind of surprises me. I quickly turn around to see that it's just some plastic dragging on the floor. I walk to the nearest water stream and splash it on my face. It feels kind of weird. I thought I saw my reflection, and it seemed like I got much older. That sent a chill down my spine. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you don't want to imagine your life slipping away. Anyway, I find a rock, grab a bite to eat out of my backpack, just some granola, scarf it up, tap my hands together to get the crumbs off, and I pull out the map. The map shows that my next point is near the south. I quickly pack up and head that way. I hear the winter months in the Grand Canyon are great because there's less people, it's much more interesting and challenging, and that the views are greater because of the snow. I'm at the south rim of the Grand Canyon. I had to park far away because the south rim is usually closed down and not open to cars. Luckily, I'm fine walking and plan on heading to the next point on the map in the northern rim. That's when this thought hits me. It's like people spend their lives wishing that they had done this or done that. They wish that they went here and that they tried something interesting, but they stumble upon never finding the genie that grants their wishes. That hits me hard on this rather cold morning. I need more of those while I'm getting to the next point. It's going to take about 9 hours by foot. I keep myself entertained on these hikes by thinking about everything. It's about 3 hours into the hike. Boy, I wish I'd gone on more short-range hikes or walks during the lockdown. This is really taking it out of me today. I grab a mountain bar from my bag and bite down. I'm braced for dramatic winter storms, the fantastic inches of snow, and gradual warmth that comes about over the days. I was even prepared for the shorter days and the solitude that this space would bring to the table in these winter months. I'm thinking that I might have to come back in December, January, and February. Those who don't come here in the winter months would always visit the visitor center to talk to the rangers and view some exhibits, a way of getting ready for the long road ahead. But the creators of the map didn't have time for relaxation or the norm. They send you right into the game. It makes sense. The crisp air and the fantastical backdrop of the canyon's ridge, wrinkles, and fractures. It's intriguing to be in an area that's been beaten down by time, yet yields something grand. As I head through the canyon, it seems as if I'm going steeper. I'm descending gradually into the canyon. It's a different experience. Thankfully, I have my shoe traction device and my hiking poles. I'd be screwed without my lightweight clothing and my cold winter clothes. The weather changes gradually throughout the day and your present location. It's as if you are quite literally in a new world, regulated as each part of the canyon has its own microclimate. One of my dreams is to eventually make my way to Scandinavia, where they actually appreciate orienteering. I'm not going to say that I'm going to make it happen one day. It seems like when you say that, you give yourself an excuse to be the same, act the same, and participate in regular activities that are giving you the same results. Nope. I'm going to win this orienteering contest and get to Scandinavia within 3 months. I yelled out into the Grand Canyon for the universe and the rest of the world to hear. I'm going to Scandinavia within 3 months, no matter what. It echoed and echoed some more, as if the universe was making sure that I would keep my word and make sure that I make it happen. I feel like I had a breakthrough in that moment. It was like I had conviction and hope for the first time in a long time. The best part was that the pandemic was slowly dying down in many parts of the world. States were opening up and people were gradually going back to normal. That meant I could travel and move around without having any issues. It felt good to feel good. My goal was somewhat out of reach, but practically at the same time, as the global situation seemed to be getting better. As I kept walking, I wondered why it took me going out to go orienteering for me to have an epiphany. I think it's because you're kept busy each day with work and recharging. If you're not doing something interesting, it can drain your energy fast, leaving you comfortable but more zombie-like. Instead of the anxiety that you get when you're doing something new and fresh, you have a sort of nothingness when you are exploring and discovering. You have this dizzying effect of unlimited potential, of intense possibility, and the greatness of the unknown. You don't feel small and enclosed like you might when you're living in a repetitive, humdrum routine. Conversely, when you're adventuring, you have a dreaming spirit that can channel positive anxiety that doesn't hold you back but pushes you forward. Instead of sleepwalking and feeling suspended or frozen in life, when you're genuinely in tune with what you want to do, you're awake and alive, immersed in freedom and the flexibility of possibilities, with more conviction and definiteness of purpose. I felt as though I was invincible. Yes, it did indeed feel as I was looking at the abyss, and it should have frightened me, but no, I had energetic, coffee-like anxiety about the future. For the first time, I was looking into the abyss and saw immense opportunities. I was kind of out of breath now as I traversed these rocky grounds for an hour or so. It was time to come to a pause. I reached into my pocket, took out my pre-rolled blunt, and lit it. Then, I took a few hits and hung around for 30 minutes or so and grabbed a bite to eat, some salted mixed nuts and dried fruits. I'm now at the Mather Point Overlook, and I'm going to go to the Rim Trail, one of the most compelling walks within the United States, nay, the world. It is full of scenery with amazing sights all throughout. I'm glad that I'm on this trip. I shed a tear because of how beautiful it all is. I'm so entranced with the sights, and I keep walking. I glanced around at the indentations and various aspects of the canyon, but one in particular draws my attention. It has these strange drawings on it. I can only interpret it as if it's angelic feeling. There are multitudes of angels falling down onto earth as they are flung and cast out of heaven. I thought, geez, what did they do? It was pretty cool. But I was orientating and had to stay focused on my mission. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. But then I stumbled on a different natural wall that had other markings on it. The angels acted as if they were blending in amongst the general population of Earth. Except they really couldn't blend in that well. They were giants. They were huge in comparison to those around them. I couldn't believe it. Why hadn't anyone told me about this before? I'd have come out here to look a long time ago. But this wall was different. I looked closer, and embedded in it was this amazing gemstone. It started glowing and compelled me to touch it. It was surprising because it was midday, but it was still glowing quite brightly. I couldn't stop myself. I felt like something else was controlling me. I grabbed it, but it wouldn't come loose. Just then, the ground started to shake, and I grabbed onto the nearest thing that I could. The gemstone embedded in the wall. I now was grateful that it didn't come loose. But this time, it sent shockwaves through my body, and I felt as if I was in a seizure-like state. But the interesting thing was that my body wasn't shaken. My mind felt clear, and I didn't feel dizzy. But my reality looked different, and I became unconscious. When I awoke, I was in what seemed like the southern rim, but not really in the southern rim of the Grand Canyon. My compass states that I'm in a similar position, but everything is different. I can see different vegetation and flora around me. I hear the rumbling of water. It seems to course through this place with great vigor. I hear what appears to be birds and other creatures chattering in their native tongues. Yet I found myself in disbelief, as this is not the Grand Canyon that I know. It is a different place entirely. I have this weird plan in the back of my head that I might have fallen. Is that what those sigils were about back there? Was it showing that you, the weary traveler, are the angel that might fall if you are not careful? I can't stay still. I've got to explore this place further. I look around me and I'm in a cave. It's underground, but it's thriving. It's not just stalactite and stalagmite, but a thriving and green lush ecosystem. As I walk, I see new types of trees and strange types of bugs that I've never seen before. This is when I start to hear chanting. Now, I have two choices here. I can turn around and go back, sinking back into what I know, or keep going forward, let the anxiety build a bit, and feel the energy course through my veins. That expectation, the discovery of the unknown. I can feel guilt in my anxiety, or press forward, push past the potential failure, and seek fruitfulness in life. Truth be told, there's no way to go but forward. I have no idea where I am and have no clue of how to get back to the rim trail. I know one thing for sure. This isn't the average Grand Canyon experience. I'm making my way through this cavernous terrain, and the chants appear nearer. What I see is a gathering of giants. They are dressed in cloaks, and a few of them have chains with some symbols. They are all standing in a circle, and there is a giant pillar that they are chanting to, and it starts changing colors, and the mountain starts to spark and illuminate. I see multitudes of rare gems and other precious materials that appear with the monolith and the chanting. They are all focused, paying close attention in this ritual. It seems as if they are entranced, and their collective energy of confidence and strength through this ritual is what keeps them bonded. Then, all of a sudden, they hear a noise and the monolith starts to react. They stop the chanting, and they sense that something is different. The sense that something has gone wrong. Indeed, something is not right with their world. They speak to each other in what seems like a variation of Hebrew languages. Each of them quickly turns around and looks at me. That's when it hits me. I'm the problem. I could run. There's nowhere to go. I look at them and freeze. One shouts and runs to strike me. He seems to have wrath and anger in his eyes. I yell out, "No! Don't hurt me!" I raise my hands, and some sort of energy aura defends me. At the same time, another moves directly to stop him. The bearded one who lunged at me yells angrily at the clean-shaven giant who saved me. He seems to be reasoning with the bearded one, de-escalating the situation, but the bearded one is fuming and very angry. Two of these great giants use this energy to contain the bearded and hostile. They yell out in a foreign language as they fight amongst themselves. The earth quakes amidst their great struggle. The bearded one has his eyes closed the entire time and calmly pushes back against the two who seek to save me. With the flick of his wrist, he sends them crashing against the wall. They yelp out in pain. He seems to be doing something to hold them at bay. He raises his hands in the air and they levitate. He holds them there and says something in a foreign language. Sat Nabutsi. It seems as if he's asking them if they've had enough. They hesitate and then nod, and he drops them. He tells them, Dimitim em Salom, then grins and walks over to me. I squirm but cannot do anything, for I am trapped. Nothing is blocking me, but I can't move. I wonder why. It is the same force that stops the other two. I'm sure of it. He is towering over me. These are all giants, large creatures. They look human, but there is something different about them. I'm not certain what it is. I feel myself starting to levitate. I'm being spun around and flipped over. I'm stranded. He seems to inspect me some more, as if I'm the strange one. I spit on him, and to my surprise, he says, "Stalus humanos." I figured it out. He is speaking Latin. I know from some of these games I played, "Stalus humanos" means stupid human. Oh wait, that's me. He was calling me stupid. He slams me against the rock wall. I think I'm bleeding, but I don't feel hurt. Maybe it's my adrenaline and the shock of it all, but I don't feel hurt at all. I slump to the ground. Meanwhile, he's laughing the whole time. This is nothing to him. The other two are still suspended. He looks back and waves his palm. They glide to the floor. I see that this is not a young individual, but someone who is much older. He has a long gray beard and has the eyes of one that has seen much and seeks to move on but can't. This whole place seems to be frozen in time. There is something strange here. I can't put my finger on it. He sits down, but even sitting down, he's much taller than me. I start to squirm and try to move, but I'm stuck again. He's holding me still. Ah, a feisty one, eh? I wonder how he can speak my language when it seems as if he's speaking an ancient one just a moment ago. As if he read my mind, he says, "You little silly ant. Oh, human. We belong to the ancients. We understand and possess knowledge that you can't even begin to fathom. We have been here since the beginning and have seen endless suffering and carnage. Your language is but a grain in the sand of the vast depth of knowledge. It's barely even scratches the surface. We were there in anguish at the time of the Tower of Babel. We were pleased to make our way back to the heavens with the sons and daughters of men. But then the one above confused the people. They started to speak in many tongues, and our work came to a halt. We were banished to this realm, but we still see what's going on. We have seen as civilizations have come and gone. As men have slaughtered each other over nothing and everything. You deal with each other with great rage, greed, lust, and more. You sink to the depths of depravity over the course of your lives and then slip away and become one with the dust. But we have seen glimpses of the future. We have seen how you and your kind have traveled through the heavens with great strife and have populated other celestial bodies, only to repeat much of the same mistakes you have on this train. Such great progress, but only to fail to the same evils within thy nature. Meanwhile, our kind rests here and waits until an opportunity presents itself. We have tried a multitude of ways to come back to your world, but seem to be stuck in this dimension. We are bound here, and have been so for several millennia. We look for answers and solutions to escape, but still remain. He stared intently into my eyes and said, "You are but a mere distraction. Be gone." He said it without exerting any energy, but the force of the words and the energy pushed back into the Grand Canyon. I found myself transported to what seems to be the final point on the orienteering map. I see a shiny rock. It starts to glimmer. On it is ancient words, Cavity de Lapidus. The Nephilim, fallen ones, giants, were the offspring of sexual relationships between the sons of God and daughters of men. In Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 4, there is much debate as to the identity of the sons of God. It is our opinion that the sons of God were fallen angels, demons, who mated with human females, or possessed human males, who then mated with human females. The union resulted in offspring, the Nephilim, who were heroes of old, men of renown. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. For a discussion on the various interpretations, please read our article on the identity of the sons of God and daughters of men. Why would the demons do such a thing? The Bible does not specifically give us an answer. Demons are evil, twisted beings, so nothing they do should surprise us. As to the distinct motivations, one speculation is that the demons were attempting to populate the human bloodline in order to prevent the coming of the Messiah. God has promised that the Messiah would one day crush the head of the serpent, Satan. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. The demons in Genesis chapter 6 were possibly attempting to prevent the crushing of the serpent and make it impossible for the sinless seed of the woman to be born again. This is not specifically a biblical answer, but it is biblically possible. What were the Nephilim? According to the Hebrewic and other legends, the Book of Enoch, and other non-biblical writings, they were a race of giant and superheroes who did acts of great evil. Their great size and power likely came from a mixture of demonic DNA with human genetics. According to the movie Noah, starring Russell Crowe, reviewed by us here, the Nephilim were fallen angels, encased in rock. All that the Bible directly says about them is that they were heroes of old, men of renown. Genesis chapter 4, verse 6. The Nephilim were not aliens, angels, watchers, or rock monsters. They were literally physical beings produced from the union of the sons of God and the daughters of men. Genesis chapter 6, verse 1 through 4. What happened to the Nephilim? The Nephilim were one of the primary reasons for the great flood in Noah's time. Immediately after the mention of Nephilim, God's word says, "The Lord saw how great men's wickedness on the earth had become, and that every inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil all the time. The Lord was grieved that he had made men on the earth, and his heart was filled with pain. So the Lord said, I will wipe mankind, whom I have created from the face of the earth, men and animals and creatures that move along the ground, and birds of the air, for I am grieved that I have made them." Genesis chapter 6, verses 5 through 7. God proceeded to flood the entire earth, killing everyone and everything other than Noah, his family, and the animals on the ark. All else perished, including the Nephilim. Genesis chapter 6, verses 11 through 22. Were there Nephilim after the flood? Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. Tell us, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards. It seems that the demons repeated their sins simultaneously after the flood as well. However, it likely took place to a much less extent than it did prior to the flood. When the Israelites spied out the land of Canaan, they reported back to Moses, "We saw the Nephilim there. The descendants of Anak come from the Nephilim. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them." Numbers 13:33. This passage does not say that the Nephilim were genuinely there, only that the spies thought they saw the Nephilim. It's more likely the spies witnessed very large people in Canaan, and in their fear believed them to be Nephilim. Or it is possible that after the flood, the demons again mated with human females, producing more Nephilim. It is even possible that some of the traits of the Nephilim were passed through the hereditary of one of Noah's daughters-in-laws. Whatever the case, these giants were destroyed by the Israelites during the invasion of Canaan. Joshua 11:21-22, and later in history, Deuteronomy 3:11, 1 Samuel 17. What prevents the demons from producing more Nephilim today? It seems that God put an end to the demons mating with humans by placing all the demons who committed such an act in isolation. Jude verse 6 tells us, The angels who do not keep their positions of authority, but abandon their own home, these he has kept in darkness, bound with everlasting chains for judgment on the great day. Obviously, not all demons are in prison today. So, there must have been a group of demons who committed further grievous sins beyond the original fall. Presumably, the demons who mated with human females are the ones who are bound with everlasting chains. This would prevent any more demons from attempting such a sin. The night's breeze felt amazing on my face as I sat on the hood of my car, waiting for the rest of the gang. Tonight, they're going to be visiting their small town's local horror attraction. It is rumored to be haunted, but none of us have ever witnessed anything. So tonight, on All Hallows Eve, we're going to do something incredibly stupid. Spend the night. Man, what kind of stupid are we? This is how every horror movie ever starts. So why are we doing this? Maybe I should just get back in my car and go home. As I was thinking this, the headlights of my friend's car crested the hill. Well, guess it's too late to turn back now, I quietly said to myself, sliding off the hood of my car, waving at my friends. Hey guys, how's it going? I asked them, acting like I'd just not scared the shit out of myself. Altogether, there were 4 of us. Myself, Ray, Emma, and Jess. Me and Jess had been dating for a little over a year now. Me, Ray, and Emma have been best friends since we were like 8 years old.
Hey, honey.
Jess' sweet voice cut through the quiet of the evening. The sun had just set, and the world around us was at the precipice of the diurnal fauna going to sleep and the nocturnal fauna coming to life. I went over and gave her a hug and a kiss. It's good to see you. Honestly, sitting here in the quiet was sort of unnerving. Please don't tell the others. I said this sort of embarrassed, but I knew I could tell her anything. We were just about to graduate high school, and we'll be attending the same college. If all went to plan, I would spend the rest of my life with her. She chuckled.
It's okay, Daniel. I will not tell anyone. To be honest, this place does give me the heebie-jeebies. I would not have come up here by myself. You are much braver than me. In fact, I doubt the others would have come here alone either.
Greeting the other 2. Hey guys, how are you? I hope you're ready for a night of disappointment. I mean, we all know ghosts aren't real. But I am just here for the bragging rights, and maybe to... He trailed off, looking at Jess and blushing. That happens. You 2 get lost, understand? The group set off into the haunted attraction. The plan was, once inside, they'd make their way to the corn maze, where they would hide until everyone left for the evening. The attraction was nothing special on the inside. Some actors with decent costumes and makeup. They had the zombie run as well. We did it, but immediately after, Emma complained.
I don't know why they have something like that. Like, yeah, what I want is to get all hot and sweaty. You think I went through all the trouble to look this cute to run?
She asked, not really wanting an answer. I don't know, Emma. I like y'all hot and sweaty, Ray said, giving her a wink. They had always flirted back and forth, but never really did anything about it. So I chimed in. Ew! Gross. Get a room, you 2. Ray just gives me the bird and says, maybe we will once we set up camp. At this point, poor Emma is red in the face, looks over at Ray and shouts,
Pervert.
punching him in the shoulder with little to no conviction and storming off. Well, let's follow her. You know Emma. She'll be lost and freaking out soon enough. Following her, we did the woods walk, where we walked through some woods with nothing more than a flashlight to guide our way. Ray and I were in front, while the girls hung out in the back gossiping and jumping at every little thing that went bump in the night. Ray asked me, what do you think they're talking about? I don't know, man. Probably about how big of a tool you are. Do you always gotta be such a pervert to Emma? Hey, man. Come on now. You know I like her, he said defensively. Well, then fucking ask her out, man. Just get the cringe shit you say to her under control. It's getting kinda old. I said this a little more harsh than I intended, but it got him to act. I could still hear the girls gossiping as Ray approached them.
Can you believe Ray just said that to me?
Emma said.
I mean, I know he likes me, but he could be a bit less of an ass.
Yeah, Daniel would never say that to me.
They quieted as they noticed Ray approaching.
What do you want?
The girls asked in unison. Rubbing the back of his head, Ray stammers. Can I talk to you in private, Emma? He asked, turning red in the face. The girls chuckle and Jess walks up to join Daniel as Ray continues to painfully stammer through his question. Hey, Emma, I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't mean to upset you, seriously. I just had a huge crush on you for a long time now, and I wanted to know if you would go out with me. He finished looking at the ground, expecting her to laugh at him and say no, but he got the opposite.
What took you so long, idiot? I've only been giving you hint after hint after hint. Man, boys really are stupid. Yes, of course I'll go out with you.
After that was over, the four walked hand in hand for the rest of the night. They laughed, joked, and ate food, jumped when the actors jumped out of them. The night was a lot of fun. However, before they knew it, they were in the corn maze. The attraction will be closing up here in just a few minutes. No doubt security will be doing a once-over of the park to make sure no one was hiding in it. But we were in the middle of the cornfield, and I doubt anyone would search in here. Turns out our assumption was correct. The lights came and went, and soon enough, all we could hear were the creatures of the night. All human life ceased except for my friends and myself. Alright guys, let's go, I said, leading them out of the cornfield, pulling out our LED flashlights to guide the way. Getting out of the cornfield, the park was so different in the dark with no lights or people. It honestly was creepy, I thought to myself. So what's the story behind this place anyways? Ray asked. I looked over at our paranormal experts. Jess, Emma, you guys want to take this one? Jess started it off.
Well, according to my mother, this used to be a graveyard from my understanding. When this place was created, they had to relocate the cemetery to another location. After this place was created, the very first it was opened on Halloween after midnight, some of the workers went missing, and they were found later the next day dead. From what she heard, it was not a pretty sight.
Legend has it, if anyone got caught roaming the grounds after midnight, they'll gut you and leave you hanging from a tree. Ooh.
Emma chimes in from behind the boys, scaring the hell out of them, laughing so hard that she almost peed herself when she noticed how pale Ray had become. That's a load of bull. We all know ghosts don't exist. This is why we're here to prove it after all, boasts Ray. But you could see the fear in his eyes. The girls got to him. They continued exploring, but nothing happened, so they decided to split up. Daniel and Jess went together, and Emma and Ray. This was the moment Danny was hoping for. Jess and Danny went to the woods, while the other two went back into the cornfield. Ray and Emma started exploring the cornfield, thinking this would be a good chance to give them some alone time. However, the second they crossed into the corn once more, something strange happened. It was like all the outside world had been shut off, like flipping a TV. 1 second crickets, locusts, owls, you name it, you could hear it. Now, it's so quiet, it hurt their ears.
What happened to all the noise?
Emma asked, sounding kind of scared. Don't worry, it's more likely a predator's around, and plus, the corn is dense, so it's probably blocking out some of the noise, Ray explained, only half believing in himself.
Let's just get out of here. This was a bad idea. I don't like this anymore.
Emma said, scared. Okay, let's just turn around. We literally just entered the cornfield. Should not be that hard to find our way. Ray trailed off when he turned around and noticed the exit was gone. They both went to inspect the area where the exit had been, but the second Ray moved, roots shot up from the ground, wrapping around Ray's ankles and dragging him away. As this was all happening, Emma was knocked down to the ground. She sets up, and when she did, the roots moved towards her. Freezing in fear, the roots stopped progressing towards her. Emma could hear Ray screaming for help, but she was too scared to move. She feared the roots would take her too if she moved at all. Not too far away, Jess and Daniel hears the screaming coming from the cornfield.
What was the...
Jess asked me, but before she could finish, she was cut off by another scream as I looked over towards the field. It sounded like Ray was screaming. Let's go check it out, I said to Jess. We both ran over to the cornfield when Jess was yelling.
Emma, are you okay?
We waited for a minute, and finally we got a reply.
Yes, I fell and I can't get up, but Ray... Oh God. It took him. His screams were awful. I don't know where he is.
She was crying by this point. I'm coming to get you out.
No, don't. If you do, you'll be stuck in here and the corn will take you too. I think as long as I don't move, I'm fine. You and Jess go get help.
Emma finished.
What should we do, Daniel? She's trapped in there. We need to get help.
She was panicking. Okay, here's what we do. Let's go to the security office. They will have a phone. We can call the cops. Yes, we will get in trouble, but I'd rather that than being stuck here all night. I finished, waiting for a response.
Yeah, let's do that. It's our best option.
Jess agrees, slightly calming down. We quickly ran to the security booth. No one was there, of course. The one time we need to run into them, and they were out. Great. I grabbed the phone and called 911. The phone rang a few times, and something picked up. I say something because what was on the other end was no human. Hello, we need help, I said after I heard the phone stop ringing. Oh yes, you do, Daniel. You need more help than you know. You and little Jess. Emma will not make it to see sunrise. What about Ray? I asked, but the thing just laughed at me again. You'll see. Oh, he is currently strung up at the moment, but his predicament should not be your primary concern. It's the rest of your friends you should worry about. As if on cue, I heard wails from outside the window, and the doors began to shake. Here, hold this. I open the bag and pull out a bundle of herbs and salt from my bag.
I thought you did not believe in ghosts, Daniel.
Jess said. I don't, but my dad always said proper preparation prevents piss poor performance. However, in this case, preventing us from getting our asses dead. Here, I said as I handed her the herbs. Light this and walk around the room in a slow counterclockwise motion. Make sure to get the doors and the windows especially. As Jess did this, I salted the doors and windows. Then she and I sat in the center of the room, in a circle made of salt. The thing spoke to us in many familiar voices. Our parents, cops, any voice that it thought it could trick us into opening the door. Jess went to speak, but I shouted at her, "Do not speak to it, Jess. You understand me? No matter what it says."
Yes, Dan, I understand.
She only called me that when she was scared. We sat there for hours in that little guard shack. Throughout the night, we heard many different voices. Our parents yelling for us to come out. The cops saying come out with our hands up. Even Ray and Emma saying that they were okay. But all the voices seemed slightly wrong. So we sat there, and we sat there, and we sat there, till the sun was high in the sky, and someone finally found us in that shack. "What are you kids doing here?"
Oh, thank God. Please help us. We lost our friends in the cornfield, and ghosts are trying to kill us.
Jess freaked out, flinging her arms around the confused guard. Now, little lady. We'll get you all sorted. Let's go get your friends." We followed the guard to the cornfield, and all of us immediately vomited. Ray was towering over the corn, crucified. His stomach had been cut open, and his internal organs now fed the corn. "Emma, are you there?" I yelled, followed by Jess.
Emma, sweetie, are you there, sweetie?
We listened, and we heard a weak answer.
Yeah, I'm here. Help me. I can't move, but I'm here.
We moved into the corn and found her wrapped up in the roots of the corn. She was waist deep in the soil. We pulled her out, but as we did, we quickly noticed she would need an ambulance.
What is it? What is it?
She screamed as she saw her legs. The flesh had been stripped away, down to the bone and muscle. Insects could be seen crawling in and out of the wounds. We rushed her to the hospital, and the cops came by to question us. We told them the truth, that we had hit past closing, and that we had been hunted by ghosts. The cops think we were delusional, and that some psycho killed Ray, and the insects just started to eat Emma's legs because they thought she was dead when she didn't move, and the reason she didn't feel the pain was she was in shock. But one thing I can tell you, if you are told that a place is haunted, stay away, learn from our dumbasses, and stay far, far away. I'm looking at the cabin we just left. Couldn't be happier to leave that place. It was a fine setting to stay protected from the elements and beasts. But in this life, we can't stay in one spot for too long. At least, not this place. I stare at the forest, trying to see if there's anything there. Think it's safe? Sam asks. I know it's safer than that damn cabin, I say. Well, I guess so. Off we go then. Maybe we'll find a pet owl or something. I think I can hear it hooting already. That's a start, as I pick up the very few belongings we have. Are you sure you are prepared? You only have a jacket and thin pants. Where did your bag go? There was a spider in the bag. It deserves to stay in that cabin, he says. Okay, smart, I guess. I've only been with my traveling companion for 7 days or so. He seems capable. He definitely makes up for what I lack in. Our mission is nearly impossible. He must know, as I do, that we will both surely end up dying a painful death. I grabbed the book though, spider-free as far as I know. I tried not to make any expression. Our whole purpose was to find this book. Honestly, I was hoping I'd find it first. Not that it matters too much, but that was my goal. I'd like to be the one holding it. Shaking it off, I answer. Good. Don't lose that book. We will need it. Yeah. Any idea how thick the forest is? Maybe we can climb up for a vantage point. Look into the forest. It looks dark. Yeah. Maybe that will help. You're in better shape than me. Want to give this tree a try? Sure. Can you hold the book though? Don't want to lose it to a raccoon up there. Yeah, I got it. Staring at the book. It is impossibly smooth. It almost vibrates in my hand. The power freezes my soul. I couldn't drop it right now if I wanted to. It must be strong. I must use my will to ignore the otherworldly power that I'm wielding. Sam picks a tree. This one looks sturdy enough. He's insane. I don't know how his attitude is so good. We are facing certain doom here, and he is treating this like a walk in the park. Good luck, I sarcastically say. I'm Blaine, an adventurer sent here to clear this area and find the book, which, as I've established, Sam has already found. I am my village's warrior. I've done enough bad in this life. I'm trying to make up for that. Sam is my partner for now. He's always heard tales of the book and joined me on my travel to find it. As I mentioned, he's small and can get through the bushes and has the bramble scars to prove it. He can identify safe plants for consumption, and supposedly he has worked with a cleric in my town. Alright, I see a lot of trees from up here. Do you see any signs of life? I'd rather be safe before we start moving. There's a clearing off to the left, but all I can see, there are some foxholes. Getting a little impatient, I yell to Sam, "Stop wasting time! It's getting dark." Alright. Just gotta find a steady branch. Yes, we aren't too far from the clearing. Climbing back down, and stuck the landing. Sam brushes himself off, flashing a dumb smile. I laugh a bit, not meaning to. Don't want him to see any type of softness. I look at the book, reluctant to hand it back over to him, but also don't want to be holding it. You didn't open this yet, did you? He looks confused for a second, before coming up with an answer. No. Would it curse me if I did? No, well, I'm not really sure. We need to get it back to our employer. Not our job to see what this thing is. Let's keep moving. Find a place to camp before it gets dark. Alright then, Sam says. Are we heading to the clearing? Good a place as any, I say. You've impressed me, Sam. Not sure what I expected, but glad we are together. Hey, I am too. Great to have a friend by your side when an old book can curse you for looking at it wrong. Not sure about the friend part. Well, only a handful of people can handle this type of quest. Let's make a fire and camp out. Keep the book on you. Keep it away from everyone. I think, myself included. Alright, I'll go grab some kindling. Book not included. Sam says now, with his trademark spunk. Ha! Very funny. I'll make our beds. Sam bounds off into the tree line to gather wood. I'll be back before you know it. I hope. He couldn't see my eyes roll in the dusk that is approaching. The fire was good. We had a pine-infused water-type soap with a few scraps of bread I've saved from the start of our trip. Eventually, we both were tired. Before my eyes finally closed, the last thing I remember seeing is a corner of the book peeking out of his makeshift pillow made up of a folded burlap sack. We both groggily woke up, but we're ready to get moving. Pick up your stuff, Sam. You have the book, right? Yep. Checked way too many times last night. Okay, good. Glad you keep it safe. I leave my makeshift bed on the forest floor. I briefly look at the smoldering fire, making sure it's completely extinguished to cover our tracks as best we can. By my calculations, we're only a day away from our target location. It's a tough trek. We're almost there. The worst, unfortunately, is ahead of us. Sam is not deterred by this in the least. Nice, he yells, giving me a slight startle. Any idea what'll happen when we turn in the book? He says. I pause for a second. I don't know, I say, being honest, for one of the first times. I think it's best not to think about it, which is honest. We get paid, that's all I know. Sam thinks for a moment, then looks at me. If they turn out to be evil, I'm stealing the book, or stealing the book back. Whatever, you know what I mean. I give him a stern but sarcastic smile. It's not our book, Sam. We're both professionals. Just focus on what we have to do. It's not our book. Just wanted to reiterate that again. Sam looks upset, but goes back to his usual upbeat self soon after. Oh, alright. I finished packing up our traps. I packed the plants that Sam had gathered. I get a glimpse of my partner, looking out into the landscape. He deserves to be here. Strong, adventurous, and brave. I hope he doesn't get hurt too badly. I hope I don't get hurt. I throw my pack over my shoulders. You should have brought better gear. You should have brought better gear. Here, take my outer layer. You're killing me with that short jacket, I speak. Oh, I'm okay, Blaine. It's not that bad. You sure you don't need it? I'm fine. Looking towards the horizon. Alright then, off we go, he says. Off we go. Look out for the edible plants. I'll look out for the animals. Although, I haven't seen one, which is strange. We're getting low on food, but hopefully we won't need much after we hand this book over. which should be today. I'll do my best, Captain, Sam says, as he over-exaggerates a salute to me. We move, clearing bush, taking the terrain. I stop us. Shh! Did you hear that? I say, stopping both of us. Wait, what? I gesture to shush again, this time more forcefully. I obviously hear what he doesn't. I quietly tell him, don't move. Okay. Sam mouths, thankfully without saying it out loud. A loud rumble is heard. I slowly move my eyes towards him. Take the book. Run! He looks confused, panicked. Damn it, they fucking found us. I'll take care of it. Move past the clearing, and I'll catch up. You promise? Is all I can choke out. I met his gaze. First time we've connected as people, friends, and not just as hired hands. I promise. Go! I see him dart through the bush, holding the book tight, and stop a good distance from the clearing. He can no doubt hear the screams and terror from what is going on with my position. The last thing I make out is Sam climbing the tree, not only to protect himself, but to try to see if I'm okay, no doubt. I've been put on missions because of my warrior skills. I'm a descendant of the Berserkers. I pulled my lifelong companion out, my sword. I could count 3 rebels bearing down on me, attempting an ambush. Before I knew what was happening, I was covered in blood and trauma. I didn't escape untouched. I barely made it out alive. If I did make it out alive. 24 hours later, from the view of Sam, Blaine is walking through the woods beyond the clearing, covered in wounds. His sword hanging behind him, covered in blood, collapses on the ground. I'm scouring the ground, looking for Blaine, arms full of helpful plants I could find. The book is still secured to my back. Suddenly, spotting the glint of the sword, I rush over. Oh God, he's still alive, but barely. Oh no, no. Sam slowly makes his way over, grabbing a mix of healing mint and coriander, moving towards Blaine. Falling to his knees, I shakily reach out towards Blaine. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. Blaine grabs my hand. Blaine looks at me with one eye open. The book is more powerful than we thought. And you found it before anyone. What? You're talking about the book? Aren't you worried about yourself? I tried to get up, stumbling and falling back to my knees. Hey, probably not the best time to get up, Sam says. I choke and cough, the last bit of fight I used on my assailants. I should tell you, I know who we're bringing the book to. You do? Sam says quizzically. Well, who the hell is it? I move up into a sitting position, gaining my breath. It's my brother, the king. And you were right. He is evil. Have you ever had one of those moments? You know, the ones that just change the path of your life? Well, I had one of those happen back when I was 6. I am now 18 and just got out of the foster system. I'm still in therapy, and I'm sure I'll be for the rest of my life. However, one of my therapists suggested I start a journal as a way of telling my story in a safe place. Well, that was a great suggestion. I actually figured I would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as the metaphor goes. I want to tell you my story, and warn any poor soul that may be visited by this creature as well. Like I said, I was 6, and this was back on the Christmas of 2015. The Elf on its Shelf was still at the height of its popularity. I love those creepy fucking things. But as I got older, I was such a fucking kid thinking 6 was old. But I did. I wanted a big kid's elf, not one of those little boring things. So, I did what any kid would do. I wrote a letter to Santa and asked him for a bigger, more lifelike elf. Man, this is where I fucked up. From what I recall, the letter went something like this. Dear Santa, as you know, I am 6 and officially a big boy. I have been a good boy all year long. I want a living elf, or something that's more lifelike, to be my elf on the shelf buddy. If you could spare one of your elves, I would really be so happy. Don't judge me, okay? I was 6. But a week later, on December 1st, I got exactly what I wished for. A package that was marked from Santa was on my doorstep, with my name on the tag wrapped in a bright red and green Christmas paper. I grabbed the package and ran into my house to show my mom and dad. Again, the interaction went something like this. Mommy! Daddy! Look at what Santa sent me as a gift! Before they could stop me, I had the paper ripped off, and in a beautifully carved wooden box was a sleeping elf. On the box were, I don't know what to call them, runes? Sigils? But I think they were preventing the elf from escaping? Or waking up. I'm not sure. But I'll talk more about that later. The freaky thing was, the second I opened the box, its eyes opened up. No, it did not come to life or talk. It was more like one of those dolls. You know, the ones when you lay them down, their eyes shut, but once you pick them up, they open back up. But he did not need to be picked up. Both my mother and father got into an argument about whether either of them had bought me a gift. And if not, where did the damn thing come from? In the end, they figured a friend of mine had got me a gift and was doing a secret Santa thing. So, they let me keep it. Life went on as normal for a few days. Mom and Dad would put the elf in locations of the house and say it was watching me. I now know that it was not watching me. It was watching my mother and father. Again, I'm getting a bit off track. We will get there shortly. As the elf was moved through the house, life went on as normal. I was a kid, so of course I acted out and was punished. I want that to be understood, that my parents never abused me, or were anything but amazing to me. I will get into the details that I remember from the weeks leading up to that tragic Christmas. Like I said, the first week nothing happened. The elf was moved, I went to school, and we decorated for Christmas. The second week, I was a little naughty. I wanted a gift from the store. My parents told me that maybe Santa would bring it to me on Christmas. I threw a fit in the store, and when we got home, my mother sent me to my room until dinner was made. I came out, ate, and was sent back to my room. My parents did not take my toys away, but they did yell at me. I guess that was strike one. Thinking back, after they yelled at me, is when it all went to shit. The next morning, I was abruptly woken up by my dad. I was dragged downstairs, and on the wall were the words, "Be nice. I will not warn twice." My father asked me what that was, and I told him I don't know who or how that got there. Of course, he thought I was lying, so he forced me to wash it off the wall, and I was grounded for a week. No TV, no toys. Now as an adult, I know that's not the end of the world, but at that time it was. So, what did I do? I went to the elf and pleaded with him not to tell Santa I was naughty. I said I did not write that on the wall, I swear. That was when I noticed it was holding a marker. When I looked up at it, I asked. Thinking back on it, it was strike two. Did you do that? And I swear, the fucking thing winked at me. Like any child would, I went and told my dad it was the elf, and he thought I was lying. I once again got yelled at and sent to my room, this time without dinner. The next morning, I went over to the elf that was still being moved around, and I asked it not to hurt my parents. They are really very kind, but just stressed. And lo and behold, the next week and a half was good. Nothing happened. Life was normal. And then it happened. Strike three. This was when everything went down, and the image that still haunts my nightmares was born. I was running through the house, playing with a toy airplane my parents had bought me last Christmas. I was not paying attention and tripped over the extension cord that was powering the tree, tripping right into the tree and knocking it over. My mother's tree topper was a glass angel. It was her mom's before hers, and her mom's before that. It was a precious family heirloom, shattered into a million pieces. At first, when my parents heard the crash, they were worried about me, until they saw the tree, and the second they saw it, my mother took off in tears, and my dad went white hot with rage. "What did you do, boy?" My father did not yell. He asked this in a tone that was cold as ice. "Daddy, I was just playing. I tripped over the cord, and I knocked over the tree. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up." I finished, hoping that it would make it better, but he just grabbed me, took me into his office, and paddled my ass. After that, he cleaned up the mess and did not talk to me at all for the rest of the day. Neither of them did. That's the last memory I have of my parents. Before, well, you're about to find out. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve, and I was hoping that it would be a great day, despite everything that happened. But that was not meant to be. All day, I was worried about what my elf would do. If it did not like my parents yelling at me, it would be very angry about them striking me. Unfortunately, it would not be long before I got my answer. This is the part of the story that is not for the ones with a weak stomach or constitution. So if that's you, I'll ask you to stop reading from here. All that proceed after this point, you have been warned. I had a hard time falling asleep that night, but I finally did. But it was only for a short time. I was abruptly woken up by my bedroom door opening, and I heard footsteps walking to my bed. "Daddy? Mommy? Is that you?" I called out, but the voice that called back was neither of my parents. This is what it said to me, to the best of my memory. "Oh, no, I'm not your awful parents. I am the friend you asked Santa for. I am here to keep you safe and happy. I have sent my report back to Santa, and he has given me the green light to take care of your parents. Go back to sleep, little one, and when you wake, you will be free." The elf said this in a joyfully odd voice. It left my room, and I just lay there until I heard the first scream. I heard my mother scream, and I bolted from my bed to my door, throwing it open with all of my strength. I ran down the hall and rounded the corner. I could see my parents' door, and it was open. They normally shut it, so I ran into the room, and what I saw was nothing. No one was in there. But then, I heard screams again, and this time it came from the living room downstairs. I rushed down the stairs and into the living room, and I was stopped dead in my tracks. The elf was talking, and he had tied my parents to a chair. Oh, you two have been very naughty. And I am here to show you what happens to naughty parents when they have a good boy. It turned to look at me, and I pissed my pants, but I was still immobilized by my fear. The elf climbed atop my father and plucked his eyes out of his head, and did the same to my mother, and inserted hooks into them and hung them from the Christmas tree it had set up. The screams that had come from them would have been enough, but then he gutted them. The sounds of him slicing them open and organs falling to the floor, the squishing of his feet from the blood that had soaked into the carpet as he walked, was the worst. I could do nothing. It was like he had me paralyzed and was forcing me to watch as he mutilated my parents. He walked over and used their intestines as Christmas garland to finish decorating the tree. After he was finished, he walked over to me. "My child, have a very Merry Christmas. Santa will be here soon to deliver your gifts and take me back to his workshop. It was a real joy getting to be your elf this year. Maybe next year you'll see me again." He drew a smiley face in blood on my cheek and went back to his box. The second he entered it, the lid snapped back into place, and he went to sleep. Not long after, Santa did indeed come and collected his little elf. He gave me my gifts and left without a word. I don't know how long I was sitting there in that pool of my parents' blood, but by the time the cops found me, it was cold and congealed. I had not slept, ate, or moved the entire time. But they came in and asked me what had happened, and I told them what I had told you here. They did not believe me. They thought it was the work of some serial killer, so let this be a warning to you. If you receive an unexpected gift from Santa, and if that thing is inside a box marked with unknown sigils or runes, do not open that box. And if you do, parents, be on your best behavior, or you will not make it to see Christmas with your kids. Believe me or not, this is the truth of what happened to me. Have you ever had one of those moments? You know, the ones that just change the path of your life? Well, I had one of those happen back when I was 6. I am now 18 and just got out of the foster system. I'm still in therapy, and I'm sure I'll be for the rest of my life. However, one of my therapists suggested I start a journal as a way of telling my story in a safe place. Well, that was a great suggestion. I actually figured I would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as the metaphor goes. I want to tell you my story, and warn any poor soul that may be visited by this creature as well. Like I said, I was 6, and this was back on the Christmas of 2015. The elf on its shelf was still at the height of its popularity. I love those creepy fucking things. But as I got older, I was such a fucking kid thinking 6 was old. But I did. I wanted a big kid's elf, not one of those little boring things. So, I did what any kid would do. I wrote a letter to Santa and asked him for a bigger, more lifelike elf. Man, this is where I fucked up. From what I recall, the letter went something like this. Dear Santa, as you know, I am 6, and officially a big boy. I have been a good boy all year long. I want a living elf, or something that's more lifelike, to be my elf on the shelf buddy. If you could spare one of your elves, I would really be so happy. Don't judge me, okay? I was 6. But a week later, on December 1st, I got exactly what I wished for. A package that was marked from Santa was on my doorstep, with my name on the tag wrapped in a bright red and green Christmas paper. I grabbed the package and ran into my house to show my mom and dad. Again, the interaction went something like this. Mommy! Daddy! Look at what Santa sent me as a gift! Before they could stop me, I had the paper ripped off, and in a beautifully carved wooden box was a sleeping elf. On the box were, I don't know what to call them, runes? Sigils? But I think they were preventing the elf from escaping? Or waking up. I'm not sure. But I'll talk more about that later. The freaky thing was, the second I opened the box, its eyes opened up. No, it did not come to life or talk. It was more like one of those dolls. You know, the ones when you lay them down, their eyes shut, but once you pick them up, they open back up. But he did not need to be picked up. Both my mother and father got into an argument about whether either of them had bought me a gift. And if not, where did the damn thing come from? In the end, they figured a friend of mine had got me a gift and was doing a secret Santa thing. So, they let me keep it. Life went on as normal for a few days. Mom and Dad would put the elf in locations of the house and say it was watching me. I now know that it was not watching me. It was watching my mother and father. Again, I'm getting a bit off track. We will get there shortly. As the elf was moved through the house, life went on as normal. I was a kid, so of course I acted out and was punished. I want that to be understood, that my parents never abused me, or were anything but amazing to me. I will get into the details that I remember from the weeks leading up to that tragic Christmas. Like I said, the first week nothing happened. The elf was moved, I went to school, and we decorated for Christmas. The second week, I was a little naughty. I wanted a gift from the store. My parents told me that maybe Santa would bring it to me on Christmas. I threw a fit in the store, and when we got home, my mother sent me to my room until dinner was made. I came out, ate, and was sent back to my room. My parents did not take my toys away, but they did yell at me. I guess that was strike one. Thinking back, after they yelled at me, is when it all went to shit. The next morning, I was abruptly woken up by my dad. I was dragged downstairs, and on the wall were the words, "Be nice. I will not warn twice." My father asked me what that was. And I told him I don't know who or how that got there. Of course, he thought I was lying, so he forced me to wash it off the wall, and I was grounded for a week. No TV, no toys. Now as an adult, I know that's not the end of the world, but at that time it was. So, what did I do? I went to the elf and pleaded with him not to tell Santa I was naughty. I said I did not write that on the wall, I swear. That was when I noticed it was holding a marker. When I looked up at it, I asked, thinking back on it, it was strike two. Did you do that? And I swear, the fucking thing winked at me. Like any child would, I went and told my dad it was the elf, and he thought I was lying. I once again got yelled at and sent to my room, this time without dinner. The next morning, I went over to the elf that was still being moved around, and I asked it not to hurt my parents. They are really very kind, but just stressed. And lo and behold, the next week and a half was good. Nothing happened. Life was normal. And then it happened. Strike three. This was when everything went down, and the image that still haunts my nightmares was born. I was running through the house, playing with a toy airplane my parents had bought me last Christmas. I was not paying attention and tripped over the extension cord that was powering the tree, tripping right into the tree and knocking it over. My mother's tree topper was a glass angel. It was her mom's before hers, and her mom's before that. It was a precious family heirloom, shattered into a million pieces. At first, when my parents heard the crash, they were worried about me, until they saw the tree, and the second they saw it, my mother took off in tears, and my dad went white hot with rage. What did you do, boy? My father did not yell. He asked this in a tone that was cold as ice. Daddy, I was just playing. I tripped over the cord, and I knocked over the tree. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up. I finished, hoping that it would make it better, but he just grabbed me, took me into his office, and paddled my ass. After that, he cleaned up the mess and did not talk to me at all for the rest of the day. Neither of them did. That's the last memory I have of my parents. Before, well, you're about to find out. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve, and I was hoping that it would be a great day, despite everything that happened. But that was not meant to be. All day, I was worried about what my elf would do. If it did not like my parents yelling at me, it would be very angry about them striking me. Unfortunately, it would not be long before I got my answer. This is the part of the story that is not for the ones with a weak stomach or constitution. So if that's you, I'll ask you to stop reading from here. All that proceed after this point, you have been warned. I had a hard time falling asleep that night, but I finally did. But it was only for a short time. I was abruptly woken up by my bedroom door opening, and I heard footsteps walking to my bed. Daddy? Mommy? Is that you? I called out, but the voice that called back was neither of my parents. This is what it said to me, to the best of my memory. Oh, no. I'm not your awful parents. I am the friend you asked Santa for. I am here to keep you safe and happy. I have sent my report back to Santa, and he has given me the green light to take care of your parents. Go back to sleep, little one, and when you wake, you will be free. The elf said this in a joyfully odd voice. It left my room, and I just lay there until I heard the first scream. I heard my mother scream, and I bolted from my bed to my door, throwing it open with all of my strength. I ran down the hall and rounded the corner. I could see my parents' door, and it was open. They normally shut it, so I ran into the room, and what I saw was nothing. No one was in there. But then, I heard screams again, and this time it came from the living room downstairs. I rushed down the stairs and into the living room, and I was stopped dead in my tracks. The elf was talking, and he had tied my parents to a chair. Oh, you two have been very naughty. And I am here to show you what happens to naughty parents when they have a good boy. It turned to look at me, and I pissed my pants, but I was still immobilized by my fear. The elf climbed atop my father and plucked his eyes out of his head, and did the same to my mother. It had inserted hooks into them and hung them from the Christmas tree it had set up. The screams that had come from them would have been enough, but then he gutted them. The sounds of him slicing them open and organs falling to the floor, the squishing of his feet from the blood that had soaked into the carpet as he walked, was the worst. I could do nothing. It was like he had me paralyzed and was forcing me to watch as he mutilated my parents. He walked over and used their intestines as Christmas garland to finish decorating the tree. After he was finished, he walked over to me. "My child, have a very Merry Christmas. Santa will be here soon to deliver your gifts and take me back to his workshop. It was a real joy getting to be your elf this year. Maybe next year you'll see me again." He drew a smiley face in blood on my cheek and went back to his box. The second he entered it, the lid snapped back into place and he went to sleep. Not long after, Santa did indeed come and collected his little elf. He gave me my gifts and left without a word. I don't know how long I was sitting there in that pool of my parents' blood, but by the time the cops found me, it was cold and congealed. I had not slept, ate, or moved the entire time. But they came in and asked me what had happened, and I told them what I had told you here. They did not believe me. They thought it was the work of some serial killer. So, let this be a warning to you. If you receive an unexpected gift from Santa, and if that thing is inside a box marked with unknown sigils or ruins, do not open that box. And if you do, parents, be on your best behavior, or you will not make it to see Christmas with your kids. Believe me or not, this is the truth of what happened to me. Since the beginning of time, there has always been death. Death of stars, death of planets, death of entire galaxies. And born alongside time was us. We've witnessed the birth and death of every star, every planet, everything. We've wondered at the brilliant colors of space and the universe, unsure of our roles for eons. Then, the first souls arrived. We watched in amazement as the dust of dead stars and planets gave form to new life. New life that would one day cross our paths. The souls of planets, creatures, insects, living on billions of planets. They were small. They would drift along the waves of the cosmic space until one of us found it. The little balls of energy would drift in our boats, then take on the form they had in life. They were often minuscule and would sit quietly in our rafts as we carried it to the next chapter. We don't know what lies beyond the doors. All we know is we are the shepherds of the dead, and our only reason for existence is to guide these souls to the land beyond death. Every soul has a door that floats upon the Black Sea and will only open when the right soul comes to it. Once a soul is carried to its door, it will enter, and the door will collapse in on itself, sealing the gateway forever. We have never tried to follow after a soul. Curiosity not existing within our being. All we do, all we know, is collect, guide, and deliver. I am a ferryman, if that is not clear already. I have been since the dawn of time, and will be long after time has stopped. I carry souls to their final resting place, and for millennia, that has always been the case. Then, the first human soul entered my boat. Out of all the souls that crossed the deck of my boat, human souls leave the longest impression. Some are completely impossible to forget. That is the case with the first human soul. It was bobbing over the waves, a ball of brilliant green energy. My boat slid up alongside it, and the little ball floated to one seat. When it touched the wood, it took on its life-given form. It wasn't like a modern human, and I believe it was one of the first of its kind. The first primate to stand up on two legs and stay that way. I knew it was a male, considering all the other male souls I had seen before it, but since it was the first, I was unsure of its age. Now, after guiding countless human souls to the great beyond, I can confidently say it was around the age of an adult male. This was probably the oldest they got at the time, considering all the monstrous predators I had seen before this. When it took its place on my boat, I was presented with a new emotion I had never felt before. Every soul emits the emotion they are feeling, making it nearly impossible to lie to a ferryman. This soul produced emotions no other creature before it had. Emotions that at the time had no name. Emotions like confusion, doubt, anger, and sadness. Its monkey-like face peered out over the sea of space, and I could see recognition in its eyes. This was the first soul who knew it was dead. It didn't speak, as words did not exist, but it grunted softly, and tears floated from its eyes. I pushed along my raft and let the current guide us to the next place. The whole way, I dissected the emotions laid out before me and observed the new character. Its knees were up to its chest, and its long, hairy arms were wrapped around them. I could sense fear, an emotion I had sensed many times before. I had no words for it, no pity. It was dead, and there'd be more after. We floated along the sea of black stardust for a long time, it surveying me, and I watching it. No words, no sounds, just emotions. After some time, a door came into view at the tip of my boat. Slowly, the boat creaked up, and the tip knocked softly on the wooden surface. The soul before me turned and looked wide-eyed at the opening doorway. It hesitated for a while, looking from me to the door, then back to me. Then it stood, and with feet still not steady on two legs, entered the door. With that, the souls of human beings began to glisten across the sea, and I, along with my fellow ferrymen, guided them all to their next life. Human souls are the most common ones that I come across, always seeming to find me out in the vast ocean of the universe. I don't remember all that I've carried, but there are certainly some that stay with me even now. I am a ferryman, and these are the stories of the dead. The Ferryman, Part 2. The Soul of Mr. Quincy Rogers. The colors of purgatory, as many souls have called this place, have an endless palette. Often when alone on my boat, upon the Black Sea, I look to the horizon and admire the spirals of clouds of cosmic space. I have seen many things I'm sure no one else ever has. Many things that would destroy a mortal soul, such as the case of a Mr. Quincy Rogers. Time is not relative here, so saying that it was like any other day has no meaning. I was drifting on my boat, gazing at the large spiral off on the horizon that held a brilliant color of purple and green, when his soul appeared. It was a large, flat red blob, not much like a flame like other souls. It dripped red pus, and I wished it would not settle on my ship. Alas, it sloshed its way over the side of my gondola and splattered on the seat. It then took the form of a very overweight man who could scarcely see me over his round tum. The boat tottered for a moment, then I pushed off and let it guide us towards the horizon. I don't speak to souls. I have no interest in mortal lives and unfulfilled wishes. Yet, souls still feel the need to speak to me. This soul was one of the few who never stopped talking long enough for me to answer. Where am I? Who are you? What is this place? Are you death? Are you Satan? Are you God? Where's Mary? On and on the questions came, and not a single one I answered. Not that I didn't try. The man just wouldn't stop talking. If he had lungs, I'm sure he would have ran out of breath after the 10th or 12th question. I pushed on, the soul rocking my boat as it appeared over the side and over again, still muttering its pointless questions. I had all but tuned out the noise when one question brought me back to attention. What's down there? Can I get back to Earth that way? The fat monstrosity before me was leaning heavily to the left, threatening to flip the little boat over. His beady eyes were peering down into the black abyss below, and I could see phantom sweat beading his large forehead. Before I could give any form of response, the beast soul rolled itself over the side and plummeted into the blackness below. I waited for my boat to right itself, the wooden raft rocking back and forth violently as it attempted to balance out. Once it was steadily upright, I peered over the side and witnessed what happened to those impatient souls. He plummeted into the abyss. Then he was caught by one of the things that lives below. I watched as his red essence was torn apart and devoured by countless shadow monsters. It wasn't long before every trace of him was snuffed out, bits and pieces of him filling the bellies of mindless animals. These creatures have been here even before the universe was born. They occupy that dead space, and once that first glimmer of light appeared, they started to devour. They were older than time itself, and held an endless hunger. Once a soul steps onto my boat, they cannot leave until we've reached their final door. If Mr. Rogers had waited just a moment longer, I might have stopped him. Might. Now his soul exists no more, and no afterlife awaits him. So, be the case for any impatient soul who dares leave my boat too early. I don't mind either way. My soul isn't the one being torn apart and erased for all eternity. This time of year reminds me of some really weird and scary shit that happened to me and my friends during winter break of our senior year in high school. We worked part-time at a local bakery. Although it didn't pay much, it did give us some spending money. Our store was assigned to bake something for our town's Christmas parade. Our boss, Harold, was ecstatic about this. Harry, Tim, we're going to put 100% into this. It has to be perfect, he said. All right, Tim replied. What exactly do you have in mind for us to make? I'm glad you asked. Take a look at this, he said while pointing to a gingerbread man recipe in an open cookbook. No offense, but isn't this kind of basic? I asked. Harold scoffed. This recipe isn't for any ordinary gingerbread man. This is a giant gingerbread man. How giant are we talking here? Tim asked, making air quotes with his fingers. 7 feet. I want him to be standing on the float at the head of the parade. Sure, that sounds easy enough. It took over a week of preparations, but we managed to bake the gingerbread man in our industrial-sized oven. When we finished the job, Harold thanked us profusely and gave us the weekend off. I was looking forward to a weekend of gorging myself on junk food and playing games without having to worry about school or work. This was short-lived, however. After a few hours into playing Fallout 3, I got a call. Hey, sorry to bother you. I was wondering if you got a call from Harold, Tim asked. I just got one from him now. I tried to answer, but he hung up before I could. So what? He probably pocket dialed you or something, I said. I don't know. What if something happened with the gingerbread man and he needs us? I sighed. Aren't you jumping to conclusions? Maybe. Let's say it has. If that's the case, he might end up just calling us back in anyway. Do you really want to deal with him in his sulky mood? He wasn't wrong. Harold was nice enough. His only flaw was getting super disappointed when something major went wrong. I thought back to the time we messed up on a wedding cake order, and he barely spoke to anyone for a week. He got over it eventually. Man, it was depressing to see him like that, though. Fine, we'll go and check. But if nothing is wrong, you bring me back home. Got it? Well, Adele, see you in a few minutes. It was after 11 when we arrived. Sure enough, Harold's car was still there. Tim looked at me with a smug smile. Shut up. We don't even know if something's wrong yet. See anything? He asked as we looked through the store window. No. Think he's in the back. He could be. Let's see if the door is unlocked, Tim said, reaching for the door handle. Sure enough, it was unlocked. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, until we noticed a scent wafting through the shop. Do you smell that? I asked. It smells like someone baked pork roast in here. Tim looked incredulous. At a bakery? We exchanged a look, then dashed to the back. The industrial oven was on, and smoke billowed out of it. Someone tied it shut. Quickly, I turned it off, while Tim undid the ropes, and yanked it open. A blackened and charred body fell out. Even though he was horribly disfigured, we knew it was Harold. We both threw up on the spot. Jesus fucking Christ! I yelled. How did this happen? Tim asked, panicking. We have to call the police. There's been a murder here. Wait, where's the gingerbread man? He don't give a flying fuck about the gingerbread man. Our boss was roasted alive. And whoever did this to him may still be here. When we heard someone coming from the storage area, we realized that making a lot of noise probably wasn't a good idea. We tried to make our way to the exit, but as we did so, a tall figure got in front of us. Decked in decorative green and red frosting and gumdrops for buttons, it was the gingerbread man. What in the fuck? Tim asked softly. Run, as fast as you can. I always catch you. I'm the gingerbread man. It said in a high-pitched, raspy voice. It's close enough. Now, you two do exactly as I say. Otherwise, you'll meet the same fate as him, the gingerbread man said, pointing to Harold. So, you are the one that killed him, you bastard? Tim growled at him, grabbing a rolling pin. Come on, Harry, this asshole's a giant cookie. We can take him. I grabbed a broom that was resting by the counter. Tim and I rushed him. We didn't count on his fast agility and reflexes. He easily disarmed Tim and hit him across the face with the rolling pin. The gingerbread man then attempted to do the same thing to me. Luckily, I was able to block and attack in time with the broom handle. However, that didn't keep him from punching me in the gut. I doubled over, gasping for air. Then, he picked us up by our shirts and threw us against the wall. How's this happening? Tim groaned as we slumped to the floor. That question was soon answered when a book fell from atop one of the cabinets and in my lap. We looked at it and saw that it was some kind of occult book. There were various runes scribbled on the cover and a bookmark sticking out of it. I turned to the page it marked and found the gingerbread man recipe that had been used. What the hell was Harold into? I asked. More than you know, the ginger man replied. He wanted the float to be perfect by any means necessary. He thought he could control me. Oh, he was wrong. Don't worry though. You both will be joining him soon. Which means I'll be free. We attempted to stand, but he threatened us with a rolling pin. Tim was already bleeding from the last blow he took, and I didn't want to see him injured further. Can't you let us go? Even if we tell someone, who would believe us? I pleaded.
You think I would go through all this trouble if it was that simple? Oh, no, no, no. You two will experience the same pain like your boss and I did.
My blood went ice cold.
Hang on. What do you mean, like you did?
Tim asked.
I was alive before you guys put me in the oven. I couldn't move or speak, but I was aware and felt everything. Do you know how it feels to spend 3 hours in a 444-degree oven? Do you? Well, now you will.
He began to walk towards us. Quick, Tim, look through the book. Maybe there is something in it that can stop him. He frantically flipped through it and said,
There's nothing in the recipe, and I can't read these symbols.
The gingerbread man knocked the book out of his hand. He beat us with the rolling pin until we were too sore to move. Then he opened the walk-in oven and threw us inside. It was only after he tied the lock with the ropes that we were able to move again. So, this is how it ends. Beaten up by an evil gingerbread man with a rolling pin, then baked alive in an oven. I said,
If we survive this, I'm going to eat as much gingerbread as I can, just to spite this dick.
Tim replied.
You know, I can hear you, right?
The gingerbread man asked.
I'll make sure that never happens. Now, burn!
He turned up the oven's heat. We braced ourselves for what was about to happen until we realized nothing was.
What?
The gingerbread man asked, confused and irritated.
Why isn't it working?
Almost as if in response to his question, we heard an electrical crackle followed by a loud pop, and I began to laugh.
What's so funny, asshole?
The gingerbread man snapped at me. The oven must have shorted out. We've been meaning to get someone to look at that. I said, still laughing in relief.
Doesn't matter. Rotten there for all I care.
The gingerbread man grabbed the book and left the bakery. We could see the window from within the oven. Unfortunately for the gingerbread man, the weather was not on his side. Rain poured from the cloudy sky above. We saw him scream and try to run back inside, but it was too late. He crumpled before he could reach the door handle.
Huh. The weather was clear when we got here,
Tim said. Whatever. Let's call someone to free us, I said, pulling my phone out of my pocket. We called the police. I was worried at first that we'd end up getting blamed for Harold's murder. However, they couldn't explain how or why we would trap ourselves in the walk-in oven, or our injuries for that matter. As far as anyone in the town is concerned, his murder remains unsolved, and his killer is still out there. An officer found the book by the remains of the gingerbread man and asked if we knew anything about it. We replied that it was Harold's, but we didn't know anything else about it. After skimming through it and frowning, the officer handed it back to us. Despite what happened, the parade went well. Tim and I worked our asses off to make another, less psychotic gingerbread man in time for it. Even though the town was devastated by Harold's death, everyone still had a pretty good time. Tim and I occasionally talk about what happened. We considered burning the book, but figured there may be some useful things in it that we can use so long as we are careful. Just remember this. Cook your food before you bring it to life, otherwise you may end up like poor Harold. As a child, I was told by my parents to never dally in the bathroom. They told me a creature called our property its home. They told me if I took too long in the shower, or if I brushed my teeth for too long, it would come through the pipes and get me. I asked them why it would do that, and they said we would flood its home. Apparently, if I would be in there too long getting dressed or using the bathroom, this thing would become enraged and it would kill me. So, naturally, I made a habit of getting in and out of the bathroom. As I got older, I started to relax. This had to be some kind of elaborate ploy of my parents. They must have just wanted to keep the cost of water and electricity down, but I acquiesced to my parents' odd rules and demands. Later in life, I moved out and forgot all about these odd rules. I went to college and got married, but as my parents got older, they grew slower and slower in their routines. I am here writing this because my parents are moving. They have given me and my family the home. They said they could not sell the house to a new family because they would not know the rules. I will recount to you the details of what my family and I went through, and the reasons I did what I did. I don't expect half of you to believe me, and the other half of you, I don't expect to agree with me. This is just as much a confession as it is a warning. So, let's start with the events leading up to us being back in the house, and the nightmare that followed. The day I got the call was like any other. Wake up at 6 a.m. and get ready to start breakfast. My wife gets her and our daughter ready for school. As I was finishing the bacon and about to start the pancakes, the phone rang. That's strange. Who could be calling at this hour? I said to myself. I turned off the griddle and went to pick up the phone. On the other end was my father. Hey, son. I need to talk to you. It's rather serious. Can you come by this weekend so we can do it in person? My father sounded concerned about something. Yeah, Dad. I can swing by after work on Friday if you like. But what is this all about? Is everything okay with Mom? I was concerned, but my father quickly eased my worries. No, nothing like that, son. Just about the future. I want to discuss the house with you. The way he said that, there was an edge in my father's voice. Was it concern? Anger? I was not sure, but I told him I would come by Friday and bring the family with me as well. It had been a long time since they had seen their grandkids after all. After I got the call, I went back to preparing breakfast, and while we ate, I informed my wife and daughter we'd be going to see my parents on Friday after I got off work. My wife was not thrilled about this. She was not my parents' biggest fan. It had a lot to do with how they raised me, but our daughter loved them, so she bit her tongue. I knew that after our daughter went off to school, she would have some words for me. We ate mostly in silence. After we were finished, my wife put our daughter on the bus.
Thanks for breakfast, Daddy.
She said with a kiss on my cheek, and out the door she went. A few minutes later, my wife came in, and her look hardened as she began.
What the hell? Why are we going there after the shit they did to you as a kid? The kind of mental health issues you had from them tormenting you with an imaginary monster in the pipes. You know I don't like your parents, and they don't like me.
When she finished, she was mad, but she was more worried about my well-being. I loved her for this. Honey, I know you don't like them. I'm sorry I dropped this on you like I did, but something was wrong. I could hear it in Dad's voice. And yes, they fucked my head up for a long time, but I'm okay now. We'll go see what they want and what they have to say, and then leave. And we will have a nice home-cooked meal in the process. Say what you want about them, but my mom is a damn fine cook. I said with a wink, and she smiled faintly. Finishing up the conversation, we both left for work. I got into my SUV and pulled out of the garage. The drive passed by quickly as I pondered what my father could want. Why did he sound so worried? And what was that in his tone? In what felt like 10 minutes, a 45-minute drive passed by. I pulled my car into the parking garage and walked into my office. I got to my cubicle and began to check my emails as one of my coworkers that I've grown rather fond of came up to me. He commented on my appearance. Whoa, bro, you look like shit. Something happened this morning? Someone kicked your puppy or something? Dale had never been one with tact. He spoke his mind, for better or worse. I did appreciate that about him. So, when he said that blunt and tactless statement, I just answered. My father called. Something is going on with him and Mom, so I'm a bit worried. And on top of that, I got in a fight with Ruby. She hates my parents. I mean, hates My parents. So, it was a morning of sunshine and rainbows. I said this and laughed. Dale laughed as well. Well, shit, bro. That's a fucked up place to be. A real stuck in between a rock and a hard place sort of thing. A little bit of unsolicited advice. Always side with the wife. She can make your life miserable and take half your shit. Even worse, give you blue balls. He said his last part with a chuckle and a few sharp elbows to my ribs. I laughed with him and went back to work on today's projects. Around lunchtime, I was getting kind of tired. So I ate my lunch rather quickly and went out to my car. I set an alarm on my phone for 30 minutes, so I'd be back on time, and took a little cat nap. Here's what I dreamt. A little boy was in the bathroom finishing up his nightly routine. Getting out of the shower, he dried off and dressed in a rush. As he did, he kept looking back down at the drain. The water was dangerously low and almost fully drained. He could feel his heart rate increasing. Just as he finished dressing, the last of the water drained. He could hear something coming in the pipes. It sounded like it was rushing forward. The little boy ran out and jumped out of the bathroom door. As he spun around, he swore he could see ever so briefly a tentacle receding back into the pipes. I was ripped out of my dream and pulled back into the world of the living. I quickly noticed I was drenched in sweat. Was that a dream? It felt like a memory, but it can't be. Nothing like that ever happened to me. Did it? No. It's just a manifestation of my mind, brought on by the stress of what is going on with my dad. Getting out of my car and going back to work, I finished my work and went home. By the time I got home, Ruby had dinner made. Sam was bathed and ready for dinner. We ate, and it was a nice family dinner. Ruby was still cross with me for making her come to visit my parents. But I knew that it was less that she was mad at me, and more that she was scared of what will happen when I step foot back in that house. That evening, I laid down and had that dream again. But this time, I was not ripped out of my sleep just after seeing the tentacle pop out of the shower drain. After seeing it, I stood up and approached the doorway. The tentacle kind of just hovered there, not fully receding, but not trying to grab me. But it felt like it was calling to me. I made an attempt to step back into the bathroom, but just before I could, I felt a painful pressure come from my left arm. I turned around and saw my dad holding me in place with a stern look. I woke up and could not fall back to sleep. I spent the remainder of the night trying to determine if this was in fact a memory, or my mind fucking with me. The alarm went off and I got up. Repeating the process from yesterday, I made breakfast for my family, and Ruby got Sam dressed. We ate in relative peace, but Sam was a glorified chatterbox, as that it was Friday, and she was excited to see her grandparents. We went about our day, and after work was over, we went to my parents. We all got into my SUV, and made the short drive to my parents. Yes, I did not move far from home. Sue me. My parents may have fucked me up, and I may have an irrational fear of my childhood home, but they are still my parents, and I love them. So yeah, I stuck close. I wish I would have moved away, far away, and here we are because of my choices. Okay, enough of that. Back to the story at hand. We pulled into my parents' driveway, got out of the car, and knocked on the front door. I heard footsteps approaching the door. The door opened, and in the doorway stood my dad. He looked tired and very worn down. I mean, I know it has been almost a year since I saw him, but he looked like he has aged at least 10. As he saw me, he smiled. "Whoa, look at all of you. You're a sight for sore eyes. Get in here." He greeted us warmly. "Hey, son. It's been a long time. It's good to see you. And look at you, Sam. You've grown up so much since the last time I've seen you. I know you and I don't get on well, Ruby, but it's even nice to see you," he finished with a warm smile. "Hey, Pops. Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah, this virus caused us not to get around here for obvious reasons, but I missed you and Mom." I said this as I gave him a hug. Sam rushed over to hug him as well. Ruby looked over at him and gave him a forced smile, followed by a curt nod with a,
Hello?
Ruby pushed by him and into the house.
Let's get this over with. I don't want to be here any longer than we need to be.
My parents were clearly offended and my mom wanted to say something, but they left a comment and go unchallenged. My mother and father showed us to the dining room, where the food had already been placed on the table. Mom always outdid herself. It was almost like Thanksgiving. My mom made turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, and her famous, at least to me, cherry pie. By the time we were done eating, everyone was stuffed. Even Ruby seemed to be in better spirits.
Thank you. That was a lovely dinner.
Ruby said with a smile. It seemed to lower the tension in the room. Let's go into the living room for the conversation we have to have next, my father finally said after a few more minutes of idle chit-chat. We all made our way into the living room and took a seat, all except for my mother that got us all a glass of red wine. My father began to finally tell us why we were all here. Son, I know you didn't have it easy as a child. Our rules may have seemed odd and maybe even a little cruel. Telling you about, well, let's call him the true owner of this land was something no child should hear. But I and your mother were trying to keep you alive. Nothing we said was untrue. On top of that, we are getting up in age, and it's getting harder and harder to maintain the delicate balance we have here. So, this brings us to why I brought you here. We are giving you the house. We could not sell it and sentence some poor soul to death, nor can we stay here any longer. So starting tomorrow, the house is yours. Do with it as you see fit, my father finished. Ruby, once again, got a bit angry.
You know, when I first met him, he was so messed up in the head, he had to go to therapy twice a week. Now that he is finally in a good place and he has his own family, what, you want to give him his childhood house where all this trauma was inflicted? I think not. Honey, let's go.
Ruby finished angrily. Ruby, hold on. Let me talk to them for a minute, alright? James finished matter-of-factly. Mom, Dad, I don't want this house. I can't stop you from giving it to me, but the second my name is on the deed, I will fix this house up and sell it. I will give you some of the profit, but I do not want to ever live in this house again.
I'm sorry to hear that, son, but whatever you do, it is up to you. Once we give you the land, it is your choice. I just hope you see reason before it's too late.
His mother spoke up for the first time. Over the next few weeks, the paperwork was drawn up and looked over, and the house passed over to me and Ruby. We then brought an appraiser to the house. There's a lot more work that needed to be done than we originally thought. I spoke to Ruby at length about what we should do and what she thought our best options were. Together we chose to temporarily move into the house to fix it up so we could sell it faster. So we both took some time off work and went down there to start the renovations. So, the first day in the house, my mother left me a set of rules as a sort of refresher course of sorts, and this is what they said.
Son, I am so sorry I have to give you this burden to you and your family. No matter how short your stay in that house may be, just remember the rules of the house. If you can't remember them, here they are. 1. Do not take a shower or bath longer than 15 minutes. 2. After you get out, make sure you drain the tub. 3. Be out of there by the time the water is finished draining. 4. Don't wash your hands or brush your teeth for too long. Follow these rules and the creature that lives there should not bother you. Oh, and son, don't let Lil Sam in the bathroom by herself. To you, trust she learned all the rules. Love you, son.
I showed this to my wife, and well, she gave me an earful.
Seriously? This again? James, how many times is this gonna be brought up? Here, give me these.
She took them out of my hand and burnt them.
There. Now, let's just get this done and sell the house. Please, I don't want to be here any longer than we have to. Honey, I know I've been moody lately. I just worry that this may
take its toll on your mental health.
She finished giving me a light kiss and went to go check on Sam. After reading the list and Ruby burning it, things went like they normally would. We worked on the house, got Sam ready for bed and for school, went to work ourselves. It honestly seemed like things were not as bad as my mom and dad made it out to be. Well, that wasn't until our second week in the house. My wife had a very rough day at work, and she did what she always did. Grabbed a bottle of wine, drew a hot bath, and soaked in the tub. Normally, this wouldn't have been a problem, but this house had other things in mind.
I'm gonna go soak in the tub for a while, honey. My legs, feet, and back are killing me. Can you watch Sam for a little, please?
Of course, honey. I'll gladly hang out with one of my two favorite ladies. I was downstairs playing with Sam when I heard it. A growl coming from the pipes. I checked the clock and noticed it had been about 20 minutes since my wife had gone to soak. I remember rule 1, don't take baths or showers longer than 15 minutes. The color drained from my face and I ran up the stairs. I heard Sam call after me.
Where are we going, Daddy?
I burst through the door, only to be met with a confused Ruby.
What the bloody hell, James? Why are you up here when you're supposed to be with Sam?
My wife yelled at me. She's fine. I heard her growl from the pipes. Honey, get out of the tub now! I was frantic.
James, nothing is wrong. I'm fine.
I cut her off. Now! She got out of the tub reluctantly, and I emptied the tub. As I was leaving the bathroom, I swore I saw what looked like a tentacle following us. But when I looked back, it was gone. I joined them downstairs, and I could tell Ruby was cross with me. We played with Sam until it was bedtime. After laying her down, she finally spoke her mind.
What the bloody hell was that, James? You just left our daughter down there and forced me out of the tub. You know you're acting just like your father right now, enforcing the stupid rules he made you follow.
Honey, you don't understand. I heard her growl. And when I was leaving the bathroom, I swear I stopped speaking, thinking she would find me crazy.
So what, James?
Her tone was softer this time, but it still contained a hint of annoyance. I turned around, and I swore I saw a tentacle or something following us out of the bathroom. But I turned around, and nothing was there. I don't know what I really saw. I think being back in this house is messing with my head, I finished.
I'm sorry, James. I did not consider you being back here would mess with your head. I shouldn't have blown up on you like that.
She finished, walking over, putting her arms around my waist, and holding me close. We went to bed that night, and when we woke up the next morning, we talked about having a few people over to have a housewarming party.
Hey, honey, what do you think about having a nice little housewarming party? I think it'll help this place feel more like home and help ease your stress.
Ruby said in a tone that always made me feel like everything would be alright. Yeah, love, that sounds like a good idea. I'll make a few calls after work tonight. I gave her a kiss, and after that, we went to work. The workday passed by quickly. I was honestly excited to get a few friends together for a housewarming party. Getting home, I made a bunch of calls and made plans with my friends to come over. Ruby had done the same on her end. My parents would watch Sam that Saturday, so we could all unwind. Tomorrow's Friday, and the weekend would be here soon. So, I could not wait for this party to happen. Ruby was right. I needed to relax to make this house feel like mine. So, that's what we would do. Friday passed by without a hitch. Ruby and Sam followed rules without complaint, and soon enough, the new house felt a bit more like home. So, when Saturday came, my guard had been lowered a bit. Come to think of it, that's a typical human response. Nothing bad can happen. But it can. We just pretend like nothing bad can ever happen. Sorry, I'm getting a bit off topic here. Let me get back to the events of what happened. That's why you're all here after all. So, when Saturday got here, my parents came and picked up Sam. Hey Dad, hey Mom, thanks for watching Sam for me and Ruby. I really appreciate it, I said to them.
Yes, Mum and Dad, thank you. I hope this is not putting you out with the new move and all.
Ruby chimed in sweetly. She rarely called them Mom and Dad. They were even taken aback. No, it's no trouble at all, my dad said. Ready to go, little one? Sam ran to them, and they were out the door, but not before my mom had a brief word with me.
Honey, you know I trust you, but please be safe having guests over, especially when alcohol is involved. It could be a bad idea.
She kissed me on the cheek and left.
What was that about?
My wife asked. She told me to be careful with having a party at the house.
What? Does she think something's gonna happen at the house? Our friends are gonna get eaten by some imaginary monster?
She scoffed. I don't know, honey. Let's not worry about it tonight. Tonight is meant to be fun and not stressful. I kissed her, and we went to set up for the party. Hours later, our friends had shown up, and we started the party. It was such a great time. We drank, ate. Hell, we played my favorite game, Cards Against Humanity. It was so much fun. Sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, most of our friends had cleared out. A few opted to stay the night, as they had drank too much and had no DD. Ruby and I went to bed, thought nothing of them staying. The rules had not even crossed our alcohol-addled brains. It was not long after we settled in for the night, and we heard it. One of our friends started to scream. I leapt out of bed and ran towards the screams. As I approached, I quickly realized I was running towards the downstairs bathroom. I hesitated as I heard the blood-curdling scream. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, but realistically was like 20 seconds, and burst into the bathroom. What I was confronted with broke me. My friend, at that point, I could not even tell you which one it was, had been ripped limb from limb. I woke up in the hospital the next day. I asked my wife what had happened, and she told me.
After you found Mike dead in the bathroom, you began to cry and tell everyone we need to get out of the house now or the house would kill us all. Everyone thought you were crazy until they saw the bathroom and the bloodbath that was in there. One of them called 911 and we all waited outside until they got there. The cops concluded that a crazy man came in through the broken window and killed Mike and fled through the same window. We are all cleared as suspects. As that murder, as violent as this one, we would have been covered in blood. We will not be able to go home. That's because our house is a crime scene.
She finished. I spent a few more days in the hospital, and after that, we got a hotel far from that accursed house, as that it was a crime scene. Finally, once the cops were finished, I put that fucking thing to the ground. And cashing in on the insurance policy. Yes, I know, insurance fraud and all that. But we are not rich. I cannot afford that house, and to get another house. I have a family to care for. So that's my story. Like I said, half of you won't believe me, and the other half of you will think I'm a shit person for burning down my family home, committing fraud, and destroying a crime scene. But I don't care. Me and my family now live far from that house, and I sold that land to some poor farmer. I really hope they follow the list of rules for that land. If not, God have mercy on their souls and forgive mine.